A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all-old-time radio.
Your Coca-Cola bottler presents Claudia. Claudia, based on the original stories by Rose Franken. Brought to you, transcribed Monday through Friday, by your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. Relax, and while you're listening, refresh yourself. Have a Coke. And now, Claudia.
Oh, David, I wish we could stay here and finish unpacking before we go to Julian Hartley's for dinner.
I wish we could stay here, period.
The sun shining in the living room, Shakespeare sleeping on the good chair. The heat's up, the paint's dry, hardly smells at all anymore, and we have to go out.
Of course, Julia's house has carpets, pine-paneled walls, maids and butlers.
Who wants all that? Look at what we've got.
I'm looking. All I see is trunks, valises, and barrels of wedding presents. What time is it?
Almost 1 o'clock. We'll have to leave the big trunk until we get back.
I'll just finish putting up this tie rack.
I'm ready. All I have to do is wash my hands and comb my hair. What'll it be like at Julia's?
Formal.
Long table with candles on it.
And nuts and fruits and all the things that go with Thanksgiving.
I love nuts. What kind of people? All family?
Some, relatives of relatives, a few brokers scattered about. Maybe a dash or two of Julia's protégés for the season.
What kind?
Right now, I think it's musicians.
Oh. Will you and I sit together?
Nope. I'll be at one end next to Mrs. Van Ogle Perpoodle, and
I'll be at the other end next to Mr. Cornelius Pringle, no doubt. What'll Cornelius and I talk about?
You'll find something if I know you.
But you don't know Cornelius. Will you at least wave to me?
I'll send you messages hidden in the vegetable platters.
David, have you been going to Julian Hartley's for dinner year after year?
No, just the last few.
David, next year let's have them here. Do you think they'll come here?
I doubt it. Julia's Thanksgiving dinners are something of habit. Personally, I suspect she thinks the day was created because she gives her dinner on it.
Oh, Mama and I always had Thanksgiving together. We'd buy a turkey and set a beautiful table and eat turkey for weeks afterward. All kinds of ways. It was nice. 2 of us.
What's Mama doing today?
She wouldn't tell me. Said she had something marvelous all planned. I know better. She'll probably eat a lonesome chop at home.
I wish we could take her along with us.
She wouldn't like it. It's not her kind of Thanksgiving either. David, does Hartley like that kind of stuff? After all, he's your brother.
He must like it. He married to it.
Come
on. Let's get started. You can put on your coat in the hall.
I'm ready. I left a little saucer of milk for Shakespeare. Say, maybe I could steal a little turkey bone from Julia's and bring it home to him. So he'll know it's Thanksgiving.
And we'll drop by Mother's on the way home.
That's a lovely idea. David, that's our telephone.
Too late. We're gone.
No, we're not. I can hear it.
Claudia, you're not going back in there. The elevator's coming.
Can't just let it ring. Maybe it's important. Maybe it's Mama.
All right, go on in. I'll wait here.
Quick, David, open the door before it stops. I'm coming. Hello? Yes, this is Claudia. Oh, Hartley. We're just on our way. We'll be right there. What? No, you mean the whole party's been called off? Oh, Hartley. Of course we're married now. Don't you worry about us. What are you going to do? Don't you mind? Oh. Well, if you talk to Julia, tell her we hope her aunt will be all right. And Hartley, happy Thanksgiving. Goodbye. David, tell the elevator man he can go down.
Hurry up.
Come on back here. We're not going.
We're not what?
We're not going. That was Hartley. Julia's aunt was taken very sick suddenly, and I think she's dying, poor thing. Anyway, she had to go to Boston to be with her uncle.
Who, the aunt?
No, Julia. And he couldn't call us earlier because he only had our old number.
Who, the uncle?
Oh, silly Hartley. Hartley, not the uncle. So he got hold of Roger and he gave him our new number.
Who? Roger or Hartley?
You've got me all mixed up. Roger or Hartley what?
Gave who our new number?
Roger gave Hartley, of course, so he called and we don't have to go and have Thanksgiving dinner. Isn't it wonderful?
Yes, let me catch your breath.
Are we lucky?
But how is Shakespeare going to know it's Thanksgiving without Julia's bones?
Because we're going to have Thanksgiving dinner right here.
We are. On what?
On the big trunk.
I mean, with what?
With knives and forks, of course.
A minor detail, darling, but what will we eat? There's nothing in the house.
Oh, I'll go out to the store and buy something.
They're all closed.
Every last one of them? They can't be. There's always some little store open for people who forget things.
Well, nobody forgets things today. They've been preparing for weeks. Why don't we just go out to a restaurant?
Restaurants are for people who don't have homes, David.
You know it's fine with me, darling, but...
Oh, darling, it's just the way I wished it. You call Mom and tell her to come over here while I go out and find a store or delicatessen or drugstore or hamburger stand or something. And the three of us and Shakespeare will have dinner here together. Darling, I was just thinking, what about Hartley?
What about him?
Well, he's all alone at his club.
He likes it there.
Won't he feel sort of lost today with Julia in Boston?
I don't think so.
And imagine spending Thanksgiving in a stuffed chair. And there's Roger. It must be awful to be alone today.
Now, stop worrying about everybody.
Can't help it. They must be lonesome. So I call him up, David, and ask him to come over.
How do you know you're going to find something for us to eat?
I will.
Would you rather I'd go?
Nope, you entertain Mama. I'm off to find a store that's open for people who forget things.
What do you think has happened to her, David?
Oh, she'll be along.
She's had time to go from here to Kalamazoo and back.
You know your daughter. She won't come back until she's found a store that's open.
In that case, she won't be back until tomorrow.
There now. There. How does that look?
Perfectly beautiful. You've made that trunk look like a banquet hall.
Do you think we ought to sit on the floor or on these valises?
On the barrels.
Good idea. When was the last time you did something like this, Mrs. Brown?
Not for a long time, David. Once I moved into an empty apartment with my husband, and we sat on barrels for weeks. He would have liked you, David.
Claudia hardly knew him, did she?
David, she never had a father until she met you. It's quite a job you have.
You're telling me. Sometimes I think I'm her father, and sometimes I think I'm her son. But you know, I like being her husband best.
There's always the three, and the best of marriages.
And this is the best of them. It's made me realize how alone I always felt before I was married. How alone a person must feel if they haven't got a marriage like this.
Or if they lose it, too.
And the funny part about it is that daughter of yours knows that loneliness, even though she's never tasted it. She wanted to invite Hartley and Roger for dinner today, because Hartley's wife is away in Boston, and Roger's wife, well, she's just away. She felt they'd be lonely.
Claudia's always known things she's never experienced.
That's wisdom.
Hello, I'm back. Is Mama there?
She's knitted 3 sweaters and a quilt waiting for you.
Hello, Mama.
Oh, welcome home.
Oh, David, I'm dead. Here, take these packages. Oh, I went practically over to the river.
Which river?
I don't know which. The furthest one away. And I found a little man. I think he was Greek. He just opened the store because his wife didn't have any apples. Wasn't that sweet of him and her?
Claudia, what have you got there? There's enough to feed an army.
Very small army. Well, I got a whole dinner from nuts to soup.
Well, why don't we all sit down? Now, here, I'll put everything in the middle like a centerpiece, and then we can just help ourselves. Very, very formally, of course.
David, you want to start now?
Well, sure, immediately.
Well, don't you want to wait a little?
Nope, pass me the cheese, Mrs. Brown. Why should we wait?
Cheese is for the end. Start with the turkey.
I'll start with the cold tongue.
Oh, that's the door. I wonder who it is.
I can't imagine.
I'll go. Coming. Hartley, I'm so glad you came.
Claudia, my child, happy Thanksgiving.
Hartley, I better warn you, there isn't any furniture or...
Oh, I could have all the furniture I want at the club. I don't think I'll miss it at all.
Dinner's not very fancy either.
Fancy foods don't agree with my gallbladder.
That's good. I was so afraid you'd eaten already and wouldn't come. It's a surprise for David.
I'm not the least bit surprised.
Aren't you just a little?
Hello, David. Oh, hello, Hartley. Not the least bit. I know you, Claudia, but I think you're wonderful, darling.
Do you, David? Hartley, this is my mother, Mrs. Brown.
Mrs. Brown, it's a pleasure to meet Claudia's mother.
Hello, Mr. Norton.
Well, do sit down, Hartley. That beautiful upholstered barrel is all yours.
How delicious everything looks. Tongue, deviled ham, olives. I haven't eaten them in years.
You don't mind?
Mind? It may put me to bed for a week, but I love it.
Not exactly what the doctor ordered.
I shall forget my doctor, forget my gallbladder, forget everything but Claudia's wonderful selection of viands. And how happy I am to be here. And, Claudia, here's my little contribution.
Champagne. Oh, I haven't had it since the day I was married. And then I hadn't had it since the day I was born.
Would you take a look at this? Well, Hartley, you must have dug deep in your wine cellar for this. Look at this. Piper, hard to say, 27.
Confidentially, I stole it from a friend at the club.
I'll get the glasses.
Sit still, Mother. I'll get them. At the door. I'll get 5 glasses, darling. Go let Roger in.
Oh, you guess everything. But don't open the champagne till I get back. I want to hear it pop. Roger, you're just in time. David's opening the champagne.
Happy Thanksgiving, Claudia.
I'm so glad you're here, Roger.
I am, too. Very glad. When you called, frankly, I was feeling a little lonesome.
You should have called us. Next time, see that you do.
All right, I will. Oh, so this is the new apartment. Oh, it's going to be perfectly beautiful.
Well, all we've got so far are the walls. But they're painted new.
And a lovely color.
And no furniture to clutter up the place. Let me introduce everybody, Mama. This is Roger Killian. Roger, this is my mother, Mrs. Brown.
Hello, Mr. Killian.
I'm very pleased to meet you, Mrs. Brown.
And this is Hartley Norton.
Oh, Roger and I are old friends. Hello there, Roger.
Hartley, you're looking very well.
Am I? Been having a little trouble lately, but I'm coming along.
Well, Roger, I never expected to be here, and there's no place I'd rather be. Claudia, I brought you a cake.
A cake? Where on earth did you get it?
I stole it from a chef at the club.
Oh, it's beautiful, all those roses.
Well, sit down, Roger. Pull up a barrel and make yourself comfortable.
Oh, what a delicious-looking dinner.
Tongue, deviled ham, apples.
Turkey sandwiches because it's Thanksgiving.
Have some tongue, Roger.
No, thank you. I'm starting right out with the turkey.
All right, here goes the champagne. Everybody get your glasses ready. It's turkey alive.
Here's wine for the king.
David, before we drink the champagne, would you mind if first I opened the front door?
For the unknown guest.
Excellent. Let anybody who wants to come right in.
And pour an extra glass of champagne, David.
There's an extra place by me. I'll put him here.
Oh, look. The sun is shining right on the table. Oh, this is really Thanksgiving, isn't it?
This broadcast of Claudia was supervised and directed by William Brown Maloney. Your Coca-Cola bottler and the cast of the Claudia Show join you today in giving thanks for the bounty we all enjoy here in America. And they extend to you their good wishes for a pleasant Thanksgiving holiday. Every day, Monday through Friday, Claudia comes to you transcribed with the best wishes of your friendly neighbor who bottles Coca-Cola. So listen again tomorrow at the same time. And now this is Joe King saying au revoir, and remember, whoever you are, whatever you do, wherever you may be, when you think of refreshment, think of Coca-Cola. For ice-cold Coca-Cola makes any pause the pause that refreshes.
Ironized Yeast presents Lights Out, Everybody. It is later than you think. Lights Out brings you stories of the supernatural and the supernormal, dramatizing the fantasies and the mysteries of the unknown. We tell you this frankly, so if you wish to avoid the excitement and tension of these imaginative plays, we urge you calmly but sincerely to turn off your radio now.
This is Arch Oboler. A man, a woman, and a small boy arrive in a new home. Happy day. And sometimes not so happy. First, a word from Frank Martin.
Frankly now, friends, are you asking yourself, why should I be losing weight and feel on edge and worn out? Other people feel good and have fun. Well, if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need, cheer up. Ironized Yeast supplies both in pleasant-to-take tablet form at a cost of but a few pennies a day. With ironized yeast and its famous two-way help, great numbers of people who were short on these substances have soon regained glorious strength and energy. Today, these people can really enjoy life. Remember that name, Ironized Yeast Tablets. And now, Lights Out, Everybody.
$40, $50, $60, and 20 is $80, and 20 is $100. Perfectly correct. $100 rental for 2 months. And now there's the matter of a receipt, of course.
If you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all, Mr. Cook. Do business in a business-like way is my motto. We're not a very large firm, but service supreme is our motto. Now, what did I do with my receipt book? So careless of me. In this pocket?
Oh,
no.
Any old piece of paper will do, really.
No. Here we are. I had it in this pocket all the time. I'll just sit down over there and write it out for you.
Well, darling.
Oh, Chuck, it's simply unbelievable.
$50 a month for a furnished Grand Central Palace like this one. Beautiful. There's something wrong in the woodpile someplace.
Your figures of speech are a little mixed, husband. But the fact remains that $100 is the price we're paying.
Yep. Service Supreme over there is making out the receipt with his left hand, so I suppose it's true. Oh, say, where's the draft exemption?
Sleeping there on the sofa.
Paid himself right at home pretty quickly, didn't he?
Takes after his papa.
Oh, now that's libel. I never curled up in a strange sofa without...
Yes, Service Supreme.
Here we are, folks. Here we are. Money receipted right and proper. I hope you'll be quite satisfied here. Not quite.
Oh, I'm sure we will be. As you can see, our boy's made himself at home already.
Boy? Oh, yes. A cute little fellow. I do hope he'll be quite all right. Quite all right. Yes. Well, I must be getting along. Business, you know. Moving in at once, aren't you?
Well,
yes. You told me you were. Yes. Well, good luck, and goodbye, Mr. Cook. Mr. Cook, goodbye. Bye.
Well, wasn't he in a hurry to get out?
Service Supreme until the moment the rent's paid, and then it's exit extraordinary. Well, I'd better go get the things in out of the car, huh? Say,
I never thought we'd spend the summer in a mid-Victorian mansion, did you, dear? Here, I'm talking to you.
Hmm? Oh, I'm sorry.
Why the pensive look? What are you thinking about?
Just what that man said.
What man? Oh, you mean Service Supreme?
Yes.
Well, what pearl of wisdom did he spout?
Remember when he looked at Billy sleeping there?
Sure.
He said, I do hope he'll be all right.
Yeah, so he did. So what?
The way he said it.
Oh. Say, you'll have to get some help in to clean up this place. Looks like my fraternity house used to after we threw a dance. And...
Chuck!
What? What are you staring at?
What are you doing here?
Phew, fella, you startled us.
What are you doing here?
Oh, Chuck, he must be the caretaker the real estate man told us about.
Oh, yeah.
You
sure.
answer me.
Chuck, what's the matter with that man?
What? Look here, old man. You don't have to throw any catfits. We rented this place from Service Supreme. What's his name? Mr. Hawkins, that real estate man up in town.
Rented?
Sure. Here's the receipt. $100 for the next 2 months.
2 months?
Yeah. Oh, I know it isn't much, but that's all the fellow wanted, and so that's all he got. Of course, with all due respect to your caretaker. Oh, you are the caretaker, aren't you?
Yes, I.
Oh, good. Then I can speak freely. Well, as I was saying, the rental doesn't seem like much, but after all, big as it is, this is a pretty crummy old place.
Chuck.
Well, it is. And that real estate fellow said there hadn't been anyone living here regularly for 20 years since those people, what's their name, all died. So I figured at the price.
Reynolds.
Huh? What'd you say? What'd you say?
I don't know. I'm frightened.
Reynolds, Mr. and Mrs. and Paula.
Oh, Reynolds. Yeah, they're the people that lived here, aren't they? Mr. Hughes' real estate said something about
Get out of here.
What?
Get out of here.
Chuck.
You hear me?
Now, wait a minute.
Get out.
Wait a minute.
Out. You do not
Oh,
belong
wait now.
here.
We rented this
Get
place,
out of
you know.
here. No one belongs here.
Why?
No one. It is mine.
What do you...
Mine, 20 years.
Now,
mine.
stop waving your arms
Get
around,
out.
old man. Stop
Get
it.
out. You've got
Stop,
to
please,
go.
stop. You're
All
wake
of
up
you.
Billy.
This
You can wake up the
place is
dead.
mine.
He's making enough
Mine,
noise.
I tell you.
Now,
You've
look
got
here,
to
old
get
man.
out. My house, mine. Nobody.
Chuck, he's sick. Catch him.
Old man. Old man.
Chuck, he's not.
No, just passed out, I guess. Wonder where some water is. We ought to...
He's coming to.
Thought he popped a valve or something the way it was blowing off. Give me a hand. We'll put him on that other sofa.
Take your hands off of me.
Huh?
Take your hands
Oh,
off
now,
of
look
me.
here, old man. We just want to help you.
Your hands off of me.
Oh, Chuck, help him get out.
No. I am all right. I will live longer than anybody. You will have to get out. You will have to get out.
Hey, now, wait a minute, old man. Can you imagine that, old duck?
Running off like that.
We did get a bargain. A house and entertainment by a cracked nut, all for $50 a month.
But why was he so furious?
Don't ask me. I'm no psychiatrist. Oh, well, let's not let the old crackpot spoil things.
No.
I'll slip him a few bucks in the morning. He'll be all right.
Mm-hmm.
Now, let's wake up that snoozing son of ours and...
Chuck, look.
Huh?
He is awake.
Why, you little rascal, you. How long have you been sitting there watching, young man?
A long time. Where are we, Dad?
I'll tell you, Billy. We're in a great, big, beautiful house where you and I and Father are going to have a good time for the next 2 months. Isn't that good news?
Well, why don't you answer your mother, Billy? Aren't you glad we're going to be staying here in the country?
Dad,
Yes, son.
please, let's get out of here. I'm awful scared.
I wonder if he's sleeping yet.
I'll go see.
Be very quiet, Chuck.
I will.
Well,
Like the proverbial cherub.
Chuck, keep your voice down.
Oh, that air of ours is sleeping so deeply it'll take Sousa's band to wake him up.
Maybe we should have let him sleep with us this one night.
And have him grow up into a lily that falls over the side of his own shadow? Oh, no, Mrs. Cook. He sleeps in that room and likes it. Anyway, he's deep in sleep, so that's that. And here I go. Boy. stretching out feels good. You know, it's going to take at least 2 bands to wake me up tonight.
Lock all the doors?
Mm-hmm.
And the windows?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Oh, now listen, honey.
Oh, please tell me.
I am telling you. This house is locked up tighter than a who's got. Shutters, doors, everything. I can tell you if that crazy old coot decides to come back to continue his oration, he'll have to use a hacksaw to get in.
I wish it was morning.
Hmm?
You could sort of straighten things out with him. After all, he is the caretaker.
Oh, forget it. We rented the place from the accredited agents, and the old boy doesn't like it. Well, that's too bad. Let's go to sleep.
But, Chuck.
Oh, Anne.
But I want to know.
What?
Why should he have gotten so excited? It's been worrying me.
I don't know. Maybe because he thinks we'll need more work.
20 years alone.
Huh? What'd you say?
I was just wondering why this place hadn't been rented or sold all these years.
I don't know.
Could it be...
What?
Nothing.
Say, are you thinking of... Oh, that's nonsense.
Is it?
Sure. Just because a house is big and old and hasn't been lived in for a long time doesn't mean that... Oh, I tell you, that storybook stuff.
Chuck.
What?
Why did Billy say that he was frightened?
Oh, he's just a little kid.
Well, isn't it possible that young children are closer...
To what?
To things that aren't of this world?
And Cork.
I was just thinking.
Well, stop thinking things like that. All the screwy ideas to get in the middle of the night, in the middle of nowhere. Now, come on. Go to sleep. Before you give me the jitters, too. Save the ghost talk for tomorrow morning when the sun's shining. It's a little dark and dismal and weird right now to be talking about ghosts.
Chuck, listen.
Music.
Oh, Chuck.
It's not a radio.
Chuck, I'm frightened. I knew something was wrong here. I knew it. The old man was right. We shouldn't have come here. We shouldn't have. I knew it the minute I saw him. I want to go, Chuck. Please, I don't want to stay here. We shouldn't have come here.
Stop it. Stop. So quiet now.
Yes. Oh, Chuck. Did we really hear it?
I felt the floor vibrating. Like it does when the organ plays in church.
It's Billy.
Yeah.
Billy!
He's all right.
Billy.
Hello, Mom, Dad.
There's no one with him.
Billy. Billy, why are you laughing like that? Why, Billy?
Oh, because I've been having fun. Gosh, lots of fun.
Oh, a dream, son. You mean you've been having a funny dream?
Gosh, no. Not a dream. Isn't my dad funny, old lady?
Old lady? Who did you say that to, Billy?
She wants me to go downstairs with her to listen to the music.
Music?
But I told her I couldn't go. Not unless you said I could go. Can I, Mom? Can I go?
Go where, Billy? Over where?
Downstairs, like I told you.
Billy, listen to me. Who are you talking about?
Son, answer your mother. Who are you talking about? Yes, and why are you staring at the foot of the bed? What are you looking at?
The old lady, Dad. Don't you see her sitting there?
Old lady?
Son.
Gosh. Can't you see her? Funny old lady. You can kind of see right through her.
Ladies and gentlemen, we leave our lights-out story of Oregon for just a moment now to look in on a cheerier scene. It's a sparkling, clean American kitchen. And the lady of the house is saying,
There. This is all done. House all cleaned up. Now I can do my victory garden before time to fix the children's lunch.
Where do you get your pep? I'm so worn out these days, it takes me all day just to do my housework. I'm losing weight, I can't eat properly. Even washing the dishes tires me out, and there's no help to be had.
No, we have to help ourselves these days. And that's what I did when I felt the way you do. I found out I needed more vitamin B1 and iron. So I took ironized yeast tablets. They supply both vitamin B1 and iron, you know.
But how could just those two things make so much difference?
That's easily explained. When you don't get enough vitamin B1 from your food, you may lose your appetite, not eat enough to keep up your weight and strength. And when you don't get enough iron from what you eat, you may be weak and pale and all in.
And ironized yeast supplies both vitamin B1 and iron?
Right. So if you're short on these vital substances, don't wait. Go to your druggist this very night and say,
a bottle of ironized yeast tablets, please.
And now back to tonight's Lights Out.
Cold, dear?
A little.
Let me get this around you. Kind of a wind blowing in from someplace. We should have stayed upstairs.
No. I couldn't stay up in those horrible bedrooms. I couldn't.
All right. Now, don't get upset again. Here we three are, and here we stay until daylight.
Won't it ever get light again?
Oh, no, honey. Just a few more hours. Gosh, kids are wonderful.
What?
Billy, look at him there. Asleep as if nothing had happened.
He doesn't know that anything did.
Oh, lucky kid. Oh, you just wait until that old sun starts doing this stuff. I'm going to turn this house upside down until I find out what...
Chuck.
Huh?
Wait.
Something?
I don't know. I thought I heard something sighing as if... That horrible music again.
It's here. An organ, right in this room.
But where? Where is it coming from? Where?
I don't know.
I can't stand it. I can't. Don't make them stop it.
Hurry, dearest,
playing. No one
control yourself. You'll wake up the boy,
honey.
honey.
Mom.
Billy, he's up.
Mom, come to me, Mom.
Yes, Billy. Yes, Billy boy, yes. What is it?
That funny music. Where is it coming from, Mom? I don't know. But, Mom...
It's all right, son. Stay here by me. That's the boy.
Won't it ever stop?
Won't daylight ever come?
I wish we wasn't here.
Chuck, it's getting darker.
It's all right. Just the dark before the dawn. You know.
Dad, it's getting light.
And the music's dying away.
Light. But what a strange light. Dan, is there something wrong with my eyes?
No. I see it, too.
Do you? The wall over there. A light growing on it.
Oh, Chuck, I'm afraid.
You've got to get out of here. Quickly.
Yes.
No. Wait. That wall. The light's gone through it. Beyond it. There's a room there now. A room.
Yes. Yes, I see it, too. Oh, Chuck, what is this?
Mommy, what are you afraid of?
And there's someone sitting in that room.
Yes.
It's a girl. I see her so clearly. And yet, somehow it isn't real, is it?
Look at the way she's dressed. So strangely.
So clear. And yet it's more like a picture on the wall. No depth. The flatness of the picture.
Chuck, look. There's a man coming into that terrible light.
By George, it's he.
What?
Don't you recognize him, the old caretaker?
Yes.
But now he isn't so old.
Oh, get me out of here.
No, wait. We don't dare go. Not yet. Pictures on the wall, and yet not pictures.
He's going closer to her.
Yet he's talking. Oh. And yet he hasn't substance, flesh. I know he hasn't.
Oh, it's you, Mr. Elvis.
Yeah,
Pictures talking as if... Am I insane?
You know, Mr. Elvis, and Mother doesn't like to have me talk with you.
Because I am a gardener.
Oh, Chuck, Billy.
Don't talk.
Whatever's the reason, Mr. Elvis, you shouldn't come in here when Mother's away.
Bless your mother.
Mr. Elvis.
I say bless her. I've got nothing, so I'm not good enough.
Please go.
Your papa, before he died, he promised me money. Plenty money for all I did for him.
I'm sorry he didn't leave
Your
it.
mother.
It wasn't in the will. How could she give it to
Your
you?
papa, Mr. Reynolds, he promised me.
Reynolds, they're the people that own this place.
But Mr. Hawkins said they'd all been dead for 20 years.
You drive me out too, eh?
No, please.
If I had the money your papa promised me, you wouldn't tell me to go. Maybe you would love me.
Don't. Please.
You could love me anyway, Father Reynolds. I make you love me. Make you love me.
Daddy, what is it? Moving pictures? You frightened me.
The light fading out.
And they're going with it.
Oh, what have we seen, Chuck? What?
Wait. The light. It's coming back.
Don't look, Billy boy. Here, put your head against Mother.
And look. He's killed her.
Oh, Chuck.
Standing over her. That horrible look on his face.
Chuck, another woman's coming in.
The mother.
He's turning toward us. Chuck, he's going to kill her, too.
I can't move.
I want to scream. I can't. Do something, Chuck. He's killing the mother, killing her.
What can I do? I can't move. Gone. The light goes, and they go with it.
But we saw him kill them both. Mother and daughter.
Billy didn't see.
No. He buried his head against me so tightly that... Why, Chuck.
What's the matter?
He's asleep.
Asleep?
Yes. So quietly against me. It is as if someone out there didn't want him to see that horror. Only you and I. Oh, Chuck, what was it that we saw? What?
Whatever it was, we're getting out of here. Quick, give me the boy.
Wait.
Who the...
The old man, the one we just saw kill...
The one you just saw, what?
You killed them. How? Why, I don't quite understand. But we saw you kill them, mother and daughter.
So?
Was it real?
Yes, I killed them both. Yes, I killed them. And why not? The young one gave me no love. The old one no money. He promised me, but when he died, they gave me nothing. Killed them, yes, killed them with my own hands. I killed them.
Chuck, the police.
Yes,
no,
I'm going...
No police. There were no police then. There will be no police now.
But murder. 2 women.
They know. I know. And now you know. No one else will ever...
What do you mean?
You hear? They understand.
That horrible organ music.
Their music. Night after night since I killed them. Now you know why I didn't want you here. Now you know why I must kill you.
Kill?
That gun!
Yes, with the gun. Them 20 years ago with my hands. You with this gun.
You crazy...
No, Chuck, you'll kill you. Look out!
Kill you all. I'll kill you all.
Give me that gun. Give it to me, I tell you. Give me that.
Look out! Chuck?
I'm all right. Dead. I had my hand on the gun, and then it seemed to turn in my hand toward him. As if someone...
I saw.
Billy, is he...
Still sleeping.
Sleeping. Through all that.
Blessed sleep.
The wall. It's falling out. The wall. There's the organ. The organ that was playing. And women. 2 women sitting at the keyboard.
No, Chuck. Don't go closer.
Oh, no.
Chuck, what is it?
No. I was wrong, Anne.
Wrong?
Not women. Not anymore. 2 skeletons in dresses.
Oh.
I think I know now. He killed them 20 years ago. Then walled up their bodies in there with the organ.
But what we saw, the music, how could it...
Anne, look.
They're crumbling.
Bones into dust. He's dead. Now they can have peace.
Well, Mr. Oboler?
Well, Mr. Martin? Yeah, if you want a rational explanation of the return of the dead, don't expect it from me. I conceive the stories, I write them, but if you want facts, don't expect them from me tonight. I suggest the Encyclopedia Britannica or, a visit to that old lady around the corner who says she talks with ghosts. As to whether the dead can return, once again I say we don't know, and perhaps it's better that we don't. Which reminds me of the future and reminds me of next week. Have you ever heard of alter ego, Frank?
I don't know what ego is, all right, but what's the alter?
The answer to that, after you've had your say.
Friends, if more vitamin B1 and iron is all you need to help you look and feel and act your best, get ironized yeast tablets. Now, there are cases where a rundown condition may be due to other causes. If you have any doubt, by all means consult a physician. But if your trouble is simply vitamin B1 and iron deficiency, remember, ironized yeast has been so successful in so many such cases that it's sold on this no-risk, money-back basis. If you don't begin to eat better, to look and feel much stronger, peppier, and more alive, the cost of the first bottle will be refunded to you in full by ironized yeast, Box IY, Rahway, New Jersey. Now, Mr. Oboler, what's that about alter ego? Oh, wait a minute. Isn't that the play you did a number of years ago with Betty Davis, which caused such a furor?
Right. Good memory, Frank. That was a long time ago, and so many of my friends here in Hollywood, including the illustrious Betty D. herself, have asked me to do it again, that we're going to do it once more. Alter Ego, the story of a girl's other amazing self. But that's next week.
Yes, tune in next Tuesday again for Arch Oboler's eerie story, Alter Ego. And if you need more vitamin B1 and iron, be sure to try ironized yeast. But remember, there's only one ironized yeast. You'll know it instantly by the yellow and orange package and by the big letters IY on the container and on each tablet.
The beginning of the white shoe season, but it's never too soon to start caring for your white shoes to keep them in good wearing condition. So clean your shoes with Energine Shoe White. It's made with the very whitest pigment obtainable, only the very whitest. It spreads over shoes easily, dries evenly, helps keep your shoes looking their whitest and best longer. So buy Energine Shoe White.
About this world of ours, and ever in search of the finest of its kind, we bring you the tops in spine chillers. The Creaking Door. The manufacturers of State Express 3.5 Filter King cigarettes take pleasure in presenting The Creaking Door. Good evening, friends of The Creaking Door. The Creaking Door is open. So do come here. Why are you hesitating? Oh, I see. That apparition you met in your nightmare. Oh, yes. Yes, he's here, all right. Ready to drive you out of your mind. In world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today. Young, determined-looking man steps out of his car onto the muddy dirt road and faces the bleak stone house at the end of the driveway. Hesitating a moment, he turns up his collar against the wind, then walks the long path to the forbidding door.
Keeping me out. You better write the post. I'm coming in whether you like it or not. What are you doing here? What am I doing? You can ask that. No point in arguing. Come on in. We'll talk in the library.
How did you find this place? It wasn't easy. You sorted that, didn't you? In here.
Who was it, Carl? Oh.
All right, Martha. An unexpected visit. You know my wife, Martha, don't you, Alan? Pick someone to drink, Martha.
Yes.
Sit down. We'll talk. I didn't come all the way out here to make conversation. Huh? What have you come for, then? What have you done with Julia?
Clear the drinks, Carl.
Alan? I've asked you what you've done with... Martha, perhaps Alan would prefer brandy to this. I prefer nothing. You shouldn't have done that, Alan. Those glasses are family heirlooms, very difficult to replace. What have you two done with Julia? What have we done? Am I my sister's keeper? I know she's here, someplace in this house. Don't try to tell me she isn't. I really wouldn't try to tell you anything in your present condition. Where is she? Upstairs? No, Alan. Upstairs, Mrs. Manning? Julia isn't here. What's got into you anyway? It's got into me. You made a good try, but it won't work. Julia and I are getting married, no matter what you do or try. That is your own personal business and Julia's. All I can do is to assure you that my sister isn't here. And you have no idea where she is? No. And that's what you'll tell me next. As a matter of fact, you're right. My wife and I needed a rest. We moved from town and rented this house. Not according to the age. That's ridiculous. He told me Julia's name is on the lease. I'm afraid, Alan, you've been misinformed. I'm going upstairs to look.
Carl.
It's all right, Martha. Let him go. And when I find her, Julia leaving this house with me.
Carl, he'll find her now.
I know.
He'll see what she's become.
Yes, Martha. Alan's in for the shock of his life. But there's nothing we can do about it now.
Julia, are you in here? Julia.
Please leave, Alan. Please.
Julia, what's the matter?
Just do as I ask. Please leave.
No. Why is it so dark in here?
Don't turn that lamp on.
What?
Don't touch that lamp. Keep your hands away from it.
Julia.
You won't turn it on, Alan. Promise you won't.
All right. What has he done to you, Julia?
He?
Your brother, Carl. What have he and his wife done to you?
I've done nothing. Don't you dare say one word against them. Oh, Alan. Why did you try to find me? Why?
How can you ask such a thing? Just a month ago we were to be married, and then you disappeared.
You've got to leave here at once. Just make believe you didn't find me.
What?
You've got to.
No. I'm going to find out what this is all about.
For your own good, Alan, go away. Please. Go away and never come back again.
I'm not budging until you tell me why. Why do you sound so peculiar? Why do you want to remain in the dark?
Alan, please go.
Not until you can look me straight in the eye and tell me you want me to leave.
Alan, don't turn on that lamp.
I'm sorry, Julia, but...
That's it, Julia. Now get out of here. Get out or I'll kill you.
Feeling any better now, Alan?
Yes, my face has stopped bleeding.
The gash is where she clawed you, or rather deep.
Claude?
Now, can you understand why I said my sister wasn't here?
Carl, what's wrong with her? What is it?
Alan, I know you don't like me, but please, take my advice. Forget you ever knew Julia.
What?
I know it sounds cruel, but it's the best advice I can offer you.
I'm sorry, it's out of the question.
All right. That leaves me no choice but to tell you. Perhaps, after all, it is better that I do.
Tell what?
What's wrong with Julia? I'll have to ask for your complete confidence.
You have it?
Look in the mirror, Alan.
Huh?
Look at those scratches on your face. Well?
What are you driving at?
Don't they seem strange to you?
A moment ago you used the term Claude. You said I was Claude.
Exactly. Are those marks the marks the human hand would make? Or are they not more like the marks of an animal's claw?
You're not making sense.
The sensible explanation is not to my liking either, Alan. It wasn't easy for me to face it when I first saw the reversion setting in.
Reversion? I don't follow you.
It was semi-dark in the room upstairs, but still you noticed something very peculiar about Julia. Physically, that is.
Well, she was altogether peculiar.
I mean something specific. Her eyes. What did you notice about her eyes?
She kept her face pretty well away from me, but now you mention it.
Yes?
I noticed her eyes were...
Oh, God.
They did absurd.
You noticed they were what, Alan?
They were like
the eyes of a cat.
Yes.
In the last 2 weeks, the reversion process has been stepped up, I'm afraid. Already her pupils have expanded to the full iris, and perhaps you've noticed her fear, or rather her pathological hatred of light.
Yes, I did.
Her fingers, they're virtual claws now.
Stop it, please. Can't something be done? A doctor?
We've tried everything. If a doctor were to see her now, his only recommendation would be to put her in an institution for the rest of her life. Her unnatural life.
Julia.
I know how you feel. It's quite late, Alan. If you'd like, you may spend the night with us.
Thank you.
I'll show you upstairs to your room.
It's just not believable.
I know. Too shocking to accept at first.
How?
Now can you believe, Alan? Now can you believe every word that I've told you is true? Julia.
Carl.
Julia, where have you been?
Bean? I don't know.
You promised me you wouldn't leave this room. I I've been looking all over the house and grounds for you. Now, where were you?
Oh, please don't be angry with me. Please.
I'm not angry, but for your own sake, you must do as I say. If you don't, I'll have
You'll
to...
send me away.
No, Julia. I'll just have to keep the door to this room locked.
Oh, you'll never send me away. You'll never do that.
I promised you, didn't I? Now, come on. Lie down.
Carl, Alan was here tonight.
I know.
You let him see me.
I couldn't help it. He insisted.
You're letting him stay in the house.
You'll go first thing in the morning.
You can't take me away.
You mustn't think about that now.
I scratched him. I hated him. I didn't think I could ever hate Alan.
I told you not to think about it. Everything's going to be all
Will
right.
it? Oh, will I ever get better?
Of course. Now, look. Just lie back, Julia, and I'll stroke. I'll soothe your forehead. I didn't mean
You were going to say stroke.
No,
You were, weren't you? Stroke. As you would a cat.
No, Julia, I wasn't. You mustn't put words into my mouth. You'll only make things worse for yourself.
What is it?
Julia, where were you tonight?
I know.
Were you out of the house?
I don't remember. Why?
You were with someone. Try to remember.
I can't. Why, Carl?
Never mind, it's nothing.
You're keeping something from me.
No.
You're hiding something behind you. You've got something in your hand.
That's nothing, I tell you.
Let's see what...
Now, let go. Oh, Julia.
My slipper. My slipper covered with blood.
Move in world class. Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3.5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3.5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3.5s today.
Well. They say a cat has 9 lives. Poor Julia. I wonder how many she has left.
Oh, Carl, look. Look at this.
Easy, Martha.
I came into this room to tell him breakfast was ready. I found him on the floor that way. His throat clawed open.
You'd better get out of here.
No, what happened?
Don't come in, Julia.
I heard Mother screaming.
Julia, you mustn't look.
That's why there was blood on my slipper. That's why.
Martha, help me get her out of here.
I was with Alan last night and I killed him. I killed him. She's insane. Julia really believes she's a cat now.
Wasn't that our plan, Mother, to drive her out of her mind?
It's gone too far.
Not at all. It hasn't gone quite far enough yet. You'll howl like a cat again tonight.
No, I won't. We've got to stop this right now. Oh, if she gets worse, she'll kill both of them.
That'd be ridiculous. Julia couldn't kill anybody.
But Alan...
Julia didn't kill Alan.
What?
I killed Alan.
You?
Of course. It was quite necessary.
Oh, why didn't you tell me? Why did you let
I
me...
wanted to get a legitimate performance out of you when you found his body. I wanted you to be horrified, and I wanted you to recoil from Julia, just as you did.
You're a murderer.
That's a very unpleasant thing to say. I was merely protecting my investment of time and trouble.
You didn't have to commit murder.
Oh, but I did. You see, I hadn't really convinced Alan at all.
How do you know?
I kept my eye on his room after he went up to bed. I saw him steal out and come downstairs here. I listened on the upstairs extension. I heard him telephone Peterson.
And the doctor told him what was wrong with Julia?
He explained to Alan the symptoms of her metalopia, day blindness.
And you killed him for that?
Of course.
But why?
You've suddenly turned very sensitive, darling.
I never bargained for murder.
When you want money, as much money as my sister Julia has, you must be prepared to take any step, no matter how violent.
But
what did you expect me to do? Allow Alan to tell Julia that she was suffering from an eye affliction, after I built up in her mind that she was slowly turning into a cat? Or would you choose to allow him to walk out of here and go to the police?
I don't want that money now.
You're just excited. You'll feel differently about it later.
No, I'll never feel differently after what's happened. I told you all along I had a feeling something would happen.
What could possibly happen now? Alan's out of the way. His body will never be found.
I'm not thinking of Alan. I'm thinking of your sister.
What about Julia?
Oh, I'm thinking of the terrible thing we've done to her.
It's a little late to think about that, isn't it?
I don't know. There must be something we can do.
There's only one thing you're going to do, Martha, and that is as I say.
Carl,
We're
please.
going to keep working on Julia until she's put away for the rest of her life. We're going to keep at it until I have every cent of hers. It's all right, Julia. It's all right now.
Oh, Carl.
It's all right.
It was me, Carl. I was out again, wasn't I?
No, Julia, it was only a dream you had.
You're not saying that.
It's only a bad dream, that's all.
I killed again, just like I killed Alan.
No, you didn't.
Carl, I'd rather be dead than like
No,
this.
Julia, please.
I can't stop myself anymore. I get worse and worse. Look at my hands. They're not really hands anymore. They're claws and...
What is it?
I was out.
No, it's just a dream, I told you.
It wasn't a bad dream. I did kill again. My dressing gown, look. Covered with blood.
Julia.
They'll find me now. This time they'll find me and put me away.
I wouldn't let that happen. I promised to take care of you, didn't I?
Oh, yes, Carl.
And I will take care of you always. The very best I can.
When are you going to leave her alone?
When she's beyond help completely, and only then, Mother.
I can't stand it anymore.
You stand as much as I say you can stand. Now get hold of yourself. Won't be much longer.
No, Carl. It won't be much longer.
What do you mean?
You'd better stop now. I'm warning you.
Warning me?
For your own good.
Don't be ridiculous.
You won't listen to me. You won't stop.
Of course not. The plan is perfect. Nothing could go wrong now.
Brought you some lunch, Julia.
Not hungry.
I want to talk to you.
Why did you close the door, Martha? Since Alan died, you've never closed it while you were in here. You were afraid to be alone with me.
I'm not afraid anymore. I'm here to help you.
Help me?
To get away from here.
What?
To get away from Carl. There isn't much time.
I don't want to leave Carl. He's the only one who can help me now.
No, Julia. I'm the only one who can really help you now. You must leave here tonight before it's too late.
You're trying to trick me.
No. Oh, believe me.
You're jealous because Carl is good to me. You've always been jealous.
Please listen. I'm only trying to help. If you stay here, you're lost. You'll end up in an institution. That's what Carl wants.
That's what you want. You want me out of this house so they can get me and put me away.
No, Julia. Oh, you must believe me. At first, I did want that. Carl talked me into it. But now it's gone too far. Now I only want to save you from Carl. Julia, you're not a murderess.
What?
You didn't kill Alan.
But I did. And the other people I killed.
There were no other people. Only Alan. And you didn't kill him. Carl did.
No. Carl wouldn't do that. He knew I loved Alan when I...
when I was... before this happened to me. Carl killed Alan. I swear it. I can't believe. You must. It's your only chance. Carl put the blood on your slipper and on your dressing gown. It is all a trick to drive you out of your mind. And if you don't let me help you tonight, it'll be too late for you.
They'll put me away?
For the rest of your life. Well, Julia?
You'll help me, Martha? Really?
Yes, in every way I can.
But what can you do now?
I've planned it all. Tonight at dinner, I'll put a sedative in Carl's coffee. By 9, he'll be fast asleep, and I'll be waiting in the car for you. Do you understand?
Yes, Martha, I understand. You'll be waiting for me downstairs in the car at 9 o'clock.
And by the time Carl wakes, you'll be hundreds of miles away from here, safe.
Hello, Martha.
Carl.
You seem surprised to see me, Martha. According to your calculations, I should be fast asleep at this point, isn't that right?
I don't know what you mean.
Don't waste time fencing. I replaced the sedative with a quite innocuous powder.
You overheard Julia and me.
Not at all. I had no idea of your scheme until Julia told me.
What?
Julia told me everything.
She didn't believe me.
Not a word. She thought you were only trying to trick her. You see, Martha, it was only a waste of your time and your life.
What?
Your life.
Carl.
I can't trust you any longer. That's fairly obvious, isn't it?
Carl, you wouldn't...
I've no other course now.
Oh, you couldn't kill me.
I once told you when you want something badly enough, no step is too violent.
No.
You see this, Martha?
Oh!
This is the iron claw that was used on Alan.
Carl, no, please.
After I'm finished, I'll call the police. I'll tell them about my sister.
Carl!
My completely insane sister, and the horrible thing she's done to my wife.
No.
And then I'll have everything I've worked for.
Sergeant Jackson speaking.
This is Carl Manning. I live on Windmill Road, the last house in from the highway. Please, come right away.
Manning, Windmill Road.
Yes.
Got it. What's wrong?
There's been a murder.
Murder?
Yes. My wife's been clawed to death. Julia. How did you get down here?
I wasn't in my room when you locked it.
Get upstairs immediately.
No, Carl. I'm not going back to that room again. Ever.
Julia, you'll do as I say, or I... Oh. Why did you turn out the lights?
I heard everything you said on the phone.
What?
And I saw what you did to Martha in the car.
You...
I wanted you to do that to her. That's why I told you everything.
And you did believe her?
It made no difference. It was too late for me.
Julia, I want those lights on.
No, Carl. I like the dark. Remember, I can only see clearly in the dark. But you can't see me, can you?
Julia, now, listen to me.
I can see in the dark because I'm a cat.
No, Julia.
And you can't hear my steps because I walk on cat feet.
Julia, there's really nothing wrong with you. It's just an eye affliction, that's all.
It's more than that now. I'm more a cat than a human being now. You bumped into the table because you can't see in the dark. You don't have cat's eyes like I have.
You're not a cat, Julia. You're
My
not.
hands are claws now with sharp, long nails. Nails that can rip and tear and kill.
No, it's only in your mind. You can't kill.
I'm a cat, Carl. You made me one. You turned me into an animal.
Julia, please, to turn on the lights.
You'll never see light again, Carl. Ever.
Julia.
The cat's up against the window now. Behind you is the You're in a corner and you can't get up. You're a mouse trapped in a corner by a cat.
Julia, stand back. Don't.
A mouse trapped by a cat.
Of yours.
Get the taste of new smooth State Express 3/5s today. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. It's a blend that has been perfected after years of constant research by our master blenders. And the recent development of an entirely new process which gives you an even smoother 3/5 smoke. We promise you, it's the smoothest cigarette you can get. Move in world class. Get the taste of new, smooth State Express 3/5s today.
This is your host back again. Just a reminder of our rendezvous next week. Where are we going? Through the creaking door, of course.
The manufacturers of State Express 3/5s Filter King cigarettes invite you to listen next Saturday at 9 o'clock when they will again present
The Creaking Door.
HFC, Household Finance Corporation, presents The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadow. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, it's time again for The Whistler, brought to you by the 423 branch offices of Household Finance Corporation throughout the United States and Canada. You know, friends, at some time or other, almost everybody is faced with a money problem. Perhaps many of you listening right now need some extra cash to meet an emergency, to pay overdue bills, or for any worthwhile purpose. Well, no matter who you are, what your job, or where you live, HFC, Household Finance Corporation, can provide you with the money you need when you need it. And now, the Whistler's strange story, The Professor and the Fox.
John Strickland had finished his lunch and was on his way out of the Barristers' Club when Latimer sidled up to him at the door and steered him into the bar for a drink. John was curious, of course. Latimer never did anything without good reason, least of all invite his arch-rival to join him over a bottle of 10-year-old bourbon. And as they sat there smiling over their glasses, he wondered what was on Latimer's mind. Finally, when Latimer was good and ready, he found out.
Well, if you must know, Strickland, it's a client of yours, Mrs. Fremont.
Oh?
Gilt edge, 14 carat, charming. A great lady of the old school. How long have you managed her estate, Strickland? 10 years? 15?
Long enough. Why?
Been pretty profitable, too, hasn't it? In one way or another.
Suppose we consider that my affair, huh?
Of course, of course. The point is, I had a long talk with Mrs. Fremont this morning.
You what? See here, Latimer, what right have you...
Easy, old boy, easy. It was all quite ethical. It had to do with that tragic fire out on her summer estate. You'll recall, of course, that the wife of the caretaker, Mrs. Benson, was killed.
Killed? Well, what are you talking about? She wasn't touched by the fire. The excitement was too much for her. She had a bad heart.
That's not quite the way my client understands it.
Your client?
Mr. Benson, the poor woman's husband. I'm afraid he's won me over. It was a clear case of negligence, Strickland.
On what basis?
A faulty fire extinguisher. The poor woman tried to put out the fire. The fumes overcame her.
Don't be ridiculous. I could blow that sky high in 5 minutes with one technical witness, and you know it.
You'd better find him.
I've never known you to play around with nuisance suits before, Latimer. Why are you doing it?
The Fox. That's what they call you, isn't it, Strickland? The Fox. I don't know. Maybe I just wonder how you'd look running away with your tail between your legs.
You picked a poor case for that.
I think it's a good one. So do you. That's why you're scared, isn't it?
Makes you think I'm scared.
Oh, just a hunch. Your cigarette.
Huh?
Turn it around. The cork end goes in the mouth. So long, Strickland. See you in court.
Oh, Mr. Strickland,
Yes, what is it, Miss Graham?
there's a man waiting to see you. He's been here for an hour. Mr. Benson.
Benson?
Yes. I'll tell him you're too busy.
No, wait. I'll see him myself. Well, Mr. Benson.
Oh.
I'm John Strickland.
Yeah, I know. Mr. Strickland, I come to tell
You
you...
needn't go into that. I've just talked to your lawyer. I hope you realize, Mr. Benson, that this whole business is ridiculous. I can have it thrown out of court in 10 minutes.
Well, that's why I come to see you, Mr. Strickland. I don't like it either.
What?
Yeah, I got nothing against Mrs. Fremont. Why should I want to sue her for $50,000? It ain't right.
That's a very sensible attitude.
This here Latimer, he grabbed me right after it happened, and before I knew it, I signed a complaint.
Yeah?
Now, I thought that if you and me could maybe make a little deal here without going to court about it.
Of course, Mr. Benson. Why don't you sit down here, huh?
But, Mrs. Fremont, I'm sure Mr. Strickland can see you in just a moment.
I'll only be a minute. I'm sure he won't mind.
Well, Martha, this is unexpected.
Of course, John, and I'm so sorry to interrupt. But I'm a little pressed for time this morning, and this did seem important.
Not at all.
Now, Mr. Benson...
Look, Mrs. Fremont, I can explain everything. I was just coming here to tell Mrs.
Yes, I'm sure it won't be necessary, Mr. Benson. If you'll be good enough, I'd like to speak to Mr. Strickland alone.
Yes, ma'am. Bye, Mr. Strickland.
Yes. I wish you hadn't done that, Martha.
Oh?
Benson came here to drop his suit.
I'm quite aware of that, John. He came to me first.
But why did you...
I don't intend to let him drop it, you see.
What?
He treated me unjustly, John. He made statements I consider very damaging.
But he wants to retract all that.
I've thought it over very carefully and decided that the proper place to see justice done is in the courtroom.
Oh, good Lord, Martha.
I'm sorry, John. I've made my decision. Now, that brings me to the other point.
I see.
You're aware, of course, that I've been under considerable pressure to turn my affairs over to another firm.
I wasn't aware of that, Martha.
Nevertheless, it's true. I've argued against it, of course, told them I had complete faith in you, that you'd handled my affairs fairly capably for some years now. They referred to the tax case, the $30,000.
Good Lord, Martha, I didn't have a leg to stand on.
Perhaps let's not discuss it now, John. The point is, I've agreed. that in the event you don't handle this Benson matter successfully, I'll turn the management of my estate over to Nichols and Robertson's. Good day, John.
A nuisance case, John. A nuisance case that has suddenly become more than a nuisance. For a full minute after Mrs. Fremont leaves, you stand there bewildered, unable to understand how it could happen now after 15 years. It had seemed so simple in the beginning, hadn't it, John? So easy to take advantage of your position, to divert funds now and then to your personal use, as a temporary measure. But it wasn't temporary after all. Now, at the end of 15 years, the shortage in Mrs. Fremont's accounts will run somewhere around $80,000. And there's only one way to stop it now. One way to prevent Nichols and Robertson from finding the shortage if you lose control. Your hand is shaking as you pick up the phone and dial a familiar number.
Anderson College.
Professor Greer, please.
Oh, I'm sorry, Professor Greer's left for the day.
Well, could you get a message to him, please? This is John Strickland. Would you tell him I need him as a technical witness right away?
I see. Is it urgent?
Extremely urgent. I must see Professor Greer tonight.
You have just heard the prologue of The Professor and the Fox, another strange tale by the Whistler, brought to you by Household Finance Corporation. There comes a time in everyone's life. Familiar words, aren't they? Yes, friends, and there comes a time in almost everyone's life when extra money is needed. Money to meet a sudden emergency, money to pay overdue bills, doctor or dentist bills, unusual seasonal expenses, and there's always the tax bill. Well, I would like to suggest a simple solution to your money problems. HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Household Finance and its 423 branch offices, there's one conveniently located near your home, is in the business of providing the extra money you need when you need it. At Household Finance, you may borrow the money you need and select the payment plan that suits you best. Service at Household is prompt and courteous. And remember,
HFC means Household Finance Corporation. Money when you need it.
And now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, John, it began as a nuisance case, as a suit against your client, Mrs. Fremont, for $50,000, based on the ridiculous charge that a faulty fire extinguisher was responsible for the death of the caretaker's wife. But it's more than that now. If you lose it, John, if the control of Mrs. Fremont's fortune passes into other hands, you lose everything. Your career, your reputation, your freedom. And everything will depend on the testimony of timid, quiet little Professor Greer. A trifle nervous now as he takes a cigar from the silver humidor you offer.
Put a couple in your pocket, Professor.
Thank you.
Sorry to get you out at this hour, but it's terribly important.
Oh, well, of course.
It's one of my clients, Mrs. Fremont. I'll probably have to put you on the stand to keep her from being victimized out of $50,000.
Victimized?
Yes. It all hinges on this, Professor. What's in the fire extinguisher that's called Quencho?
We keep one in the laboratory. It's principally carbon tetrachloride.
Could it kill anyone?
Kill? No, that's impossible.
It couldn't give off carbon monoxide gas, for instance?
Oh, no, of course not. It's perfectly safe.
I see. And the plaintiff is claiming a woman died of asphyxiation, inhaling the fumes of this extinguisher.
Oh, well, could it have happened in any other way?
Oh, no. What makes it more ridiculous, there was a window open in the basement of the house where it happened.
Oh, then asphyxiation is out of the question. The case ought to be thrown out of court immediately.
Well, with your testimony, I'm sure it will be. We're in court next Monday, Professor. 10 in the morning?
All right, Mr. Strickland. I'll be there.
There's nothing you can do now but wait until Monday, is there, John? Nothing to do but prepare your brief, based on little Professor Greer's testimony. Yes, you'll only produce one witness, but you're sure he'll be enough. On Monday morning, the trial opens. Latimer brings his first witness to the stand, an undertaker named Albert Morgan.
Now, Mr. Morgan, you were the mortician in charge. Did you notice anything unusual about the body of Mrs. Benson?
Yes, I did. It's my impression that Mrs. Benson died of asphyxiation.
Objection. Your Honor, the witness is an undertaker. He's not competent to make statements regarding the cause of death. That's a matter for a physician.
Sustained. Strike it from the record, clerk.
May I congratulate counsel on the wisdom of his suggestion? When I'm finished with Mr. Morgan, I intend to produce a physician. A man, I might add, of unquestioned competence.
Mr. Strickland, you don't suppose...
Forget it. I'll take care of the doctor. Dr. Hayden, you have just testified that you knew the deceased intimately.
Yes, I was her personal physician.
And as such, you were, of course, aware she had a weak heart.
I was.
And yet you have made the statement that it is your professional opinion she died of asphyxiation.
Right. The symptoms seem to indicate carbon monoxide.
Seem to indicate.
Stronger than that. I'd gamble on it.
Yes, well, we're not gambling here, Doctor. We're after facts. Could any other form of death produce similar symptoms?
Well, it's possible, but...
And yet you just testified that Mrs. Benson unquestionably died of carbon monoxide poisoning.
I said that was my professional opinion.
Yeah, but it is still only an opinion. It's not a certainty.
That's right. It's an opinion.
That's all, Doctor. Thank you. Now, Professor, will you tell the court about this chemical in the Quencho extinguisher, this carbon tetrachloride? Could this chemical have produced carbon monoxide gas when it came in contact with flame?
Oh, no. Such a reaction is chemically impossible. Though I am completely convinced she died from carbon monoxide, it must have been something other than Quencho that caused it.
Thank you, Professor.
Something
That's all.
in the house, probably in the basement where the body was found.
That's all, Professor.
Although many people die of carbon monoxide, this is a very unusual case in view of the open window,
Yes,
the free access of fresh air.
That's all, Professor.
Just a moment, Your Honor. I'd like to cross-examine.
You're a witness.
Now, Professor, you say something else might have caused carbon monoxide poisoning?
Oh, many things can cause it. As I say, this is a puzzling case. But if I could examine the premises, particularly where the body was found, I might be able to discover how it happened.
Object. If counsel for the plaintiff hasn't prepared his case before trial, he can't try the patience of this court with this kind of impromptu investigation.
That's a matter for the court to decide, Mr. Strickland. You say you'd be willing to visit the premises, Professor?
Why, of course, Your Honor.
This trial is in recess until tomorrow.
Exactly what do you think you're doing, Professor?
Why, getting to the bottom of the matter.
Oh, you are?
Yes, sooner or later, I think I'll find the chemical explanation to this strange problem.
But I don't happen to share your scientific zeal, Professor. It's against my interest to show them anything on the Fremont premises that could have caused that woman's death.
But in the interest of justice...
All right. You've got me over a barrel, Professor. What's your price?
My price?
Call it your fee, if you prefer. What about 5,000?
You mean... you're trying to bribe
All right.
me?
10,000.
Well, I'm afraid you don't understand, Mrs. Strickland. I couldn't accept any amount if it means concealing the truth.
All right. Just do me one favor, will you?
Why, of course.
Go on out and make your investigation, but tell me what you find first before you tell anyone else. Will you do that?
Why, certainly, Mr. Strickland. I'll call you the minute I get back.
It's a frightening thing, isn't it, John, to discover such an honest man. A man without a price. And you've not only discovered him, you can't get rid of him. In spite of all your efforts to head him off, little Professor Greer is bent on finding out exactly what killed Mrs. Benson. and then going on that stand in the morning and telling the jury about it. Your fear of the little man grows as you wait, with each maddening moment bringing you closer to exposure. And then, shortly after 6 o'clock, the phone rings.
Yes?
It's Professor Greer, Mr. Strickland.
Yes.
I'm sure everyone will be pleased. I've just written up a report on exactly what happened out there.
I see. Well, would you say that it's favorable to my client, Professor?
My report won't help your client, I'm afraid. But then I'm sure even Mrs. Fremont will be happy to know the true facts.
Yes, of course. Have you discussed them with anyone else?
Oh, certainly not. I gave you my word, Mr. Strickland.
When can I go over this report with you?
I'll come over right away, Mr. Strickland. 10 minutes. Now, you see, the poor woman's body was found close to an air conditioner.
There's certainly nothing dangerous about that.
Not ordinarily, Mr. Strickland. But it uses a gas, the fluorochlormethane. The heat from the fire caused this gas to expand, and the pressure increased until it burst the metal of the air conditioner.
Well, how could that cause carbon monoxide poisoning? There was a window
It's
open.
that window that's thrown us all off. You see, the fluorochlormethane is, oddly enough, a gas that needs air to become poisonous.
What? Are you trying to tell me that fresh air can kill a person?
Under the circumstances, yes. You see, this gas breaks down in the presence.
Professor, I don't understand any of this.
Well, perhaps I'm not explaining it clearly enough, Mr. Strickland. Well, let me see. Let me put it another way. As the fire grew in intensity and the flames burned close to that...
But he doesn't have to explain again, does he, John? It's all too clear now. The nuisance suit is lost. Mrs. Fremont will turn her affairs over to Nichols and Robertson. And you know what that means. Your embezzlement exposed, disgrace, the end of everything you've worked for. This Professor Greer, John, this threadbare, prattling, weazened-up nobody is going to ruin you unless you stop him now.
Further, Mr. Strickland, you see, the air from that window actually helped kill Mrs. Benson. That open window became a little...
Professor, I'm sorry. Perhaps it's because I'm tired. I don't know, but none of this makes any sense to me at all.
Well, perhaps if you read my report yourself. It's in my briefcase out in the car. If you think it'll help, Mr. Strickland, I'll run out.
No, I'm sure it won't. Professor, would it be asking too much of you to drive out there with me again? Show me what happened right on the scene.
You mean tonight?
Right now, yes.
But of course. Yes, I'll be glad to go, Mr.
Fine. Could we take your car? Mine's in the repair shop.
Oh, mine's right outside, Mr.
Oh,
Strickland.
well, I'll get mine. I appreciate this, Professor. I do want to get this thing cleared up one way or the other.
Oh, my, I hate driving these mountain roads at night.
Yes, so do I. There's a side road that cuts in here somewhere, Professor. Might save us some climbing.
Oh, really? I didn't notice it driving back and forth today.
If you've got a flashlight handy, we'll check the next road sign.
Oh, there's a flashlight there in the glove compartment.
Oh. Yes, this will do fine. All right, Professor, pull up for a minute.
But I don't see any sign, Mr. Strickland. Are you sure?
Stop the car. It's right over there. I'll throw the light on it for you.
I don't see a thing. I think we'd better just stay right...
You look down at him, slumped over the wheel. Reach for the briefcase in the back seat. Get out of the car and walk around to the other side. You turn the wheel towards the edge of the cliff. Leap back as the little car begins to roll forward. An hour later, you let yourself into your apartment, pull down the shades, and then turn to Professor Greer's locked briefcase lying on your desk. It'll only take a minute now to open it and destroy the reports, John. And once that's done, the rest will be easy. Then...
Yes?
It's McLeod, John. Headquarters.
Headquarters.
You stop for a minute, frozen, and then shove the professor's briefcase under the desk. Try to compose yourself as you walk to the door.
Well, hello, Lieutenant.
I'm glad you're still up, John. Thought I might have to hoist you out of bed.
Oh, what is it?
Well, I'm always thinking about my pals, you know. I thought you'd appreciate a little favor, John, with that damaged suit on your hands.
Favor?
Mm-hmm. About Benson.
What about Benson?
Well, your worries are over, John. You can forget the damage case. We finally broke him down.
Broke him down?
Uh-huh. His wife didn't die by accident out at the Fremont place. Benson murdered her.
What?
Insurance.
Good Lord.
He was the last guy in the world to want to sue the old lady, but I let him move too fast for him. Had him thinking it would be a cinch $50,000. Oh, and another thing.
What's that?
He didn't stop with his wife.
You mean there was someone else?
Yeah. Just a few minutes ago, while he was at it, Benson also confessed to the murder of Professor Greer.
Professor Greer? Why, I don't understand.
Oh, it's very simple. You see, the professor was out at the Fremont place all afternoon, snooping around, writing reports. Well, Benson says he was sure the professor found the answer. That he was ready to put the finger on it. So
he told you all this?
Well, we're pretty good at convincing a guy when we have to be.
Yes. Well, excuse me a moment. I'd like it.
Sure, John, sure.
Your knees are weak as you stumble out of the room to the kitchen, hoping McLeod will write it off as shock at the news of Professor Greer's death. It's a puzzle, isn't it, John? They might be playing cat and mouse with you. Why would Benson confess to a murder that you yourself committed not 3 hours ago, John? Why? The report, McLeod said. Benson knew there was something incriminating in that report. Yes, by the time you come back into the room, you know that before you make another move, you've got to get into that briefcase and find out Professor Greer's report. It's still where you left it, leaning against your desk when you return to McLeod.
Sorry you won't join me, McLeod.
No, not on duty, thanks. And I thought you might ride over to headquarters with me and get the story from Benson himself.
Not tonight, I'm afraid. Professor Greer. I have no idea how hard this is.
Oh, yes, I know. He did a lot of technical work for you, didn't he?
I feel guilty in a way. He was working for me.
Yeah, that's right.
You going down there now?
Mm-hmm. Oh, and I better get a move on, too. Are you sure you won't go with me now?
No, I couldn't, McLeod.
Oh, of course, I understand. Well, at least you can forget about the damage suit.
Well, I appreciate your coming.
Oh, forget it.
Good night.
Good night.
Briefcase.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with a strange ending to tonight's story. Now we'd like to introduce a gentleman standing by in your community to speak on behalf of your own household finance representative. Now, back to The Whistler.
Yes, John, it's unbelievable, isn't it? A grim kind of joke. Benson has just confessed to the murder of Professor Greer, a man you killed not 3 hours ago. And as you fumble frantically with the lock on the professor's briefcase, you know that somewhere in the report inside there's bound to be an answer. You wonder what's going on down at police headquarters now. Whether they suspect the truth. Whether this is all a plot to crack you. What Benson down at police headquarters means by confessing to 2 murders.
I already told you. Why do you have to keep asking me again and again?
We've only started, Benson. Now, you say your wife died of asphyxiation from that broken air conditioner. How did you get her down to the basement?
Sleeping pills. She was out
All
when
right.
I carried...
So you thought you'd covered with the fire. Then the professor got whacked.
He knew the answer. I saw him snooping around, writing things in a book. And by then, I was crazy, ready to do anything.
You're still crazy. How could you have killed Professor Greer when he only died a couple of hours ago, while you were right here in custody?
Well, his car went off the road, didn't it?
Yeah.
You seen the car?
Not yet. Highway Patrol just called it in.
Well, you'll figure it out when you see the car. I told you, I used to be a demolition man, Sergeant. There was a reason that car went off the road.
And what was that?
Well, he must have fiddled with that briefcase. I rigged a bomb in it. Anyone who pulled the cover open would have been blowing the bids.
Let that whistle be your invitation to listen to the Household Finance Corporation program, The Whistler, each week over these stations. This is Ken Niles speaking for HFC and reminding you, never borrow unless you must. But if you have to borrow, do it the right way at HFC, Household Finance Corporation. Featured in tonight's story were John McIntyre and Howard McNear. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen, with story by Sidney Brenthal, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. The Whistler is heard in Canada over the facilities of the Dominion Network of the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. That whistle is your signal for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Yes, friends, it's time for the Signal Oil Program, The Whistler. Rated by independent research, the most popular West Coast program in radio history. And Signal gasoline is tops, too. Tops in quality. It takes extra quality, you know, to give you extra mileage. And Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. So look for the Signal circle sign in yellow and black that identifies friendly dealer-owned Signal stations from Canada to Mexico. And now the Whistler's strange story. Wedding Gift. It wasn't according to the rule book, but somehow Chris didn't care. Here on the day before the wedding, the groom had dared to call on the bride at her apartment. And both of them, standing in the middle of the room in each other's arms, threw tradition and the latest edition of the Book of Etiquette out the window and were happy.
John, darling.
Happy, Chris?
Oh, I'm in heaven. I'm not supposed to see you today, dear. Will you make it right with Mrs. Post?
She'll understand.
While you're at it, you might as well fix up the wedding dress with her.
Well, what's wrong with that? I saw the dress in the store. I liked it.
So you went ahead and picked it out for me. Oh, that reminds me, darling. You've got to go now. The dressmaker will be here any minute.
Well, if you insist. Oh, by the way, I'm being married tomorrow. Church of the Pines. Do drop around. Love to have you.
I'll see if I can fit it into my schedule.
It's been a long time coming, Chris. An uphill fight against poverty and squalor and the commonplace. A fight that turned a nobody into a somebody in a few short years. A battle that took you to the topmost rung of the ladder and made your name a synonym for career girl. Yes, it was a brilliant fight, Chris, and it will end tomorrow in shining victory in your marriage to John Gray. There's music inside you now, a song of triumph, as at 5 minutes before noon, you wait for the dressmaker to arrive with your wedding dress. And just 5 minutes later, the song suddenly changes to an ominous one as you open the door for her.
Marion.
Hello, Chris.
Why, Marion. Darling, it's been so long since I've seen you. I thought it was the dressmaker, that's why.
It is. I'm the dressmaker, Chris.
Well, Marion, I didn't even know you were in town.
I saw your order in the file. Made it a point to get the assignment.
Well, good heavens, it's been years.
Yes. Since you and Father...
I'm trying to forget that now, Marion.
I wish I could forget it. You've come a long way since Denver, haven't you? Up and forward, the Horatio Alger girl.
That is over and done with.
Not for me. It'll always be there in front of me. The picture of you worming your way into my father's affections until he thought you loved him. Until he told my mother he was through.
Marion, will you
That
please?
was number one. The step number one, wasn't it? The girl secretary who wanted to go places and wouldn't let anything stand in her way.
Your father was a very irrational man, Marion.
I remember hearing you say that before. To the coroner.
I had nothing to do with his killing himself.
Of course you didn't. They called it suicide. And it was all a coincidence that Father had just signed over the controlling interest in his business to you the week before.
Marion, I'm very sorry about all this. I've tried to be pleasant. Just won't work. Please take the dress and go. I'll make other arrangements.
I don't think you will.
Why not?
The man you love has his heart set on this dress. He might wonder why you changed your mind. I'd be only too happy to tell him. Now, let's get on with the fitting.
Get the dress out.
All right. There. You like it?
Yes, of course.
Long, white. Reminds me of the one Nora was wearing.
You'll get around to that sooner or later.
I wonder where Nora is now, Chris. I wonder what she's doing. What she can do now that...
Stop it! Stop it.
All right, Chris.
Why must you hate me? Why?
Hate? It's a terrible, practical hate, Chris.
What do you mean?
I mean that standing here, right now, if someone put a gun in my hand, I'd kill you.
With the prologue of Wedding Gift, the Signal Oil Company is bringing you another strange story by The Whistler. Incidentally, if we of the Whistler cast sound a bit on the excited side tonight, there's good reason. Tonight marks the beginning of the 5th consecutive year for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Even through the summers when so many programs go off the air, Signal Oil Company has continued The Whistler, and steadily its popularity has grown, so that for many months The Whistler has ranked tops in popularity among all Pacific Coast programs. Well, believe me, we of the cast are mighty grateful for your loyalty, which has made this record possible. In fact, there's only about one thing I can think of which could make us any happier. That is, if when you stop at a Signal service station, you'd mention to the operator that you listen to his program, The Whistler. That would make both him and us feel as pleased as a driver who has just tried his first tank full of Signal gasoline. And now, back to The Whistler.
You've come a long way since Denver and the years of struggle. Those other years. That other life you've conveniently locked up in a cabinet and filed away to be forgotten. And that's why it hit so hard. This coincidence that struck like a thunderbolt when Marion Lance walked out of the past. Now of all times, when your hopes, your dreams, everything is reaching fulfillment in your marriage to John Gray. Naturally, there's nothing else but the wedding on your mind during the ceremony. But after it's over, after the congratulations, the well-wishers, the champagne at the reception, after all that, there's still an intangible feeling of dread, even as you sit next to John driving off on your honeymoon.
Well, Mrs. Gray?
Yes, John?
You're awfully quiet. Aren't you at all curious?
About what?
Where we're going.
Well, on our honeymoon, I suppose. I like to be surprised.
You will be. I'm taking you up to my sister's place in the mountains.
Oh, I didn't know you had a sister.
We didn't have much time to find out about each other, did we? After all, 3 months.
We did rather rush it along.
I might be perfectly horrible when you get to know me.
I love you, John. That's all that matters. And you love me, don't you?
I married you, didn't I? Uh-oh. Better pull into this restaurant.
Oh, what's the matter?
This car isn't acting right. You can run in and have a sandwich while I take it over to the garage, huh? This is the last stop before the mountains. I'd hate to have anything go wrong.
All right.
Chris.
Yes?
There's nothing wrong, is there? Somehow you don't seem yourself.
I'm sorry, John. I guess I'm just a little tired. The wedding, you know.
Sure. All right, go on now. Run over to the restaurant. You'll feel better after a good hot cup of coffee.
John,
What is it?
Nothing. Nothing. Go on, dear. I'll see you in a few minutes.
You're away from Marion now, Chris. She's somewhere behind you in the city, and yet you know it isn't over. But now it's catching up with you. Somehow you've got to prepare for it. Sooner or later, John is bound to find out. And you're wondering what to say to him as you slide into a booth in the roadside restaurant. Idly pick up a menu, unconscious of the man who walks quietly up to the table. You feel his presence there even before you look up at his face.
Edgar.
Hiya, Chris.
You startled me for a moment.
Sorry. You don't mind, of course, if I join you?
How have you been, Edgar? It's been a long time.
Yes, it has, but I'm getting along, Chris, somehow.
I'm glad.
Sure. I heard you were getting married.
The wedding was this morning.
Yeah, I was just having a drink on it. Sorry I missed it.
Edgar, what are you doing here?
I plan to have dinner. Anything unusual about that?
No, only I saw Marion Lance yesterday. She worked on my wedding dress.
How nice of her. How is Marion?
She came to the wedding, too. Or did you already know?
Always sparring, aren't you, Chris? Wanting to be sure of your ground. Well, what's so odd about seeing two old friends? You've certainly got plenty of them around.
Then you didn't know about Marion. The two of you.
What is it, Chris? You worried about your husband? Think he'd object to us?
Certainly not. My husband loves me very much, Edgar.
He'd probably object to Nora, too, don't you think? Well, what about Nora, Chris? Ever see her anymore?
Not for some time. Sorry, Edgar, but I must be leaving. John is probably...
Oh, no, Chris, don't run off. Not when we got so many things to talk about.
I haven't time now.
The model agency, for instance. How's it doing? Thriving as usual?
I no longer have the agency.
Well, neither have I. But I'm sure it went out of your hands at a nice profit.
Business is business, Edgar.
Not that kind. No, Chris, your way of operating was something else. Something wonderful, I thought at first. Was I a fool? Does it still hand your laugh?
I never laughed at you, Edgar. I've always been very fond of you.
You know, I really believe that. Once. I didn't know it was all part of a plan. A plan to steal my business away from me, gaining my confidence while you destroyed the confidence of my clients.
That's not true. You shouldn't have started drinking so heavily. That's what ruined everything for you.
Can you blame me for that? Watching you take over everything and not being able to do anything about it?
You can't blame your clients for not being willing to listen. You weren't responsible.
Well, after you came along, I wasn't. No, Chris, you were good. You did a thorough job, a neat, clean job of taking everything and tossing me out in the snow.
Edgar, you're raising your voice.
All right, Chris. All right, I'll lower it. Because I shouldn't tell the whole world that if I had the opportunity, I'd kill you.
Let me go. Leave me alone, Edgar. I've done nothing to you.
His laughter follows you across the room, doesn't it, Chris? But as you reach the door and glance back, you see that he hasn't moved. That for some reason he remains at the table looking after you as you rush outside.
Chris, you didn't have to come after me.
John, I'm really not hungry. I don't want to stop for dinner. Can't we go on?
Well, I'm not too happy about the car.
Well, it'll be all right. I've been getting a headache, John. You know, all the excitement, I feel much better riding along.
Well, it'll make you feel any better.
Oh, it will, John. I know it will. John.
Yeah?
I guess I'd better tell you I have been worried.
Well, I was right then.
Dear, you know, whatever success I've had has been made from almost nothing.
I admire you for it.
I'm glad. But along the way, John, no matter how hard I've tried to be fair, I have made enemies.
Well, that's a natural thing, isn't it?
I just wanted you to understand. To know that, well, you might hear things about me from time to time, you know? Maybe even meet people who say things you won't like to hear.
Oh?
John, if that should happen, will you come to me? Will you hear my side of it?
I said I wanted to marry you, Chris. No one can ever change that.
Darling, you're the most wonderful thing that ever happened to me.
Well, let's not even talk about anything else, Chris. Besides, I've got deep, dark worries of my own.
Oh?
This car. I don't like the way this motor's missing. Everybody on the road's passing.
Well, are we almost there?
Yeah, it's just a few more minutes, and it's a good thing. Well, here we are, Chris. What do you think of the place?
Oh, John, it's beautiful.
My sister usually stays up here the year round.
Oh?
Come on, keys on the porch.
I had no idea it was going to be so isolated.
Afraid of your husband?
No, it just seems so far away.
Yeah, here's the key. Yeah, my sister says it's like her own little world.
Huh?
I believe it. May I?
Oh, John.
Hmm?
Oh, John. Across the threshold. New life. I'm so happy, John.
Well, I'm glad you're in a good mood, Mrs. Gray.
Makes it easier to tell you I've got to leave for a while.
Leave?
That car, believe me, we just limped in. If I don't have it taken care of right away, we'll be here all winter.
Was that bad?
Well, it's very impractical. I'll just run it into the village. Be back before you know it.
Oh, do you really have to, John?
All right, go on. Say it. Men are all alike. Think more of their automobiles than of their wives.
I won't say it if you'll kiss me.
Sure.
Darling, please don't be gone long.
Don't worry. Just make yourself at home. Look the place over.
He waves as he drives away, Chris, and you stand looking after him for a moment. Then you close the door, start across the big living room toward the stairs. You wonder idly about the fire already going in the hearth, and then stop at the sound of voices from the next room.
Yes, I passed them on the road, too.
Too bad you missed the wedding. Very interesting.
At first you think you're imagining things, that it's because you have Edgar and Marion on your mind.
She told me about
But the voices continue, and you feel yourself drawn as if by a magnet to the other room.
Interesting talk at a little roadside inn.
Did you remember Nora to her? I'm sure she's wondered about Nora.
They're sitting there talking idly.
No. Oh, it can't be.
They don't even look up as you stand there. Marion's hands continue to manipulate a pair of long, heavy knitting needles. Edgar's moves slowly across the barrel of a hunting rifle he's cleaning as he talks. As you walk toward them, you tell yourself that you must fight down your terror. Try to bluff it through with the calm you've always shown before.
Very much about poor Nora. She had a... Hello, Chris.
Well, Christine.
Would you two mind telling me exactly what you're doing here?
We meet so often of late.
Yes. How nice.
Isn't it?
But surely you're not our hostess. Where is she?
I don't know what you're talking about, Marion. My husband and I are spending our honeymoon here, and we
It
certainly...
all sounds like some sort of dreadful mistake.
What a shame, Edgar. And you'd hoped to stay on and do some hunting. You've wasted time cleaning the rifle.
Oh, I don't know.
Obviously, there's been a mistake. I don't want to seem rude, but I must ask you both to leave.
But, my dear, we were invited.
Yes, we have as much right here as you.
That's ridiculous.
Perhaps, but true, and we're staying. Aren't we, Marion?
Oh, I wouldn't drive that mountain road again without a night's sleep. Impossible.
I see. Well, you must have something in mind. Let's get to it. I know how you feel about me. You think I've done wrong.
We do, Chris.
And I think I've done absolutely nothing wrong. In a business transaction, that would put us at an impasse. However, you're both old friends.
Thank you, dear.
Now, I want to see the right thing done.
Exactly why we came, Chris. Our very feelings.
You're not going to anger me, Edgar, or frighten me.
No? Strange. I had the feeling that you're trembling so inside you'd almost like to scream.
You're wrong, Edgar. Let's have a drink, shall we? I'll go fix it.
Delighted.
Bring soda for mine, Chris. I never learned to drink like Edgar.
I'll get them right away. Phone. Where's the phone? Oh, here. I'll just get through to someone. Operator, listen closely. I can only say this once. This is Christine Gray. My husband, John Gray, is at the garage there in the village.
Yes, Mrs. Gray.
Get a message to him. Tell him I'm in danger of my life. And please, if you can't reach him, send someone up here right away. White Oak Lodge.
I know the place, Mrs. Gray. I'll have someone up there very soon.
Oh, thank you. Oh.
You've never been so thankful to anyone as to that operator, have you, Chris? Because Edgar is right. You're trembling so inside that you could scream. And as you set up their drinks, your hands shake almost uncontrollably. But the knowledge that someone, maybe even John, is on the way steadies you. And you're able to act composed as you join them again in the other room.
I'll just set the tray here. We can all fix our own.
Good.
We were talking about Nora, Chris. You said you hadn't seen her for some time.
No, I haven't.
Well, she was in the hospital for so long, I guess quite a number of her friends forgot.
I didn't forget, Edgar.
No. Of course. You were busy.
Well, it's just as well. Chris never liked to look at unpleasant things.
Poor Nora. She's not a pretty sight.
Steve doesn't even know where she is, you know.
Her husband?
Yes.
It was a terrible accident.
Was it, Chris? I'd like to believe that.
So would I. But it solved things much too conveniently, Chris.
I don't know what you're talking about.
She was the only one in your way, wasn't she? And Nora had a charm and beauty about her that couldn't be ignored.
Only destroyed.
You're drinking too much,
A
Edgar.
match, one tiny little match dropped on an inflammable dress.
Stop it, Edgar.
It must have happened so fast.
She almost burned to death.
I tried to call the others. It was too late.
Yes, you waited a few moments too long, didn't you, Chris?
I told you it was a hideous accident. Everyone believes me.
Everyone except Marion and Nora and me, Chris. We know better. We're three people who know that you haven't any right to live. Now, if you'll excuse me.
Where are you going?
My drink's a little warm. I believe the ice is in the kitchen.
What is all this, Marion? What are you going to do?
I thought I made that clear yesterday when I brought your dress.
You can't mean...
That's exactly what I do mean. At the moment, I don't know which of us it will be. But for what you've done to us, one of us is going to kill you. Tonight.
You've no right to condemn me this way. No matter what I've done, you're not justified in killing me.
Perhaps not, Chris. But sometimes hatred goes beyond the bounds of reason.
Oh, of course, my husband will be back in a minute.
I'm sure that doesn't worry me, Chris. Certainly it doesn't bother Edgar. And least of all, Nora. If she were here, you...
Well, you are jumpy, aren't you, Chris? I wasn't sure it was possible.
I'm not staying in this house. I'm going outside, you understand? And you're not stopping me, neither of you.
You're not going anywhere, Chris.
Please, go, you
Get back in that chair.
That won't do any good. No one can hear you this time, Chris. There's no one to lie to this time.
Wait. He's back. You're wrong, Marion. You're wrong. There is someone. It's my husband. Did you hear? He's back. I got a message through to him. I fooled you, Edgar, again. I fooled you.
Chris.
Darling, you came back. Just in time, John. You're just in time.
The Whistler will return in just a moment with the strange ending to tonight's story. Meantime, let me give you a clue toward solving another mystery. How to make today's shrinking dollars buy more value. When it comes to your gasoline dollars, if you want to be sure you're choosing the gasoline that gives you the very maximum in performance and mileage, there are just two things to remember. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. Yes, it's a fact. Your best yardstick of gasoline quality is mileage, the thing Signal gasoline is famous for. After all, in order for a gasoline to give you more miles per gallon, it has to help your motor run more efficiently. And when your motor runs more efficiently, naturally you enjoy quicker starting, faster pickup, smoother knock-free power. In other words, the superior performance you expect of a superior gasoline. That's why we say, to be sure of the tops in gasoline quality, just remember two things. One, in gasoline, it takes extra quality to go farther. And two, Signal is the famous Go Farther gasoline. And now, back to the Whistler.
It seems far away now, doesn't it, Chris? The danger, the terror there by the flickering fire as Marion and Edgar calmly announced they were going to kill you. And you're safe in John's protective arms, sobbing like a frightened child. Somehow he'll understand, Chris.
Somehow you can explain away those two vicious people standing quietly at the other side of the room.
It was awful, John. They were going to kill me.
Christine.
The hateful, jealous people, John. They resent my success.
Chris.
What?
Chris, I want you to meet my sister. I picked her up tonight at the telephone office. She's the operator you talked to a few minutes ago. On the telephone.
Nora.
Hello, Chris.
John. Nora?
You knew her as Nora Lancaster. Her maiden name was Gray.
Nora. Nora, your sister. Oh, we're afraid.
Yes, Chris. You didn't destroy my voice. That's about all you left me.
John. John, what is this? What are you doing?
I'm going now, Chris. If my car will get me down there, I'm going down to the village to notify the police. You can stay here with your friends.
It'll be too late. John, you love me. You said you loved me.
I never said I loved you. I said I wanted to marry you.
You know what you're doing, John. You said... Yes, you do know. You're part of it, too.
We were helpless, all of us, until you made one mistake, Chris. You fell in love with me.
John, that's why...
That's why I married you, yes.
John, listen to me. I didn't mean it, John. I didn't think what I was doing. I was poor. I couldn't stand being poor, John. I couldn't stand not having a family I could be proud of. I worked and I slaved, John. I never wasted a cent. I never wasted a moment. John, I never let anything stand in my way. John!
Your husband is gone, Chris. And this is his wedding gift to you. This house and the three of us.
Let that whistle be your signal for the Signal Oil program, The Whistler. Each Wednesday night at this same time, brought to you by the Signal Oil Company, marketers of Signal gasoline and motor oil and fine quality automotive accessories. Signal has asked me to remind you, to get the most driving pleasure, drive at sensible speeds, be courteous, and obey traffic regulations. It may save a life, possibly your own. Featured in tonight's story were Betty Lou Gerson, Jeanette Nolan, John McIntyre, and Arnold Moss. The Whistler was produced by George W. Allen with story by Merritt Stone and David Clark, music by Wilbur Hatch, and was transmitted to our troops overseas by the Armed Forces Radio Service. Next Wednesday, for a full hour of mystery over most of these stations, tune in a half hour earlier. Enjoy The Saint, as well as The Whistler. This is Marvin Miller speaking. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Quiet, please. Quiet, please. The Mutual Broadcasting System presents Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper and which features Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please for tonight is called Little Fellow.
me do something you can't do. I can walk under a table. No, I mean standing up straight. Well, you got a table? I'll show you. You're not looking in the right place. Down here. See? 2 feet 3 inches, that's me. Major Theobald J. Arkwright, the smallest man in the world. With capital letters, the smallest man in the world. For 25 cents, a quarter of a dollar, fine thick nickels, you can come and stand and gawk at me like all the other full-size goons. And snicker at the cute little man on the platform. And ask the dumbest questions in the world. And I have to smirk back at you and be polite when I give the $802 I got in my grouch bag to brain each and every one of you. Preferably with a sponge. Well, it'd take longer that way. Now I can walk under a table. Hot stuff, huh? Yeah, but what the heck, it's a living, isn't it? I got a job while you birds have to think twice whether you spend the 2 bits to take a gander at me or save it for a loaf of bread for tonight's supper. So don't laugh at the midget, fellas. You look just as funny to me as I do to you. You know what I mean? I got friends, see? Now stack mine up against yours. Like Darling, for instance. Hey, Darling.
What?
Meet the folks, Darling.
Not to the folks.
Lovable people, Darling.
Sucker.
Darling loves practically everybody.
I live off a sucker.
Well, that's what I said. Darling's a magician, pals. Darling saws ladies in half. And boy, would I give a quarter to see him saw some of you gals in half. Now in little bitsy pieces. Some of you dames that stand in front of my platform and leer at me and whisper and tee-hee and grin at me with your great big ugly mouth. Yeah. Now give a flock of quarters for that, darling. Okay, so I sound better, huh? Well, Palsy, how would you sound if practically everybody you know is 3 times as big as you? Take it easy. I'm not going into my song and dance for you. Just you think about it sometime while you're resting. It'll give you the willies. Yeah, midget's got no dignity. You get introduced to a full-size character and he giggles when he shakes your hand. You do it too. Yeah? Did you ever read Gibbon's Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire? Well, I did. You write poetry? Well, I do. And I get it published. Publisher doesn't know I'm a midget. You got 14 suits of clothes? Well, I have. All right, I said I wouldn't gripe, only... gosh, it'd be something to be able to look a beautiful girl in the eye sometime. Without tilting your head back like you're gaping at that thing on top of the Empire State. Looking her in the eyes and not have her put on that silly smile girls keep for puppies and kittens and cute babies. You know what I mean? No, I guess you don't. Well, hand me the cigar box, darling. Well, then take one yourself. These are Corona Belinda's, pals. These 60 cents a copy. What do you smoke?
I know what's griping you, Major.
You think you do, huh, darling?
Girl trouble.
Yeah?
Yeah.
It's none of your business, Bud.
Oh, is it?
Did I say something about your business?
Jennifer.
Lay off of Jennifer.
Jennifer's a nice girl, mate.
I think so.
Being a fat lady ain't a bad racket.
Yeah, you get to sit down a lot.
She in love with you, too?
What's this love stuff?
Answer the question.
So she is, so what?
She's a nice kid.
Also, she's about 10 times as big as me.
Would you marry her? If you was her size?
Huh? Well, I would want to be a little bit taller, darling.
Sure. Say like 3 times as tall as you are now.
Yeah. Yeah, that'll be okay.
Uh-huh.
Well, shut up. I'm a midget. I'm going to stay a midget.
Oh?
I wish there was something to this here magic racket of yours.
You mean?
And have you make a magic pass in Alakazam on full size.
Yeah.
About the only way I'd ever get to be.
That's right.
So let's talk about something else, huh?
You're really in love with Jennifer, huh, Mabes?
For the record, darling, I am beating my brains out about her.
You love her.
Yes, I do. Now, shut up.
Mate, I'm gonna do something for you.
For how much dough?
For free.
Let me up. I'm choking.
This here thing is an ancient Egyptian genuine scarecrow.
Claudia gross from Mills Brothers.
This is legit magic, Major. This is an ornament from the royal robes of Cleopatra, the beauteous siren of the Nile, handed down from father to son in an unbroken generation from the days of the pharaoh.
Here's your dime. I'll buy it.
It's yours, Major. You use it.
What's it for?
You get 3 wishes with it.
You get your 3?
Yep.
What was they?
Never mind what they was. You use it. It's yours.
Okay, thanks, darling.
I wouldn't give that thing to everybody, Major.
Okay, you want to play some poker?
Be careful with that thing.
Said you want to play some poker?
Listen, lay that thing on the table there where you can't reach it.
Why?
You think I'm going to play poker with a guy that's got 3 wishes in his mitt? How stupid can you get?
Well, anyway, it's a pretty night. Better be a pretty night after dropping $46 to that old bet. I should play poker. I should play marbles or something. Nuts. I'm going to sit down and smoke a cigar and look at the moon. Yeah. Oh, boy, Jennifer. Oh, Jennifer. Gosh, if I was only a full-size guy. Now, you're swishing, though. Jennifer, baby. If I was a full-size guy, I could get a job. And I wouldn't have to have people staring at me all day and all night. And I'd earn enough dough so you wouldn't have to be a fat lady anymore. And we'd have such a swell time. Fat girl and a midget. Terrific breakfast. Nuts. Oh, golly, look at that moon. I sure wish Jennifer was here. Oh, Jennifer!
Ouch.
Well, where did you come from?
What? Oh, Major. I was sound asleep. And all of a sudden, boom, here I am.
Oh, I didn't see you coming. Did you walk in your sleep, darling?
What? Oh, my goodness, my nightgown.
Will you freeze to death? Here, take my coat.
I'll put it over my head. Oh, my goodness, I don't know how I got here.
No kidding, darling?
No kidding. I'm asleep, and then I'm here. Oh, what a bump. Good thing I'm well padded.
Oh, you poor darling.
Oh, I gotta go back. I can't sit here on the beach in my nightgown, for heaven's sake.
No, certainly not. No, indeed, Jennifer. You catch your death of cold or something, darling.
Yes, I gotta go back.
I'll walk you back, darling.
This here is the most mysterious thing I ever heard of.
Gee, I'll say it is. Shall I walk you back?
Oh, goodness, no. What would people think if they seen me and you walking along the beach in my nightgown?
Yeah. Well, gee,
Well, pardon me, dearest. I must have been somnambulizing.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
What?
I was just thinking of something lovable.
Do you love me?
Huh?
I said, do you love me?
Implicitly, dearest.
I love you also. Good night, little fellow.
Good night, 400 pounds of sweetness.
402.
Oh, lovable. Congratulations.
It's my new diet. Good night.
Good night, dear.
I still wish I knew what happened.
It was a pleasure, Dumpling.
Sir?
Listen, dear, before you go, just one question. If I was a full-size fellow like, would you marry me?
I'd marry you right now, sugar, the size you are. I love you, sweet Oboler.
No. If I was like 7 foot high.
Oh, boy. Kiss Mama good night.
Good night, honey.
Good night, baby.
Oh, boy, what a girl. Oh, boy, what a girl. Oh, boy, what a girl. Oh. Now, listen. Maybe that was an accident. Maybe Jennifer was walking in her sleep. But if she was, she sure arrived with a bang. Could it be? You suppose it could be? Well, by golly, if it was, sure. Cleopatra's gimmick in my pocket. Okay, Cleo. Let's see how magic you are. Wait a minute. I'd better get out of here in the open where I won't bump anything if it works. Okay. Yeah, now. I wish I was 3 times as big as... Hey, look at me. I'm 7. Hey, my clothes. I exploded right out of them.
Hey, who's that?
It's me, darling.
Oh?
Jennifer.
What are you doing running around this time of night?
I've been somnambulating.
You have?
I was asleep, and all of a sudden, boom, I'm sitting on the beach alongside the Major. In my nightgown yet.
What you talking about?
I'm telling you the truth, darling. I never walked in my sleep before, neither.
Did that idiot waste one wish?
Sir.
You wasn't walking in your sleep, Jennifer.
Well, I never did before.
You didn't this time, neither.
I didn't. How did I get out there, then?
He wished you there.
Sir. Are you crazy?
No. That's what happened, Jennifer.
I'm crazy?
It's magic, sweetheart.
What kind of magic, darling?
Little thing I gave the Major.
Yes?
Genuine Egyptian scare rat, handed down from father to son since the times of the pharaohs. Used to be Cleopatra.
Yes?
Yep. Get 3 wishes with it, see? He wished you was there. You was there. How do you like that?
Aha.
How?
Aha. That's what he was talking about, asking me if I'd marry him if he was full size.
That's what I give it to him, bro. To wish himself up, see? Gesundheit. You better go in.
I'm going. And I'm going to get dressed. And I'm going to go find the Major and watch him wish.
I hope it'll work.
Oh, gee, I better hurry up.
Gesundheit.
Hey, darling.
Huh?
Is she gone?
She went down the hall to her room.
Good.
What's the matter with your voice?
I'm freezing to death.
Well, come on inside.
Why, I can't unless you're sure she's gone.
Why?
Why, I exploded right out of my clothes.
You what? All right, come on. She's gone.
No.
Well. Don't.
What? Well, I just said I wish I was 3 times as big.
Don't say it.
Huh?
It didn't work that time. Hey. Why didn't it work?
Well, how could it? I ain't got it.
Huh?
Well, I told you I busted out of my clothes, didn't I? Heck, they're in a million pieces down there on the beach, and the gimmicks with them. Lend me a bathrobe, will you?
Oh, goodness, where is he? Where can he be? It's so dark. Oh, Major. Major. Yeah. We were right here by this palm tree once. Oh, there's so many palm trees. Oh, goodness, I did catch cold. Major! Oh, where in the world? No, it couldn't be here. Ouch! Oh, I keep sinking down into the sand so far. Major, where are you? Oh, heavens, here's where we were. I can tell. I remember this palm tree. Oh, I fell in a hole. Oh, well, that's where I landed before. Now, where is he? Major? Major? Where are you, little fella? What are all these rags here? My gracious. You suppose some fish could have had him? Oh, and left all his clothes here in rags. Oh, heavens. Oh, my goodness, what's this now? Looks like an iron beetle. Oh. He dropped the genuine Egyptian scarab that was handed down from all the pharaohs and Cleopatra and stuff. Oh, golly, he didn't get to wish. Oh, heavens, I can't bend over to see these rags. Oh, no, he'd be wearing his suit. He went back to the boarding house to wish, and he forgot his wisher. Oh, my gracious. I know what I'll do. Oh, goody. I'll make his wish for him. Oh, boy, will he be surprised. Oh, my darling little fella. Now you're going to be a big man. Oh, I wish he was 4 times as big as he is.
What happened, darling?
My gosh! You expanded me!
My goodness.
Well, hey, pull your feet out of the window. Let's see what... Good golly, boy.
Look. I busted the window.
Well, it's a wonder you didn't bust down the whole house.
Yeah.
My gracious, I never seen such a big man in all my days.
Well, all of a sudden I grow.
Oh, Jiminy Cricket.
Look at me.
Well, how did you do it?
I didn't do a darn thing. I was just standing here and kabundle. I'm here in the room and outside both.
I hope nobody heard it. We'll have the cops.
You and your magic. I could bust your nose.
Hey, don't hit me, Major. Don't hit me. Just squash me.
Well,
Major, listen.
Don't call me Major anymore. I got promoted.
Huh?
Listen, unfix this, darling.
I can't unfix it, Major. Colonel?
General. Why can't you?
I had all my 3 wishes. Besides, I ain't got the gimmick.
Well, somebody must have it.
Huh?
Somebody wished me this big.
Jennifer.
Huh?
I told Jennifer about the gimmick. She said she was going to go out and find you again and what you wish.
Well, then, she must have found it in what?
That must be it.
Well, all we got to do is find her and have her wish me back to where I was.
Sure. Let's go look for her.
Good grief, darling. I can't get out of the room. I'm pretty near 30 feet high.
Yeah. I see what you mean.
Go get her quick, will you? I'm all cramped up. Heck, I can't stand this. This is worse than being a midget.
Well, move your hand, then. I can't open the door. Stop it.
Who's that?
Is that you, darling? Is the Major there?
Well, part of me.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh,
he's been enlarged. Oh, darling, what's happened to you?
Nothing's happened to me, Jennifer.
No, I mean my darling. What's darling been doing to you, darling?
Listen, Popcorn Ball. Did you find a little thing like a beetle out there on the beach? If that's where you've been?
Yes, I was.
Did you?
I'm getting confused.
What's that thing in your hand?
Oh, the iron beetle. It's the wishing thing.
Yeah. Well, listen, honey bun. Did you make any wishes?
Well, I only wished you to be 4 times as big as you was, dearable.
Yes, but I was already 3 times as big as I was.
You're confusing me again.
Well, listen, honey, I wish myself first, and then you wish me. Give me the thing. I got one more wish to get back to normal.
You got to?
No, I wished you out there on the beach with me, see?
Oh.
Give me the gimmick, darling. I'm all cramped up.
Oh, goodness, yes, sweetheart, you take it. And wish quick, will you? I don't like you very well this way. You holler so.
Just lay it in his hand, Jennifer.
Yes, goodness, here.
Oh, boy, oh, boy. Oh, boy. Stand back, everybody. I wish I was back to normal size again.
Oh, look. You're a midget again. Oh, Major.
Now look what we've done. You, darling, what kind of dirty magic is this?
My gracious, Anna, no, Major. Only I think you ought not to have said normal size. This is your normal size.
Oh, boy, I am a dead pigeon.
Oh, no, darling.
Right back where I started. Gee, Jennifer, I'm sorry.
I love you, Major.
Yeah, but you don't want to marry a midget.
Oh, Major, it's so confusing.
You and your magic, darling.
I told you to be careful of the 3 wishes, Major. I told you. You remember that?
Here, Jennifer, take this darn thing and throw it away.
Oh, golly gosh. I wish I was a midget, too.
Oh, Jennifer.
Oh, Major, where are you?
Oh, you're all tangled up in your dress, sweetheart. Wait, I'll help you. There.
Oh, Major, at last. We're both the same size. Isn't it wonderful?
Do you think so, Jennifer?
Oh, I love it, dearest of all. How I look.
Oh, you look wonderful to me. Oh, but, sweet potato, you're a midget.
I know it. And I love it.
Well, if you don't like it or something, Jennifer, you still got 1 wish left, you know.
Oh, gracious, I have, haven't I?
Oh, Jennifer, you're not... you're
Give
not...
Gimmick.
Oh, Jennifer.
I wish we were married right this minute.
Where are the people that wanted to get married?
Huh? Who are you, mister?
Why, I'm the Justice of the Peace. And by a strange coincidence, I happen to have a marriage license in my pocket. Now, where are these people, if you please?
We're down here, mister. Hey, look. We can do something you can't do. We can walk under a table.
You have listened to Quiet, Please, which is written and directed by Willis Cooper. The Major was Ernest Chappell. And Betty Gard played Jennifer, Lon Clark was Darling, and the Justice of the Peace was Pat O'Malley. Music for Quiet, Please is composed and played by Albert Berman. Albert April is our sound technician. Now, for a word about next week's Quiet, Please, here is our writer-director, Willis Cooper.
It would certainly be a great surprise to all of us, including myself, if we didn't have a Christmas story for next week. This one has a somewhat unusual setting. It's Berlin, 1945.
And so, until next week at this time, I am quietly yours, Ernest Chappell. Quiet, Please came to you from New York. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Sanctum. This is your host, inviting you in through the Creaking Door. Come in, won't you? We're having a bit of a demonstration here tonight. Presto, the magician, is sawing a corpse in half. And for an extra fee, he'll saw the halves in half. But we'll have to take up a collection of quarters. Don't worry. He won't go out on a limb. Not your limb. He's strictly a torso man, only more so. And if you ever want him to decapitate anybody, remember, he gets $5 a head.
Tonight's Inner Sanctum Mystery, Over My Dead Body, is an original radio drama written by Robert Sloane and stars Larry Haynes in the role of Robert with Vera Allen as Mary.
Ready now, friends. You've heard of dead men who turn over in their graves, haven't you? Well, tonight's story is about a grave that turns over on a dead man. The casket was ordered from the local undertaking establishment. It was delivered to a private mausoleum on the estate of old Mr. Edgar Finley. But when it arrived, his housekeeper couldn't understand
understand why the eccentric old gentleman had purchased it.
Mr. Finley, did you order a casket?
Yes, Mary. I ordered it. I told them to put it downstairs in the crypt of the mausoleum.
But what do you want with a casket? Who is it for?
Me?
What?
Now, don't be alarmed, Mary. I'm not nearly as eccentric as most people seem to think. I need that casket.
Why?
Because I'm going to die tonight.
Mr. Finley, what are you saying? I'll call the doctor.
No. You don't understand. There's nothing wrong with me, Mary. I just want to be sure my money falls into the right hands when I die.
Oh, don't talk about dying, Mr. Finley.
I've got to consider it, Mary. I've got to make sure the bulk of my estate will go to the most deserving person. I'm going to make believe I'm dead. That way I can find out a great deal more about my prospective heirs.
You mean you're going to get into that casket and be closed up in the mausoleum?
Oh, I won't be closed up for long. Just long enough to make it look real. Then I'll ring the bell for you to let me out.
But still...
Now, don't be so frightened, Mary. This one. There's a wire running from this room to the mausoleum.
Oh, Mr. Finley.
I'll connect it up with the casket before you close me in. And whenever I need you, I'll just ring the bell.
No, I won't let you do it.
Mary, you'll do as I say. Now, stop being such a sentimental old fool and get yourself a pencil and a piece of paper. I want you to take down the addresses of my niece Eleanor and my cousin Robert. You'll have to send them telegrams in the morning.
Telegrams?
Notifying them of my death. Don't you understand, Mary? Mr. Edgar Finley has just passed on.
This way, Mr. Robert. The casket is down here in the crypt.
Oh, thank you. Careful on these stairs, Eleanor. It's not very light.
I can see. Only I wish you hadn't brought me down here. I don't want to look at Uncle Edgar's casket.
I do. I think it's only decent for us to pay our respects. When was he laid to rest, Mary?
This morning.
Mm-hmm. It all happened very suddenly, didn't it? I mean, nobody ever knew he was sick.
Well,
what did he die of?
His heart, Mr. Robert. It gave out on him.
When?
Good heavens, must you ask me all these questions?
I've got a right to know what happened. Eleanor has too.
But I told you he died during the night.
Without any warning? The doctor say it was his heart?
Yes.
Well, it seems awfully strange. He never complained about his heart before.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking. Was an autopsy performed on the body?
No.
I see. Where's the casket?
Right here, Mr. Robert.
Well, don't stand there. Aren't you going to open the lid?
Well, no. What for?
I want to see him. Why do you think I came down here?
But you can't open a casket.
You can raise the lid.
Oh, Robert, no.
Don't be a fool. Got to make sure he's really down here.
Don't you believe me?
No. Raise the lid.
Mr. Robert.
Raise it, I said.
All right. I'm not lying to you, Mr. Robert. You can look inside now.
Thank you.
Is he there?
Yes. I guess Mary was telling the truth. I'm sorry.
That's all right.
You can lower the lid now.
Yes, sir.
What's the matter, Robert?
Oh, nothing. I was just thinking how strange he looked. It was just the way he looked in life.
All right, Mr. Finley, I hear you ringing. I'll come to you right now and let you out.
Mary?
Oh, good evening, Mr. Robert.
I want to talk to you, Mary.
I'll be back in a minute.
I want to talk to you now.
Honestly, Mr. Robert,
Don't get excited. I know all about it.
About what?
The trick. What's it for? Roger Finley isn't dead. Why is he lying in that casket?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Don't lie to me. I can see him breathing underneath the glass. Why are you making believe he's dead?
I'm not. I'll talk to you later, Mr. Robert.
Stay where you are.
No, I've got to go to him. He'll suffocate in there if I don't.
I said stay where you are.
Please, didn't you hear that bell? He's ringing for me.
Let him ring.
But the casket is locked from the outside. He'll die if I don't let him out.
Wouldn't that be just too bad?
Mr. Robert, you wouldn't let him die.
Wouldn't I? As far as I know, he's dead already.
But he isn't dead. I'm telling you he isn't.
I can't hear you.
Let me go. He'll be buried alive.
What if he is? When he really dies, I stand a very good chance of inheriting some money.
No, I won't let you kill him.
Oh, I'm not killing him. You are, Mary. You're the only one who knew about this arrangement with the bell. And if you open your mouth about it, the police will arrest you for murder.
Mr. Robert, please. Don't let him die. Don't.
Take it easy, Mary. Won't last very long. Well, just let him keep ringing. Till he can't ring anymore. Bill, stop ringing. It's all over now.
You killed him.
Be quiet.
You let him suffocate in there without lifting a finger to help him.
Stop it, will you?
You won't get away with it.
Would I? Who's going to stop me?
Your mind will stop you and your conscience. You'll hear that bell ringing in your mind as long as you live.
Shut up.
You'll hear it, Robert, day and night. You'll think about him in that casket, tortured and gasping for his last breath. You'll never be able to forget.
I told you to shut up. What's that? What's that bell?
He's still alive.
No, he can't be. I locked the casket with my own hands. There isn't enough air in there to breathe. That's not the same bell. It's a telephone.
You see how it tortures you, Robert? You see how it preys on your mind?
Don't talk about it. Answer that phone.
Yes, sir. Hello?
Hello, Mary. This is Mr. Cadman calling.
Yes, Mr. Cadman?
I'd like to speak to you about Mr. Finley's will. As you know, I was Mr. Finley's attorney, and something has come up that particularly concerns you.
Can I speak to you later, Mr. Cadman?
Huh? Oh, why, certainly. I'll be home all evening.
Thank you, sir.
What does Cadman want?
Something about the will. He wants to speak to me.
Why didn't you find out what it was?
I didn't think you'd let me talk. You're so nervous about that bell.
What's the matter?
Listen. Can't you hear it?
What?
The bell. It's ringing again.
I don't hear anything.
It's him ringing the bell. He's still alive.
No, you're just trying to frighten me.
It's there, I tell you. I can hear it.
You're lying.
Listen, Robert, listen.
I don't know. What happened?
I saw a face at the window.
Where were you?
In the library. It was just outside. It was like a ghost. Oh, don't be scared, Miss Eleanor. It was probably the gardener. No, it wasn't. It was Uncle Edgar.
Hurry, Mary, hurry. Before Eleanor finds out we've come to the mausoleum.
I don't know why we did come, Mr. Robert. It won't ease your conscience any to see his body.
Don't argue with me. I've got to know. I've got to find out if he's still in the casket. All right. Now quick, unlatch it and open the lid.
Open it yourself. You killed him.
Mary, I'm warning you not to annoy me anymore. My nerves won't stand.
What's the matter, Mr. Robert? Do you still hear that bell?
Open the casket.
All right. I'll open it. Do you want to raise the lid, or shall I?
Never mind, I'll do it. He's still there.
He's there, all right. Only this time he's dead. This time his tortured body is tightened up and twisting from gasping for air.
Stop it.
What's wrong, Mr. Robert? Are you afraid to see what you've done?
Close the lid.
Look, Mr. Robert, look. He's rolled over in his grave.
Get those bells out of my mind. They're driving me crazy. Why don't they stop? Why can't I make them? No. Please, stop. That's better. That's better. That's the way it's got to be. That's got to be silent in my mind. There it goes again. That bell, he's ringing it from his grave. I've got to stop him. I've got to cut the wire. Mary, where are you?
In here, Mr. Robert, in the living room.
You're ringing that bell.
What bell? I can't hear anything ringing.
What? Stop now.
It's your mind, Mr. Robert. There wasn't any bell.
Don't lie to me.
You've been ringing it all the time, haunting me with it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Where's the wire? Where is it? Where's the bell?
Right over here.
Give it to me.
Mr. Robert,
Give it
look
to
out.
me, I said. I'll fix it so it won't ring again. There. Disconnected now. It won't ever ring. No, I can't see. It's another bell.
There's only one, Mr. Robert.
You're doing it. It's a trick. You're doing it with your foot. You want me to lose my mind? Let me go. You see? It isn't ringing anymore. Go. I warned you not to torture me, Mary. I told you my nerves wouldn't stand. Gonna stop you from ringing that bell. Now you will stop. I'll never hear it anymore. No. Make it stop. Make it stop!
Now, as we find Robert hovering over the body of dear Mary, the bell is still ringing. Quickly, he drags the body behind the sofa in the living room. And as the bell stops, he hears a door open behind him and footsteps in the hall.
Who's there? Who's out there?
Why, it's I, Robert. Mr. Cadman. Nobody answered the front door.
Oh, were you ringing the bell?
I've been ringing it for some time. That's why I took the liberty of letting myself in. Where's Mary?
Mary?
Yes. Why are you looking at me like that? For heaven's sake, what's going on here tonight?
Why?
Well, I called Mary earlier in the evening about Mr. Finley's will. She said she'd call me back, but she never did.
Why, I don't know why not.
Well, neither do I. I've been phoning here all evening, but nobody answers the call.
Oh, that's what the bells were.
What?
Nothing.
Yes, Robert, I've got to speak to Mary about some very important business. Where is she?
Why, I don't know.
Well, you'd better find out if you...
Now, look, what do you want, Mr. Cadman? Make it short. Mary's gone into town, and I'm busy.
Too busy to find out about your inheritance?
Why, no.
I thought that might interest you. The will is supposed to be read tomorrow morning, but it won't be read unless I speak to Mary. It won't even be opened.
What do you mean? You can't hold up that will. You can't stop us from getting what belongs to us.
I can't, but Mr. Finley can.
Mr. Finley?
Yes. He made a last request before he died.
What?
That the will is not to be read unless Mary opens it herself.
Mary?
Who's there?
It's I, Eleanor.
What do you want?
Oh, Robert, why are you in Mary's room?
I'm looking through some papers. Mary's gone away for a few days, and Mr. Cadman said the will couldn't be read unless she opened it. She must have it here.
The will? Uncle Edgar's will?
Yes. Well, don't stand there staring at me. We've got to find that will.
But Mary hasn't got it.
How do you know? Where is it?
Well, Mr. Cadman must have it. He was Uncle Edgar's attorney.
Well, then why does Mary have... The bell. The bell is ringing again.
Maybe it's Mary. Maybe she's come back.
No. It's from across the hall from Mr. Finley's room.
I can't understand why a bell should ring in Mary.
I've got to find it.
Wait. What's this start?
I don't care. I've got to know why it rang.
Robert, please don't go in there.
Why not?
Because he wouldn't want you to disturb his room.
Don't be a fool. Someone's working against us, Eleanor. Someone who doesn't want us to inherit that money.
Who?
Well, Mr. Cadman, maybe. He'll be just like him. There it is again.
It's over here, Robert. It's right beside the bed.
What? It's the bell that was downstairs. The one I yanked the wires from. It's been connected again.
Who could have connected it?
I don't know. But I'm going to have a talk with Mr. Cadman. Wait for me, Eleanor. I'm going to find out about that will.
I'm sorry, Robert. I'm not at liberty to show you the will. No one can see it without Mary's permission.
Get up.
What?
Get up, I said. Open the safe.
Put down that gun, you fool.
Dumras, I tell you, open the safe. No argument, Cadman. I mean every word I say.
All right, Robert. I'll open the safe.
Be quick about it.
Certainly. Why are you in such a hurry?
Because I don't trust you. I think you know too much. About you? About old man Finley. I think you were in on the plan from the very beginning with Mary. I haven't the faintest idea what you're talking about. Come on. Isn't that safe open yet? It will be in a moment. Now, what do you want? What do you think? The will. Give it to me. Robert, you're making a great mistake. I'll be the judge of that. Disregarding Mr. Finley's... Give me the will. Very well, Robert. Here you are. I warn you, I'm going to report this to the police. Oh, no, you're not. You're not going to report it to anybody. Yes?
You took a long time getting back. Did you speak to Mr. Cadman?
Yeah. I spoke to him. He was going to raid the well in the morning.
Wouldn't he let you see it?
No. What are you doing out here, Eleanor?
Waiting for you to get back. I've been going over the outside of the house, tracing those wires.
What wires?
The ones from that bell upstairs. They lead to the mausoleum. Right in through the stone wall.
Really?
Don't you think that's strange? I mean, why should wires run from the mausoleum directly into the house?
I don't know. Your Uncle Edgar was a pretty eccentric guy.
But a bell, Robert. Why would anybody want to set up a bell in the house so that it could be rung from the mausoleum?
Well, look, let's mind our own business.
It is our business. There's something funny going on, and I'd like to know what it is.
Well, we'll figure it out in the morning.
No. It's got to be done now, before we go back into the house.
Why? What's your hurry?
Mary hasn't gone, Robert. I don't know where she is, but she hasn't really gone.
How do you know?
Well, her clothes and everything. They're all in the room. She hasn't even taken her bath.
Why, that doesn't mean anything.
It does to me. I think something's happened to her. Robert, I think we ought to call the police.
Now, don't be silly.
I think we ought to have them investigate those wires.
What for?
Just to be on the safe side. Is there any reason why we shouldn't call the police?
Well, no.
Well, then let's go inside.
No, wait a minute. Now, look, we don't have to call anybody. We can investigate those wires ourselves.
Just the two of us?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Well,
Now, come on. You just show me where those wires are.
No, I don't want to go back there.
What are you afraid of? Nothing's going to happen to you.
Go on my own.
Now, come on. It'll just take a few minutes to check on those wires at the mausoleum, and then we can come back and call the police.
No.
I'm not going to let you have your way, Eleanor. I want to see about those wires. And I wouldn't think of leaving you all alone in that big house.
Give me my arm.
I don't want to hurt you here, but you're going to come with me. Are you ready?
Yes. Yes, I'm ready. I can't see a thing, Robert. Why are you making me go down into the crypt?
The wires, Eleanor. They led down here. We've got to find out where they're attached on the inside.
Wait.
What's the matter?
I thought I saw something pass in front of me.
Keep walking. You're just stalling for time.
Stalling? What do you mean?
Don't you know? Don't you realize you have to die?
Let go.
I can't afford to let you live, Eleanor, or you'll find out too much. You'll put a rope around my neck.
Oh, Robert, please.
Don't fight me, Eleanor. It has to be just the way it was with Mary and Cadman.
You killed them.
They didn't want me to get the money. They were in my way.
I was in your way, too, Robert.
Who's there?
Me, Robert. Your cousin. Edgar Finley.
Hey. No. You're dead.
I would have been. If I hadn't protected myself against a murderer like you. One side of that casket comes off, Robert. It opens from the inside.
You just don't believe you were dead.
I had to, as soon as I found out what you were trying to do. And I never expected you to murder anyone else. Run for the police, Helena, quick.
Come back here.
Run.
Stop or I'll come after
You
you.
won't do anything of the kind, Robert. You'll stay with me.
Will I? Didn't you know I had a gun, Mr. Finley?
You won't get out of here, Robert. I won't let you out.
Come on, Mr. Finley. Come on, get the rest of it.
Very well.
Let go of my neck. Let go. Let go.
Robert. I'll never let go.
This way, officer. Right down these stairs.
It's awful quiet down there. I must have gotten out.
What is it, officer? Oh.
Got an outlook.
What? Oh, they did it?
Yeah. Both of them. Mr. Finley was shot. Up close.
Robert killed him.
Yeah, must have. I can't understand how. Good Lord. Mr. Finley killed him, too.
What?
His hands. They stiffened around Robert's neck. He died that way. Choking him.
He saved my life.
Guess he realized it all right. Look. There's a smile on his lips.
I am the spirit of the demon tree.
£3 on the Jack diamonds.
You should tear your money up, Humphreys. It would last you longer.
Perhaps you're right, Crane. But this way I get a sense of honest toil. I say, isn't anyone else betting?
Oh, let's quit. I'm tired of losing.
Oh, look here, old girl. Could I loan you a few pounds?
No, thank you, Crane. I have enough to get me back to London. If we ever do get back.
Now, why do you say that, Clara? It's only a matter of a stage getting through here to the resort, taking us out of this beastly place.
Beastly place is right. Why people come here for a rest is more than I can determine. Honestly, I've never spent such an uncomfortable week in all my life.
Well, think of me. I've been here 3. So have you, Humphreys.
Look here, you two. It's 3:00. They're expecting the stage around 8 tonight. What do you say the 3 of us go for a bit of a walk through the forest?
I say, why not? Oh, here comes Danvers. Perhaps he'll join us.
Anything to get away from this place. Good afternoon, Danvers.
Greetings, good people. I take it you're no happier than when I left you a while ago.
The place is as gloomy as a morgue. We've just agreed to take a walk in the forest back of the inn. You're invited to come along if you like.
Sounds like a good enough way to pass the time.
Oh, good. And we all go together. Besides, I'm quite interested in that forest out there. You remember, of course, the story the night clerk told us last evening?
Yes, I don't like him. He talks through his nose. People should talk through their mouths.
No. I mean, what he told us about the forest.
What about the forest? I didn't hear it, Humphreys.
Well, the clerk said it was a gorgeous place. Lots of beautiful foliage, vivid colors, clear water lakes.
But nobody goes there. So beautiful.
That's just it, Clara. You see, people have gone there and never come back.
Rubbish. A lot of nonsense. Why, the clerk is just superstitious, that's all.
I am inclined to agree with you, Danvers. Why, he even told us an absurd story about a tree out there in that forest that's supposed to strangle people.
Strangle them? How?
Oh, I don't know. With its branches, I suppose. Just some absurd legend that people around here like to believe.
I believe it's more than just a legend, Crane.
Eh?
And what makes you say that, old man?
Here. I talked to the clerk again later last night. He dug out this old newspaper clipping for me. Read it, Danvers, aloud.
Old is right. Almost illegible.
Well, read it.
It says, London, England, April 21st, 1857. It is reported that Sir Horace Wakefield, Earl of Dorset, was found strangled last night in Barlow Forest. His body was discovered entangled in the branches of a huge oak tree.
Oh.
Go on. Read the rest of it.
Earl's death recalls to mind the weird tale of the witch of Barlow Forest, who is said to have lived in the 16th century. An evil old hag who, upon having a falling out with Sir Thomas Holly Wakefield, cursed him and warned him that any of his descendants who entered Barlow Forest would surely perish.
Charming old girl, wasn't she?
No. Don't scoff until you've heard the rest of it.
Go on, Danvers.
She also added that any person or persons with the Wakefield descendant would also die. She is said to have planted an acorn smeared with her own blood. The acorn is supposed to have grown into a towering oak capable of moving about from place to place in Barlow Forest. Sir Horace is the sixth of the Wakefield line to have perished by strangulation in the forest.
Thomas Hurley Wakefield. I wonder.
You wonder what, Crane?
My mother's name was Wakefield. I was just wondering if she was related to Sir Thomas.
Oh, of course not, Crane. It's just a story.
What an extraordinary story, didn't you say?
Well, yes. Wouldn't do very well as a bedtime story, would it?
A demon tree. I wonder if we could find it.
Well, let's have a try, shall we?
I'm game.
Don't let anybody say I'm not.
Then let's go. Oh, Humphrey's going along. I say, Humphreys, are you daydreaming?
No, I was just thinking. Wouldn't it be odd if the whole thing were true? If we all went in there and didn't come back.
Well, do you gentlemen see any way we can get into that forest?
It's as dense as Father Time's beard. Doesn't seem to be an opening anywhere.
I think we can get in over here.
Oh, all right. Coming, Danvers.
There seems to be a footpath over here. Only one along this line of the forest. There, see?
Oh, yes, you're right. Come on, I'll lead. We'd better remember the way back. It would be hard to get out of here if we didn't know where this opening is.
Don't worry, I'll remember it. I'm good at landmarks.
Go ahead, Clara. I'm right behind you.
I say, do any of you feel that?
Feel what, Danvers?
A chill. I feel like it's 20 degrees colder in this place.
I feel that way, too.
So do I.
It's naturally cooler in the woods where the sun doesn't shine.
But not this much cooler.
I don't like this place. I'm for going back to the inn.
Oh, let's get on ahead a little ways. I say, it is pretty in here.
Pretty or not, it gives me the creep.
It isn't the kind of cold caused by climatic changes.
What was that, Denver?
I said it's a different kind of cold. It's the kind that creeps up your spine when some evil comes over you.
Oh, now, Danvers. You're just letting that newspaper story play on your mind.
Wait a minute, Look! That tree there in front of us. It looks like a human giant.
Jove! You're right, Danvers.
I could swear it moved just a moment ago.
It did move. I saw it, too.
That's the strangest looking tree I ever saw. Look at that bark. I wonder if...
Crane! What's wrong, man?
I just touched the bark of that tree, and it didn't feel like bark at all.
What?
No, it felt like human skin.
Here, let me feel it. My heaven, it's true. It does feel like skin, warm and smooth and soft.
Yes. It feels that way to me, too.
Here, Humphreys, you touch it.
No, thanks.
Go ahead, Humphreys. Feel it.
I have no desire to. You see, I'm sure you're right.
What's that?
I feel that this is the demon tree of Barlow Forest.
Humphreys. I think we've seen enough of this place, haven't we? Let's get back to the inn.
Yes, let's.
All right. Come on.
I say, wait a minute. Have you noticed how dark it is? All of a sudden.
The sun's behind a cloud, probably.
It's impossible to see the sky through this foliage.
It is darker. I can hardly see where I'm walking.
Are you quite sure this is the right way? I don't remember this clearing.
I don't either.
Wait a minute. By heaven, this isn't the way.
Must be. We're on the path, aren't we?
No. No, I don't think we are. It's so dark. Do any of you have a flash?
I certainly don't remember this clearing. I think... What was that?
What was what, Crane?
You'll think this is foolish, but I swear I felt the branch of a tree brush across my face and shoulder.
That's impossible. There's not a tree within 50 feet of us.
But I felt it, I tell you. It rustled like a branch covered with leaves, and yet it felt warm and soft, like human flesh.
Are you sure?
Yes. Look, we're lost here. It's dark as night, right in the middle of the afternoon. And we've lost the path and that tree.
Easy, Crane. Keep your head, man.
I'm getting out of here. I'm not going to stay here and be murdered.
Crane! Stay with us.
No. I'm going to find a path and get out of here.
Crane, stay here. We'll find a way back.
I don't want to stay here and die. I want to get away from this place.
Crane, don't be a fool. Crane!
Gone.
Now he is in for it. We're better off by staying together.
I don't know whether we are or not.
Listen!
It's Crane.
Sounds like he's strangling.
Come on!
Oh, we couldn't have gotten far.
Right over here, I think.
Now, take it easy now. Be careful.
Oh, there he is.
Yes. Stretched out on the ground. Like he was dead.
Look at him.
Oh.
Marks on his throat. Like hands would make.
That wasn't done by hands. See? Stains on his skin. Green stains.
Thomas Wakefield Crane.
Oh, what a horrible way for him to die.
Clara, that tree. This is where we first saw it. Now it's gone.
Humphreys, you're right. This is where it was. I'm sure of it.
Then what's happened to it?
The important question is, what are we going to do with Crane?
We'll have to leave him here till we can find a way out of this place.
Poor Crane. It happened so quickly. One minute he was with us, and the next...
We warned him not to leave us. Now, the three of us had better stay close together.
Oh, yes, for heaven's sake, let's not get separated.
And do come on. There's nothing we can do for Crane now. We've got to find our way out of here.
It doesn't seem right.
leaving him there.
It's all we can do. Come on.
How do we know which way to go?
We don't. All we can do is keep moving and hope to find the path again.
Oh, it's horrible. Wandering about like this, like nothing but a group of marionettes.
Controlled by what strange puppeteer?
What's that, Humphreys?
I said, controlled by what strange puppeteer?
Humphreys, surely you don't think we've been purposely led into this?
Who can say?
Oh, now, Humphreys. Crane went off the deep end. We've got to keep our heads.
We found a way in. Surely we'll find a way out.
Yes. Yes, we did find a way in. But what about the chill? The darkness?
There's some explanation. Perhaps a storm is coming up. Yes, that could be it. Couldn't it?
Storms don't rise that quickly in this part of the country.
And the darkness. It came down on this forest like a shroud.
Yes. Came so quickly. Reminded me of how a corpse must feel in his coffin when the lid is put over it.
Look here, Humphreys. I'm about fed up with that sort of talk.
Only a fool refuses to face the facts, Danvers. You know this isn't any ordinary situation we're in. The chill of winter in the summertime. Darkness in mid-afternoon. And a tree that strangles.
It was probably just an accident, Crane's death.
Why don't you stop trying to tell yourself that the tree was only an imaginary thing? We all know that it's real.
Humphreys.
And as alive as any of us. The bark did feel like human flesh.
Danvers. Humphreys. Look.
What is it? A glow of light there ahead of us.
It's the tree.
There. Now, what do you think, Danvers? Look. It's the tree moving along in a glow of phosphorescent light.
Good heavens. It's the same tree.
It looks like a human giant.
It was nowhere near here. It was back there.
Do you two see what the tree is carrying?
It's carrying Crane. It's got him tucked up under that huge branch that looks like a human arm.
It's fading now. Disappearing again.
Fading away. Yes. Gone. He's gone.
Now do you believe, Danvers? Now do you admit that the tree is alive?
What else can I believe? I don't know.
Danvers, look out!
He's fallen into a water pit.
Help! Humphreys! It's quicksand!
Humphreys, he's sinking.
Help! I'm into my waist! Get me out of here!
Stand still, Danvers. You just sink deeper.
Quick! Help me out of here! Get something I can grab onto!
Here, Danvers.
Danvers, grab the end of that pole. Here, let me help Humphreys.
Grab it, Danvers. Grab it.
The pole, Danvers. Grab the end.
I
You are.
can't. That tree branch! It's stinging me!
Good Lord. Listen, Clara.
A tree branch. But we can't see it.
I can't get near the pole. The branch keeps stinging me back.
Humphreys, do something. He's up to his shoulders now.
I can't make it. I can't help. Save me! Save me!
He'll go under the quicksand and strangle.
Danvers, there's nothing I can do.
That tree! The demon tree! There's no saving from it.
He's gone.
Poor devil. Didn't have a chance.
Humphreys, we've got to get out of here. We're all doomed. It's the Wakefield curse.
Clara, stop it.
It is the curse. We're helpless. There's nothing we can do to save ourselves.
Clara, stop it.
Humphreys.
Now, we can't give up. We've got to find a way out of this place. Follow me. Be careful where you step. Whatever happens, keep your head, Clara, for heaven's sake.
so tired. We've walked for hours.
I say, it's getting a little lighter. Clara, up ahead there. Isn't that a path?
What? Oh, you're right, Humphreys. It's the path we came in on.
And look, there's an opening through the trees.
Yes, I remember the landmarks. Oh, thank God for the light.
Come on, Clara. Out of this place. There's nothing we can do for Danvers or Crane now. Clara.
Yes?
I wonder if you feel as I do. I thought we'd be safe back here in the hotel. I don't know how to describe it, but I have a feeling that this whole business isn't over yet.
I know. I've had the same feeling. A feeling that we're not finished with the demon tree.
Or that it's not finished with us.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, my room. I'd better go in and have a drink, Clara. Heaven knows we need one.
Yes, I certainly do.
What's worrying me is how we're going to explain what happened to Creaking and Danvers. Yeah, wait a minute. I'll get the light. There.
Humphreys, on the bed there.
Good Lord. The branch of a tree about 2 feet long.
Humphreys, don't touch it.
Look at it. Look at it. A fresh, living branch.
Put it down. Oh, Humphreys, I'm getting out of here.
Where are you going?
Down to the lobby and wait for the stage.
Oh, hold on. I'll go with you. Wait, Clara. Wait, it's 3 flights down. Let's take the elevator.
All right. We can get the thing up here.
It's automatic. Just push the button, it'll come up.
Humphreys, look. Someone left the steel gate open.
I say, that's dangerous.
It certainly is.
Humphreys, that branch is pushing it. Stop it. Humphreys!
Good Lord. Clara! Clara! That branch! It pushed her down the shaft. It's after me. Get away! Get away! Help me! Help me, somebody! The tree! The demon tree! It's choking me!
Any descendant of Sir Thomas Hurley Wakefield who enters Barlow Forest is doomed to die, and all who enter the forest with him are likewise doomed.
You have just heard The Demon Tree, an original tale of dark fantasy by Scott Bishop. Tonight's cast included Eleanor Naylor Corrin as Clara, Ben Morris, who was Humphreys, Garland Moss took the part of Danvers, and Murillo Schofield was heard as Crane. Next Friday night at this time, the National Broadcasting Company will bring you another unusual and fantastic adventure thriller, Men Call Me Mad, the story of another world and the people who inhabit it. An exciting and weird tale of dark fantasy created by Scott Bishop. Dark fantasy originates in the studios of station WKY, Oklahoma City.
Mutual presents The Mysterious Traveler, written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan.
This is The Mysterious Traveler, inviting you to join me on another journey into the realm of the strange and terrifying. I hope you will enjoy the trip, and it will thrill you a little and chill you a little. So settle back, get a good grip on your nerves, and be comfortable, if you can. Where are we going? Tonight we're going to drop in on Henry Norton, a man who saw death in every corner. I call the story Death is My Caller. My story begins late one afternoon in the luxurious office of Henry Norton, a stockbroker. Norton, a tall, dapper man in his 40s, is in the midst of signing some letters when he's called on the office communicator by his secretary.
Excuse me, Mr. Norton.
Yes, Miss Perry.
There's a Mr. Blair to see you.
Mr. who?
Charles Blair. He says you know him very well.
Charlie Blair. Tell him I'm not in. I'm out of town. Tell him anything. I don't want to see him. I don't ever want to see him.
He says he knows you're here, insists on talking to you.
Get him out of the office. Get some of the boys to help you. If he won't leave, just...
Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Norton. He forced his way in. I'm sorry. I couldn't stop him.
Oh, that's quite all right, Miss Perry. I'll see him.
Hello, Henry. I thought you'd be delighted to see me. We haven't seen each other for 7 long years. That wasn't nice not to have a chat with your ex-partner, was it?
Well, I was awfully busy. I have a lot of work to do. You know how it is.
No, I don't.
I didn't know you were out already. I thought you had 3 more years to go.
I did, but good behavior cut 3 years off my sentence.
Well, that's wonderful, Charlie. I'm glad you're out. It must have been a terrible experience. You've changed. It was a little hard to recognize you at first.
Perhaps the prison pallor doesn't become me. And my hair has turned completely gray. I don't look so good, do I, Henry? Not like you with a Florida tan.
How's Helen?
My wife's dead.
She's dead? Oh, why, I'm terribly sorry. What'd she die of?
She died of heartbreak.
Oh, poor Helen. She was always such a sensitive woman. What about your son, Alan?
He disappeared after his mother died. I don't know where he is. He never wrote me while I was in jail. Never forgave me for bringing ruin and suffering upon his mother. You see, he was sensitive, too.
You've had a pretty hard time of it, haven't you, Charlie?
Your sympathy is touching.
Well, I hope you'll drop around again sometime when I'm not so busy.
I'm not leaving yet, Henry.
I've got some important work to finish. If you come around in a week or so, perhaps I'll have a spot for you, something in your line.
You're so nervous, Henry. I'm not going to kill you. Not yet.
Kill me? Why should you want to kill me?
I was wondering how long you'd put on this innocent act. All this concern about my welfare, about my wife and son. Why, you slimy rat, if it weren't for you, I'd never have gone to prison. My wife would be alive today, and my son wouldn't be embittered against me.
I swear to you, it wasn't my fault. Believe me, Charlie, I had nothing
You should have
to
known that sooner or later I'd be freed. Do you think I was ever going to forget how you framed me?
I didn't frame you. It was out of my hands. I couldn't do a thing.
My wife died and my son disappeared. I had no reason to live. Just one thing that kept me alive. A fine and beautiful vengeance I had worked out for you. I thought of you constantly as I tramped the prison yard. I lay awake at night, smoothing out my plans to pay you back for all you've done to me. 7 years. You can think up an awful lot of things.
It was all Grayson's fault, I tell you. He's the one to blame.
I nourished and built my hate for 7 long years. I cultivated it as I would a garden, so that it isn't a hot, violent anger anymore. Oh, no. It's a cool, efficient hate that works by blueprint. I look at you now as an engineer would at something he must destroy. And you're as good as dead, Henry.
No, Charlie. No, I can explain everything. Just give me some time.
I could kill you now, but you'd only suffer a few minutes, and then it would be all over. That would never equal the years of torture and suffering that I've gone through. But I won't disappoint you, Henry. I am going to kill you. But not until you've gotten a fair idea what 7 years of suffering means.
I tell you, Charlie, it wasn't my fault. Grayson made me do it. He made me water those stocks under your name.
So it was Grayson. Poor Grayson went to prison where he got sick and died. He framed himself, didn't he? Come now, Henry, pull yourself together. You ought to be able to concoct a better alibi than that silly one. You were quite a brilliant fellow once. Why, with one swoop, you got rid of 2 partners. And you thrived during these 7 years while I was away. I hear you're one of the biggest brokers in the city now. Climbed over the backs of half a dozen people.
Oh, look, Charles, let's be reasonable. I'll give you an important position in my company. It'll be a good-paying job.
A job? What for? What do I want money for? I have no family, no one to work for, care for. I have only one thing left in my life. And that, Henry, is to see you go to the next world in the most agonizing way possible. Goodbye, Henry. You can spend the rest of the afternoon most profitably by making out your will.
Henry Norton's cold and clammy hands were trembling as Charles Blair left his office. The impact of seeing this ghost from his past left Henry's mind in a whirl of confusion. His mind turned to flight, but that was impossible. His money, his very life was wrapped up in his business. He couldn't flee. His brain in a turmoil, unable to do any work, Henry got his hat and coat and left his office. He arrived home, badly unnerved, and retired to his study to give the problem of Charles Blair further thought. But he was interrupted.
See who that is, Miss Dean. If it's Mr. Blair, don't let him in. I'm never into him, understand?
Yes, Mr. Norton, I understand.
How do you do, madam? Is this the Norton home?
Yes, what can I do for you?
I'm Mr. Madden. I'd like to see the head of the household.
Just a moment, please.
Who is it?
He says his name is Madden.
Madden? I don't know anybody by that name. Has he got gray hair?
No, Mr. Norton, his hair is black.
All right. All right, I'll see him. Did you want to see me, sir?
Yes, sir. Are you Mr. Norton?
Yes, I am.
All right, boys, bring it in. Just put it down by the door for the moment, boys. That's it.
Hey, what's going on here? Why are you bringing a coffin into my apartment? Who are you?
Well, now, if you please, I'd like to see the body.
Body? What body? What's this all about? What's this coffin doing here?
We've come for the body of Henry Norton.
You must be crazy. I'm Henry Norton. You?
I'm sorry. I must have gotten the names confused. What was your brother's name?
I have no brother, and there's no body in this house. If this is some stupid joke, I don't think it's funny at all.
I'm not in the habit of playing jokes, sir. I've been an established undertaker for many years. Here's my card.
Well, the devil take your card. Who put you up to this?
Some man came to my parlor yesterday and arranged for the funeral of Henry Norton. He paid for everything in advance.
Some man? What was his name?
He didn't leave any name.
Charlie Blair. What did he look like?
Rather tall, I think. His hair had turned white.
Blair. So it was Blair trying to frighten me. Get out. Get out of here, you stupid fools. Take that coffin back with you.
I'm not used to being spoken to like that, Mr. Norton.
Get out of here before I throw you out.
Come on, boys.
Wait a minute. Don't leave that coffin here.
It's all paid for, Mr. Norton. It's yours now. Keep it. You might need it sometime.
Before Henry could call Madden the undertaker back, he was gone. Henry turned from the door and stared at the new coffin on the floor. It even had a plate on it with his name engraved. Unable to stand the sight of the coffin, Henry fled to his study and locked himself in. Unable to sleep, he spent the night trying to think of a way to escape Charles Blair's vengeance. The following morning found Henry haggard and distraught, and no closer to a solution of his problem. As he ate a tasteless breakfast, the doorbell rang. Miss Dean, the housekeeper, went to the door. A minute later, she returned.
Who is that, Miss Dean?
It was the postman, Mr. Norton. His special delivery package came for you.
Oh, it must be the new field glasses I ordered. Here, let me have it. Nice of them to wrap it in the gift box. Kind of a small box, though. Guess it isn't the binoculars after all.
Someone sent you a gift.
Probably one of my clients. Wait a minute. You hear anything?
Hear what?
It's ticking. I'll put it to your ear. Listen.
Yes, I hear it now.
It's throbbing. It's a time bomb.
Oh.
Somebody's trying to kill me.
Time bomb? Oh.
It'll go off any minute.
Well, what are we going to do?
Here, take it. Throw it away.
Where?
Out of the window, anyplace.
No. There's people outside.
Don't stand there like an idiot. Throw it out.
I'll throw it in the bathtub.
Hurry before we get blown to bits.
Dear, I hope it doesn't explode in my hand.
Henry Norton stood frozen with fear as Miss Dean raced with the package to the bathroom. A moment later, he heard the water gushing in the tub. Aware of the danger he was in, he hastily retreated to the library, which was the farthest room in the house from the bathroom. There he crouched in the corner, feverishly mopping his brow. 10 minutes later, a police car raced up to the house, and the doorbell rang.
More from the bomb and alien squad. Where's the package?
It's in the bathtub. I turned the faucet on.
That won't do it, good lady. Where's the bathroom?
That door on your left.
All right, you stay here. Jim, you come along with me. Okay, here's the bathroom. You better stand back a little, Jim. I'll take a look at it myself. Well, it isn't ticking anymore. Might be safe to open it now. Well, here goes. Why, it's only an alarm clock. Someone must have wound it up before he sent it out. Now, who'd want to do a fool thing like that?
That night, Henry Norton found it hard to sleep. He tossed and turned for hours, and it seemed he had hardly closed his eyes before he awoke with a start, certain there was someone in the room.
Who's there? There's somebody in this room. I know it. I'll turn the light on.
Never mind the light.
It's you, Charlie. What do you mean by breaking into my room in the middle of the night?
Get dressed, Henry.
Get dressed? What for?
You and I are going somewhere.
You're crazy. I'm staying right here. If you don't leave immediately, I'll call the police.
If you call the police, they'll find only you here. Dead. Get dressed, Henry.
All right. I'm getting dressed, but you won't get away with it.
Make it fast. Don't make any unnecessary noises. Remember, it's with great control I keep myself from pressing the trigger.
Well, I'm coming. I've got to get my clothes on, don't I?
You're not going to a dance. Just put your shoes on and get into your coat.
Where are we going at this hour?
Don't be impatient. You'll find out soon enough.
You're not going to kill me.
You'd better stop stalling.
I'll get my coat. It's in the closet.
Go ahead and get it. You make one suspicious move and you're a dead crook. Are you ready?
Yes.
Walk in front of me. We're going out through the back door. Now, into the car.
You're going to drive.
You want me to drive?
That's what I said, and don't plan anything. Only takes a fraction of a second to fire a gun. You'll follow my directions carefully. And drive slowly.
How much further are we going?
Not much further, Henry. Stop a little ahead of that tombstone sign.
Oh, we're near the cemetery. Look, Charlie, I know I did you a great wrong. Maybe we can work out something. I've got lots of money.
Stop here. We're getting out.
Oh, be reasonable, Charlie. Let's talk.
The tombstone cutting establishment. Keep walking between the two rows of tombstones. Because this is our destination.
Please, Charlie, don't. I'll do anything. I'll turn over half my money to you.
Why not all?
All right, I'll give you everything I have.
I don't want any of your money. And I'm not going to kill you yet. You see the tombstone in front of you? You see it? I'll turn the flashlight on it so that you can read it. Yeah. Well, go ahead, read it.
Henry Norton, born March 15, 1899. Died October 24st, 1947. October 21st. Why, that's Tuesday, the day after tomorrow.
That's right. The day after tomorrow. You have 2 whole beautiful days to live. But since you're the worrying type, you'll probably die 1,000 deaths in those 2 days. 8 o'clock Tuesday night. Your infamous career will come to a sudden and violent end.
You'll never get away with it. Nobody can get away with murder.
All right. That's why you're going to die in 2 days. I suggest that about 5 minutes to 8 you crawl into the coffin I sent you. It'll save time. Funerals are so disagreeable. The sooner you get it over with, the better.
You're inhuman, Charlie.
Am I? Then you don't accept my generous offer? You prefer to be put out of your misery right now?
No, not now.
Why, you're shivering, Henry. Better button up your coat. You're liable to catch cold. Imagine dying in the midst of a sneeze. Well, shall we go? Or would you rather look around at some of the other tombstones? Being so rich, you might prefer marble instead of granite.
No, I want to go back home.
Perhaps you'd like to look over the nice cemetery I picked for you. It's just the other side of this yard. I'm sure you'd like to see where you're going to be buried.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't like to see anything.
Not even curious. Well, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't make any difference where you're buried after you're dead.
Please, let me go home. I can't stand anymore. Please, let me go.
Come now, Henry. You mustn't go to pieces. Why, you're trembling all over. We thought you were a nervous breakdown. You must be very tired. You've had such a hard day.
Oh, you're driving me mad. Please, let me go.
No pride at all. You ought to meet your fate with defiance instead of oozing out like a blob of melted jelly. All right. Come on. We'll go back to the car. You can return home and go back to bed now, if you think you can sleep.
The morning of October 21st arrived, and Henry Norton's nerves were a little calmer. He had been promised a police guard, and detectives were searching the city for Charles Blair. He was reading the morning paper at home when the phone rang.
Hello?
Hello, Henry.
Charlie, it's you.
Very much me, Henry. How are you feeling?
I'm fine. I forgive you for your joke on me the other night.
Joke? I wasn't joking, Henry. In fact, I called now to ask if you would like an elaborate funeral with flowers or just simple services with no one but your intimate friends present. Oh, but how foolish of me. I forgot Goodbye, Henry.
Operator. I must trace that call. Please tell me where it was coming from. Yes, I'll wait. Huh? What? The Judson Funeral Parlors? Well, that's in this block. My head's splitting. Are there any aspirins in the house, Miss Dean?
Yes, they're in the medicine cabinet. Shall I get them for you?
No, never mind. I'll get them myself. Tonight I'm supposed to die at 8 o'clock. That's fantastic. Blair can't carry out his plan. Not if I had police protection. I've nothing to be afraid of. Nothing. Here are the aspirins. I'll take a couple of them. Oh, my head's splitting. No, maybe they're poison. That's right. They do look too large for aspirins. They are poison. Got to be on my guard. Death may come in 100 different ways. Got to be on my toes. Oh, my headache. That's nothing. I won't take any aspirins.
Dinner's ready, Mr. Norton.
No, I'm not hungry.
Oh, but you must eat. You haven't eaten all day. How about a little broth? It'll warm you up.
All right, yes, I do feel cold. Can't seem to get warmed
up.
Well,
I'll get it for you.
Why, she's so anxious for me to eat. She doesn't like me. She never showed any concern about me before.
Here it is, Mr. Norton. Would you like some croutons with it?
No, nothing else. Something's wrong. This broth, it has a peculiar bitter taste.
Just some spice I put in.
You're lying, Miss Dean.
Lying? Why should I be lying?
You're trying to poison me. Blair's put you up to this, but I'm too smart for the both of you. He'll never get me that way.
You're crazy, Mr. Norton. I put up with plenty from you, but I've had enough. I'm leaving. You're a hard, mean man. I wanted to tell you that for a long time, and if anybody wants to poison you, he must have good reason.
Get out, you bourgeois.
I'm going. You can get yourself a new housekeeper.
Good riddance. You tried to poison me. Good thing I didn't swallow it. Who's there?
It's the police.
Oh, just a second. Police. Oh, it's about time you got here.
You're Henry Norton?
Yes, of course I am. Come in.
I'm Officer Gibson, Mr. Norton. I was sent to act as your bodyguard. I was told someone's trying to kill you.
Yes, 8 o'clock tonight.
You don't say. Even told you the exact time.
Yeah, what precinct did you say you came from?
I didn't say. But I'm from the 16th precinct.
Who's your captain?
Captain Donovan, Tom Donovan. Say, what's all this about?
I just want to make sure you're a real policeman.
What do I look like, a fireman?
I've just got to make sure. You got any credentials?
Why, of course I have. Here's my identification card, and here's my badge.
I guess you're okay. I've got to be careful. Blair's promised to kill me at exactly 8 o'clock tonight. He's capable of any trick.
Well, you don't have to worry, Mr. Norton. The chances are that he's just trying to frighten you. But if he's serious, he won't get very far.
You don't know him. He's an inhuman fiend.
Well, I'll take care of him if he comes.
Say, you don't speak like a policeman. Your English is too good. You were sent here by Charlie Blair. You're a fake.
I happen to be a college man who became a policeman. Nothing strange about that, is there? Why don't you call the precinct and make sure?
I will. I'll call him right away. Hello, operator. Give me the 16th Police Precinct station. Hello, 16th Precinct? This is Henry Norton. Did you send an officer named Gibson to my house? Oh, you did? I just wanted to make sure. Thank you. Sorry, you can't be too careful.
Well, that's okay. I understand how you feel.
What time is it?
It's 2 minutes to 8.
Is that the exact time? My watch says 3 minutes to 8.
I checked my watch by radio just an hour ago.
He'll be here. I know it.
I don't think so. No man in his right mind would walk into a trap.
It's 8 o'clock.
Your hall clock is off about a minute. Well, say, you're shaking like a leaf.
Oh, I'm frightened.
He certainly put a scare into you.
What was that noise?
I didn't hear anything.
I'm sure I heard something move.
Oh, it's just your imagination.
Oh. Well, what time is it?
Just 8 o'clock. As a matter of fact, it's a few seconds after 8.
There he is. There he is. It's him. He's come.
Stay right here. I'll answer it.
Don't leave me.
No, you stay here. That's funny. No one's at the door. I'll take a look outside.
Hello, Henry.
Charlie, how'd you get here?
You see, Henry? I keep my appointments. I got a boy to ring the bell at exactly 8 o'clock. I've been hiding in your house for hours.
No, don't, Charlie, please. You can have everything. I promise I'll give you back everything I took from you.
In less than a minute, you're going to die.
Help, Gibson, save me.
The door is locked. No one can save you. In a moment, your heart will be ripped apart by a piece of lead. Just one terrific moment of agonizing pain. Then you'll be dead.
Open our door, Norton.
Help, he's going to shoot.
Open up.
You see? No one can help you now. This torture is only a minute for you, but it was 7 years for me. Pity you want so much to live.
Mr. Norton! I'm going around to the side door.
Please, Charlie, I'll do anything.
No use crawling, getting on your knees. I'm going to shoot you when I count 3.
No.
1.
No. Help.
2.
Gibson, save me. Oh.
What's going on here? Why did you lock me out? And just who are you?
I was playing a joke on my friend.
A joke? You just shot him. Hand over your gun.
Yeah. But I didn't really shoot him. You can see for yourself. I just fired a blank.
Huh? That's why Norton is lying on the floor?
He's just fainted.
We'll see. Keep your hands up.
He wasn't shot. There's no wound. Not a drop of blood anywhere.
That's right.
I only meant to scare him. He's in a deep faint. We had better call the doctor.
So, you only meant to scare him. Well, Norton's dead. You frightened him to death.
This is the mysterious traveler again. Did you enjoy our little trip? Poor Henry Norton. Imagine dying from the noise of a blank cartridge. His nerves were really on edge, weren't they? Oh, well, at least he got a free coffin and tombstone, and he doesn't have to worry anymore about dying. What happened to Charles Blair? Well, he's still in prison, of course, because you don't get away with murder, even when you kill with a blank cartridge. And speaking of murder, I recall another case in which a lovely young girl was able... you have to get off here. I'm sorry. But I'm sure we'll meet again. I take this same train every week at the same time.
You have heard The Mysterious Traveler, a series of dramas of the strange and terrifying. In tonight's cast were Maurice Tarplin, Santos Ortega, Agnes Young, Ted Jewett, and Neil O'Malley. Original music was played by Paul Taubman. The Mysterious Traveler is written, produced, and directed by Bob Arthur and David Cogan. Listen next week to a tale titled Invitation to Death. Another strange and terrifying tale of the mysterious traveler. This program came from New York. Another program of tense and dramatic action follows in just a minute. Stay tuned to the station for Official Detective. Carl Caruso speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
now present George Edwards in Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde.
Gretel, can you hear me?
Yes?
I'm going to lash you to my back with this rope and try and climb up the side of the ravine.
No, it isn't possible. Better leave me here and go for help.
No, if you can stand the pain, I'll get to the top all right. How does the leg feel now?
It hurts.
I know it does. But it's our only chance, Gretel. The ice and snow is likely to start and move again at any minute. And with this wind blowing...
I know.
So will you be a brave girl?
It isn't any use. You can't do it with me. You will fall. That will be the end for both of us. Far better that I stay here and you go for help.
No. If you stay, I stay, Gretel. It's my fault that you're here. Whatever happens, I'll share it with you.
A little while ago, I was afraid of you.
You thought I meant to do you some harm, wasn't that it?
Yes.
Perhaps you were right, Gretel.
But since our accident, since that great wall of snow came down the mountain and swept us into this ravine, you've been so good, so wonderful.
What else could I do? You never wanted to come up here. If it wasn't for me, you'd be safe in your village.
The village? Will we ever see it again? And Franz? What will Franz do if I don't come back?
You'll go back. I'll carry you up the side of this ravine. I'll take you back to your village and put you in the arms of your sweetheart. Or I'll die in the attempt. Now, come. Don't let's waste any time. I've got plenty of rope and plenty of strength. Now, are you ready?
Yes.
Good. There's still some brandy in this flask. You drink it down. And remember, if I hurt you, it's because I can't help it.
Won't you have some, too?
No, I'm better without it. I want you to sit up. Put your arms around my neck. Then I'll tie you to me with a rope. Now, are you ready?
Yes.
Steady now. Take it easy. Take it easy. How's the pain?
It's all right.
You're a brave girl, Gretel.
We learn to be hardy in the mountains.
You'll be the mother of splendid sons one day, Gretel.
That seems far away now.
Oh, nonsense. It's only the distance from where we are now to the top of the ravine. Well, perhaps 300 feet. Just that little distance between us and life, between you and Franz, and your wedding next week. We're not going to admit we can't fight our way up that far, are we?
Dr. Jekyll, I said I was afraid of you. It was because I feared I might love you.
Don't say that, Gretel.
Since we have been through this night together, I know I will love you. Always. But without fear. It is the kind of love that is without evil. That is good and big. And makes us feel close to God. Before, I would have feared to tell Franz about you. Now, if ever I see him again, I will tell him everything. And we will both remember you always with love and gratitude.
Oh, please. Please don't go on. If only you knew how little I deserve it. If you only knew what was in my heart when I came to Korovina.
We in Korovina are far away from the world. We don't know the way that others live and think and feel. But we do know good from bad. And I know whatever may have been in your heart when you first came, it is no longer there.
You're right, Gretel. These hours spent on the mountain with death so close to us, just the two of us on the edge of eternity, have cleansed me as nothing in this world has ever done before. That's why I feel I can climb that perilous ravine. I feel strong. I feel that a new life has begun for me. This can't be the end.
Then let us go. You will need your strength, all of
You take Carl and Fliddle and follow the rest far. Dr. Lanyon and I will take the north side. If you find them, sound your horn. You understand?
Yeah, boss. And if we don't, we'll return to the village when it gets dark. Good luck.
Good luck. Come here, Doctor.
How much more daylight have we got?
About 4 hours. The twilight lasts a long time, even after the sunset.
Oh, hadn't you better have something to eat? You haven't stopped for a minute since we left.
Oh, but I am not hungry.
Look here, that's all very well. But you keep going much longer if you do have a bite of something. We may be searching for a long time yet. Till we find him. I'll search till I find out. If it takes weeks, then sit down for a few minutes and have some of these sandwiches and a drink of coffee. Come on, now there's no sense in killing yourself like this.
Oh, it seems so slow, so helpless. This climbing over ice and snow. They might be anywhere of 1,000 places. We might pass right over their heads and not know it.
And we might suddenly top a rise and see them right in front of us. You be sensible and have something to eat. I'll climb up onto that rock and have a good look round through the binoculars.
Perhaps you are right.
That's right. Now have a good tuck in. I'm sick of having the darn things anyhow. I say the visibility is much better than it's been for hours. Those clouds have lifted. I can see right across to the other slope. I can see Jan and Bert and the others quite clearly. They're using snowshoes.
We'll have to use ours when we get up a bit higher.
Lucky I had these glasses with me. I can see for miles. Oh, wait a minute.
Well, what is the matter?
I can see something.
What? Where?
Right across from the other side. It's moving.
Let me see. What is it?
Wait a second, like in the focus properly. Yes, there it is. By heaven, I believe it's them. It's a man with something on his back. He's struggling across the snow.
Oh, let me see. Let me see.
Here you are, then. Have you got it?
Yeah, I see it. You are right. It's the doctor. And he is carrying Gretel. They are safe. They are alive. They are alive.
I told you so. Didn't I say Henry'd make it? You don't know Henry. He'd get out of anything. So what'll we do?
Sound the horn. It is the signal. Rudy and the others aren't far away. Then we'll get across to them. It'll take about an hour, but we'll let them know we've seen them, and that will give them heart.
Well sounded, man. Blast your lungs out, and let's get going.
Well, now, Hugh, you old rascal, I want a full and detailed explanation as to why you came out here to see me.
Are you sure you're feeling all right?
Of course I am. A good night's rest and one of Frau Schanz's breakfast under my belt, and, well, I feel ready to tackle it all over again. Oh, by the way, how is Gretel?
Oh, she's all right. I gave her some morphia a while ago, but it's a simple fracture. She'll be none the worse in a few weeks. You were both remarkably lucky.
We certainly were. If that ridge we were on had happened to be a few feet narrower, well, I'd not have been sitting here in the sun with you.
So let's talk of that.
No, let's talk about why you're here. You got me thoroughly curious. How did you know where I was?
Hetty Wilson told me.
Hetty Wilson?
Yes.
But where did you see her?
I went to that address you gave me.
What address?
Edward Hyde's house.
You what? By heaven, Hugh, you had no right to do that. I gave it to you in the strictest confidence, on the understanding that you'd never reveal that you knew it except under the greatest emergency.
I didn't reveal it. Nobody knows it but myself. And there was an emergency, Henry. The greatest emergency.
Why, what do you mean? Has something happened?
Yes.
What is it? Tell me quickly.
Your father, old chap.
My father? He's dead?
Yes.
Tell me about it.
A stroke. He barely regained consciousness. It's only a matter of a few hours, and then the end.
Why didn't you let me know before?
You left no address. That's why I went to Hyde's place. I thought perhaps he might know.
I see. Did Hetty tell you anything else beyond where I was?
She thought Hyde had gone with you.
Is that all?
She talked about him a bit. I gathered he's not very popular.
No, he wouldn't be. Did she say anything about me?
She seemed pretty bitter on that score, too.
Yes, I suppose she is. But why do I think about these things when he is dead? Without my knowing, without me being there.
You couldn't have done anything, old chap.
But he would have liked me to be near. We were very close. Always.
Yes, I know that. That's why I came out to tell you. I couldn't bear it to come just by letter or telegram somehow.
Thanks, Hugh. I appreciate it. You're a very good friend. The best I've got now.
Well, what will you do? Go back right away?
Oh, I suppose so. That's why I can't quite see that. There's nothing to be done, and London's a dreary place to feel sad in.
I think it might seem a little odd if you didn't. There's bound to be a lot involved with the estate.
Ah, yes. The estate. Our good friend Mr. Utterson will be busy in that direction, I suppose. All right. I'll go back and wear black clothes and a somber look and sign on the dotted line like a respectable member of society.
Oh, Dr. Jekyll, did I disturb you?
No, Franz, what is it?
How about the wedding next week? Gretel will not be well enough, I think.
Why not? She won't be able to walk down the aisle of the little church as you'd planned, but the priest can marry you at her bedside if you like.
Oh, it would not be too much.
I don't think so. A broken leg is not so serious that you need put off your wedding.
Oh, thank you, Herr Doctor. We were so afraid. It is so unlucky to put off a wedding.
Yes, of course it is. Don't do it on any account. I'm going to be married, too, almost as soon as I get back to London. I'm not going to put it off for anything. Why, what's the matter, Hugh? Why are you looking like that?
Well, as a matter of fact, Mr. Addison came with me as far as Paris to see Margaret.
Yes? Well, what about it?
He thought that under the circumstances it would be as well to postpone things for a while.
You mean my wedding to Margaret?
Yes. As a matter of fact, I think he's cancelled some of the arrangements already.
What, without consulting me? By heaven, this is too much.
But surely you must...
I've been waiting for Margaret for years. He's put me off again and again, and I'll not stand for it. Nothing and no one shall keep her from me. If that old man tries to do it, it'll be the worst for
Henry,
me.
old man, take a pull. You're unstrung. You've had a bad time. The accident, the news of your father's death, and now this.
Oh, haven't I lost enough? I can't do without her. I can't. She's the most beautiful and the most wonderful thing I've got left in life. How can I live without her?
Unsolved Mysteries. Out of deference to people who may still be living, character names in some of these true unsolved mysteries have been changed. Murder has many tongues, and there have been times when these tongues have accused falsely. As, for instance, the trial and conviction of Herbert Bennett was thought by many to be a miscarriage of justice. Not that Bennett was a desirable citizen, for that he most certainly was not, but guilty of murder? Would a jury today say not guilty, where almost 40 years ago they said he must hang? If that be so, and many agree, then the murder on Yarmouth sands stands today as one of England's unsolved mysteries. The scene is South Beach, Yarmouth, England, and the time 6 o'clock on a summer's morning. An early morning bather strides down the tight, damp sand toward the sea. South Beach is deserted but for this lone figure. Not a sound breaks the stillness but the cawing of seagulls, the timeless beating of the waves on the shore. The lone bather stops, turns white. His eyes start in their sockets. A cry of horror dies in his throat, and turning, he runs down the beach. In a few minutes, a police inspector, a policeman, and the lone bather are staring down on the body of a beautiful woman.
You found her here not 5 minutes ago? That's right, Inspector. I was going for my morning swim. Not a thought on my mind. I almost stepped on her.
She's been dead most of the night, I'd say.
Some time, anyway. We'll let the medical examiner decide that. How was she killed? Strangled. Strangled with a mohair bootlace. Look, tied in a reef knot.
No signs of a struggle either, Inspector.
No, sand isn't disturbed. Doesn't look like robbery either, since the rings are still on her fingers.
I don't want to disturb her too much, but I can't find a single identifying mark on her clothing. Now, wait. Here's a number. A laundry tag. Number 599.
You live around these parts? Yes, Inspector. But I never saw this woman before. And this isn't a very big place.
She's from the city, all right. What are these shoes? That hat? People living in beach towns don't wear hats like that.
No chance of following anything from footprints. Tide pretty near came up to her.
That's true. When you come right down to it, there isn't a clue as to who she is or who was with her.
No, and on top of that, you can't even trace the murder weapon. Practically everyone has bought bootlaces like that one around her neck at some time or another.
Nothing under her fingernails to indicate that she fought for her life.
We know that. The sand isn't even disturbed.
But she could have been brought here after she was killed. Don't forget that.
If you don't need me anymore, I'll get dressed. I don't think I'll go in for my swim after all.
With nothing but the laundry mark as a clue, the Yarmouth police combed the town for someone to identify the murdered woman. Dozens of people visited the morgue, but not one could say that they knew who the woman was. Late the day following the murder, a Mrs. Rudrum went to the police to report that one of her boarders, a Mrs. Hood, had not returned to her lodgings for 2 days. The desk sergeant led the way to the morgue, motioning to Mrs. Rudrum to follow him.
Is that the woman?
Yes. Oh, the poor soul. That's her, all right.
You're absolutely certain?
Yes, and besides, look at this. I brought it along.
Oh. One of those photographs they take on the beach. When was it taken?
Not more than 3 days ago.
You're certain of that?
Of course I'm certain. Didn't the poor soul come to my room and show it to me? Told me she did, that she'd had it taken that very day, and that was Friday.
And we found the body Sunday morning. Oh, Inspector!
Yes, what is it?
Come here, quick.
Found something?
Plenty. Look at this.
Photograph of the murdered woman.
But it was taken only 3 days ago.
That's right, it is, although I don't see what there is in that to get all excited about.
You don't? Well, look here. In the photograph, this woman is wearing a chain. Looks like a silver chain, with a watch attached.
Right, sir. I noticed it. And look at the body. No chain or watch.
She was wearing that chain and watch the night she went out, Saturday night.
Tell us some more. You're a perfect mine of information.
Well, I'm not one, you understand, to be asking questions from a boarders. And Mrs. Hood, she wasn't one to be saying much about herself. But she was going out to meet a man Saturday night, because she dressed herself with a lot of extra care. And something else, too.
Yes, what's that?
The only mail she ever got was a couple of bluish-gray envelopes. From Woolwich they was. And I remember she got one that morning, and she was excited all day. Maybe it was a letter telling her to meet somebody that night, because she was seen by one of my neighbors, waiting outside the station for the evening train from London.
Thanks. Come on, officer. This is where we go to work.
And go to work the police did. Every laundry in Woolwich was canvassed. Post officers were watched for bluish-gray envelopes. Pawn shops came in for their share of scrutiny, but no signs of the silver chain or the watch could be found. Newspapers were loud and long in their denunciation of the police slowness in finding the murderer. Hints, none too veiled, were thrown out that a husband should be looked for. And all over England, the main topic of conversation was the murder on Yarmouth sands.
Terrible, that's what it is. The police are not doing their duty.
If I had anything to do with it, I'd find that woman's husband.
They say that the police know who the murderer is, but won't make an arrest.
She'd no business going to a place like that at night, married or not.
More than likely it was someone too prominent.
If the police can't solve the mystery, let them who can solve it take their places.
A crying shame.
Scandalous.
Outrageous.
More bungling. We're not safe.
Hopeless muddling. Who'll be next?
Day after day, scathing letters to the press, burning hot editorials, speeches in Parliament, a perfect furor of invective, harassing the police at every turn, phone calls from cranks, letters from amateur detectives, visits from maniacs who claimed that they could tell who the murderer was. But one morning at the Woolwich police station...
Come in. What's this, Sergeant?
This, Inspector, is the murderer of the Yarmouth Sands mystery.
What?
Here's the evidence, sir. Name is Bennett. Murdered woman's name was not Hood. It was Bennett. Bennett here works at Woolwich Arsenal.
A lot of nonsense. I'll have you kicked off the force for this.
I'm not finished.
Go ahead, Sergeant.
Bennett has been going around with a woman by the name of Meadows. She thinks he's not married. And he's been posing as a single man for months.
Go on.
He was at Yarmouth Saturday evening. Landed on the 8th train, went to the hotel, and left for London again on the first morning train.
You think this is evidence?
And here, Inspector, is the final link. The only thing needed to put the rope around his neck.
Yes?
The chain and the watch.
The sergeant spoke the truth. The chain and the watch placed the hangman's rope around Herbert Bennett's neck, and on a cold gray morning in March the following year, Bennett walked the 13 steps that lead to eternity. But that hanging was not considered by everyone the solution to the Yarmouth Sands mystery. A great many people agreed with Bennett's attorney, the famous Marshal Hall, who stated that while the jury may have accepted the watch and chain in Bennett's possession as one and the same with that in the photograph of the murdered woman, it was not the same. In just a moment, you will hear a solution to the Yarmouth Sands mystery.
Stay tuned. We'll be back with more right after this short break on When Radio Was. You're listening to When Radio Was. And now, back to Unsolved Mysteries.
Ladies and gentlemen, Inasmuch as any solution must of necessity be supposition, liberties of time, place, and character exist in the solution for which you have been waiting. The scene is the home of one of New Scotland Yard's most able detective inspectors. The inspector is talking to one of his friends.
No, Jim. Now that the years have rolled past and I've had more experience with circumstantial evidence, I don't believe that a jury would bring in a guilty verdict on the evidence presented at Bennett's trial.
It was rather strong evidence, even if it was circumstantial.
I know it was. And our department fully believes that they had the guilty man. But look here.
Yes?
In the first place, motive. Now, 40 years ago, any jury would consider that a man with a criminal record and who was posing as a single man, though married, was guilty. I say that a jury would, under these conditions, consider that sufficient motive for murder there. Today, they wouldn't.
You think not?
I wouldn't press a charge on such a motive. The fact that a married man, is in love with a woman, not his wife, is not, in my opinion, motive for murder.
Well, even allowing that, what about the chain?
Well, that photograph was one of these things taken on metal. You know, the kind that they take at the beach for tuppence? It was such a poor reproduction that the jury wasn't really satisfied and justified in using it for identification of such a small article as that chain.
And Bennett never confessed, did he?
No, he maintained his innocence up to the last. And Marshal Hall always believed his client innocent. And Marshal Hall was one of the most brilliant legal minds of the day, besides being a shrewd judge of character. And his reputation is most certainly beyond reproach.
You certainly have sown the seeds of doubt in my mind.
You know, I've often wondered...
Yes?
What would have been the results if the inspector and the officer who discovered the body had started their investigations along different lines? That morning as they stood looking at that woman's body.
Not a sign of a struggle here at all. And her clothing isn't disarranged.
No. Pretty obvious that she was murdered someplace else and carried here.
And look here. This bootlace around her neck and tied with a reef knot. See the way it was slipped over her head, tightened and knotted.
All right, done by a sailor.
That's what you'd expect out here anyway. After dark, this place is dotted for miles with sailors and their sweethearts.
You never saw her before, did you?
No, not me. The stranger to Yarmouth. I'd say women here don't wear clothes like that.
Oh, she's from London, all right.
No identification at all. Nothing but this laundry tag.
Well, let's get back to the police station. We've got to find out who she is, but more important than that, we've got to start searching for a sailor. A big, husky fellow. Big enough to have carried this woman here after he killed her.
And we, too, wonder what the results would have been had the investigation not been influenced by public clamor. Perhaps the mystery of the murder on Yarmouth sands might not have quite so much the air of an unsolved mystery.
From
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you Over the Bounding Main, a suspense play starring Mr. Dan Daly.
Marty, when are you going to put a light in this garage?
Sorry, honey, I forgot.
You forgot. You forgot. Too bad you can't forget to wake up some morning.
Look, just because you had a couple too many drinks at the Warrens, you don't have to get nasty.
I had too many. Are you kidding? I watched you. Don't think I didn't.
Oh, come on, let's go in. I've got to be downtown early.
For what? Because you can make enough to buy a house at Catalina like the Warrens? Get a new car? There's a little thing called money. But you wouldn't know. You've got to find the right job.
Are we going to go over that again?
Yes, we're going over that again. I'm ashamed when I go out. Did you see what she was wearing?
Keep your voice down, the neighbors.
You say that again and I'll kill you.
You'll be sorry in the morning.
I'll be sorry, all right. Sorry like every other morning. Because you'll be here.
In just a moment, Mr. Dan Daly in the first act of Over the Bounding Main.
Say, Wilcox, what's your favorite fall hobby?
Fishing.
And for what?
For compliments on ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, and I catch plenty.
What kind of bait do you use?
Cars with sluggish, gas-hungry engines whose spark plugs are not functioning properly. When Autolite spark plugs go to work on these lazy, limp, and listless lorries, wow, they start up like a trout after a fly, speed along smooth as a sailfish, and use less gas than a salmon swimming downstream.
You must have a pretty good line.
Yes, sir. The Autolite spark plug line is the best there is, because Autolite spark plugs are designed by the same Autolite engineers who designed the coil, distributor, and all the other important parts that make up the complete ignition system, used as original factory equipment on many of America's leading makes of cars. When you replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you get quick starts, smoother performance, gas savings.
I'm hooked, Harlow.
Thank you, my fickle fisherman. Friends, this fall, have your spark plugs checked by your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer, and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with new ignition-engineered Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs. Then you'll know why you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with Over the Bounding Main and the performance of Mr. Dan Daly, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
If you don't need a rest, I certainly do, Marty. I'm so tired of this lousy apartment I could scream.
So scream and let the neighbors have some fun.
I'm sick of them, too. The Warrens were darn nice to invite us.
I didn't say we can't go.
You never say anything anymore, or do anything either.
You're sure in a swell mood tonight. I should have stayed downtown.
In which joint?
Lay off. I'm tired.
From what? You're not working.
Now, don't start that again. You know I'm looking.
Looking? Can I live on nothing? Look at these clothes. I'm ashamed to go out in the street.
Now tell me how much better off you were when you were married to that wise operator, Lou.
I was. At least I owned shoes without holes in them.
Yeah. Lou Barris was just a little dream man. Just so ginger peachy you could hardly wait to leave town with me.
The day I divorced Lou, I wondered if I was making a mistake. And the day after I became Mrs. Martin Evans, I knew I hadn't.
You're going to be a lot of fun on this fishing trip.
Don't tell me we're going, after all.
I can stand a vacation, too. They call it the Pacific Ocean. It means peaceful, which is something I could use right now. I guess a lot of it was my fault. I wanted the right kind of a job, and it was hard to find. Ever since Claire had got rid of Lou Barris, her ex, we'd been living pretty close, and Claire wasn't used to it. The Warrens made it worse. They were well-heeled, and I was supposed to keep up with the Warrens. I knew I couldn't ever do it. Maybe Claire knew it, too. Claire had got the invitation for us to go with the Warrens with Catalina, so now we were driving down 22nd Street in San Pedro to the landing. It was nearly 6 in the morning, and you could see a light fog drifting in the harbor.
Don't forget to lock it.
Sure. Look out for the fishing rods, will you?
You better give me the keys. You're so careless.
I won't lose them.
I know you. All that junk in your pockets, you'll lose them.
Don't worry.
I will. Why don't you let me hang on to them? We'll be in a nice mess if we...
All right, all right. Here they are.
Thank you, dear.
I guess we're the first ones here. I don't see Bob's car.
Oh, I forgot to tell you. We're meeting him at the Isthmus.
On the island?
Yeah. He's been there all week.
You didn't say anything about it. I
For
thought...
Pete's sake, what difference does it make? If you're worrying about chartering a boat to get us there, you can stop. It's all arranged. Bob's paying for it. They know you're broke.
Sure, you blabbed that to everyone. I was a great guy when I had it.
Well, you lost it, so let's not talk, shall we?
That's okay with me.
That must be the boat down there.
The Pelican. Is that the name?
I think so. Yeah, that's it.
Watch your step. Why the devil do you wear shoes like that on a fishing trip?
Because they're all I have.
Hello? Anyone aboard?
One moment, senor. Senor Evans?
That's right.
Come aboard, please. If I may help the lady.
Thanks. Phew. You can sure tell this is a fishing boat.
You the captain on this tub?
Oh, no, senor, no. I'm Ignacio, deckhand. I help to run the engine.
I thought you looked a little young. Where is he?
He went ashore for a minute, senor.
Well, I'm ready any time he is.
Here, Sonny, take my stuff below.
Si, senora. Claro.
Smart-looking kid.
Oh, gosh. Is it only 6? I'm sleepy.
You'll wake up when we get going. Smell that air. You know, honey, I think we're going to have fun.
There must be a bunk somewhere. I'm going below.
Oh, come on. Stay with me.
No, I'm sleepy. Wake me up when we get there.
Okay, but you'll be sorry. I'm going to start trolling as soon as we clear the harbor.
Hey, Senor Evans. There's the captain coming down the dock now.
Oh, yeah? Now we get started, huh?
Si, si.
I read where the albacore are running.
Well, it may be, senor. I have only been working on the Pelican for 2 days. We have some big white feather jigs you can troll with that.
Swell.
All set?
Si, si, Captain Murray.
Oh, let's go then.
I'm Mr. Evans. The wife is below taking a nap.
Hello. All right, let's cast off.
All clear.
Think this fog will lift?
Might.
Any idea how far offshore we might hit albacore?
There's no telling.
How long do you figure for us to reach Catalina?
Depends on the fog.
Oh. Well, I guess I'll go get my outfit rigged up.
Yeah, why don't you do that?
Are you sure that feathers are the best lure for them?
I have caught many albacore with it, senor. If they're hungry, they will take. The season has been good.
Well, hey, stop the boat.
Hey, strike, senor. Let him take it now. Give him line.
Give it to me. He's got it.
Count 5, senor. Slow now. Slow. Now. Now, senor, strike. That is a big one, senor.
Hey, stop the boat. What's the matter with him? I'm going to lose my line. I can't hold him.
Brace yourself against the rail.
Go tell that fool captain to stop the boat with this.
Si. Captain, is strike. Senor, look out.
The rail, Are you hurt, senor? No. Thanks. If you hadn't pushed me, I'd have gone over.
I just can't understand the rail breaking that way.
What the devil was Moran trying to do? We could have been killed. You tell him to stop, he speeds up.
Well, maybe he didn't hear me.
I want a few words with that joker. Hey, do you know I almost went into the drink? The rail at the stern broke.
Well, that's too bad. I'll have to get it fixed.
Yeah? What the devil were you trying to do? The kid yelled for you to stop.
I'm sorry. I thought he wanted me to put about. Thought you'd lost your tackle.
I down there lost my skin. If Ignacio hadn't been so quick on his feet.
Sorry.
That's the way he said it. Just like you dropped ashes on the rug or maybe brushed you casually on the street. Sorry. That was dandy. I've wrecked your car, made love to your wife, strangled your mother, but it's okay, mister. I'm sorry. And that was all I got. He just turned back to the wheel, and then something stuck in my memory. I kept thinking I'd seen the guy before. Never talked to him or met him. Somehow I knew him. I looked him over. 6'1", black hair, the usual amount of face. I couldn't pin him down. I figured it was just one of those mental tricks, or maybe he looked like my Uncle Phil and let it go. I started aft when all of a sudden Claire came out on deck. She rushed to the stern, looked over, and then spun around and saw me. She had a strange look in her eye, and her face was as white as a seagull's wing. What's the matter? Are you sick?
No, Yes, I think I'm seasick.
There is a bit of a swell. Stay on deck, you'll feel better.
No, I'm going to lie down again.
Okay. Gee, you look pretty bad. Come on, I'll help you down.
I'm all right. Go on back up.
Whew. No wonder you feel lousy. The smell. Oil and dead bait. I'm not kidding. You'll feel better up
Let me alone, will you?
Hey, what's the matter with the engine?
How should I know?
Well, take it easy.
Yeah, I'll take it easy.
What's wrong, Moran?
No, nothing serious. We'll be on our way in a few minutes.
Yeah? Looks like the fog's getting thicker. Don't you think you ought to sound your horn?
It's on the blink.
Swell. This tub's in great shape.
It'll do.
Where's the kid?
Ignacio? He's below, hunting down the trouble.
Nice kid, you know. If it wasn't for him,
Yeah.
I want to give him something when we get off.
You do that. I saw a couple of boils out there a minute ago. Albacore. Get your line in the water. Relax.
It was a fine way to relax. Drifting in the Catalina Channel with no motor, no foghorn, and you couldn't see more than 20 feet out. I threw my line in and tried to forget it. And the way the albacore was striking, I almost did. After a couple of hours, maybe 3, I'd had enough, so I folded up with my back to the bait tank and dozed off. When I woke up, we were still drifting and the fog was even thicker. Then I realized it was getting dark. I started to look for Moran. I felt something was wrong, something besides the motor. And when I heard their voices, I knew it.
I can't.
You don't have any choice. It'll be dark in an hour. I can't stall him with this bum motor gag much longer.
Please.
I don't get it. You come crawling to me with this big idea, so why get squeamish? He's worth a lot more dead than alive. 20 grand, isn't it?
I just can't do it.
Now listen, baby, there's a lot of dough invested in the guy, and it's going to go through on schedule. We're going to trade one bullet for $20,000. There isn't any way of backing out.
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Dan Daly in Over the Bounding Main. Tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Hey, Hap, did I tell you about the whale?
Whale? What whale?
The whale of a job being done by ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Delighted drivers declare that for fast starts, smoother engine performance, and gas savings, these ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs can't be beat.
Go on, Jonah. I'm listening.
And, like Jonah, Autolite ignition engineers know their business from inside to out, from head to tail. Autolite engineers design spark plugs just as they design the complete ignition system, used as original factory equipment on many of America's leading makes of cars. That's why Autolite spark plugs are engineered to work together perfectly with the coil, distributor, and the rest of the ignition system.
You're spouting like Moby Dick, Wilcox.
Well, I'm always glad to spout about those great ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, Hap. They're unexcelled for quick starts, smoother performance, gas savings.
Artka Harlow, the happy harpooner.
Thousands of motorists agree that Autolite spark plugs are the best bet for better driving. Replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite, resistor, or standard-type spark plugs. And remember, you're always right with Autolite.
And now, Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Dan Daly in Elliott Lewis's production of Over the Bounding Main, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
I don't think I was scared. Not at first, that is. You can only take in so much, and then something in your mind shuts it off. I stood there in the fog and the darkness, and so help me, the only thing I could think of was how the Warrens would take it when I didn't arrive at the isthmus. Sounds crazy, doesn't it? Then from somewhere, a foghorn sounded off in the distance, and I came to like someone had thrown water on my face. I almost laughed at myself. The Warrens were probably playing canasta over in Brentwood or drinking beer in front of somebody's television set. This fishing trip was Claire's idea, and the only thing she planned on booking was a $20,000 policy on the life of Martin Evans. I moved away and toward the stern. I needed help now. And maybe there was somebody I could count on. That young deckhand, Ignacio. I found him all right. Sprawled on his face in the bow, lying over the anchor. Kid. Ignacio. Hey. Wake up. Hey, kid. Wake up. Come on. He smelled like a distillery. I shook him, slapped him as hard as I dared, but he went right on sleeping. Captain Moran had taken good care of the only friend I had. With the Mickeys poured into him, he'd be lucky if he ever woke up. Now I was good and scared. It was almost completely dark. Moran would be coming on deck, and then I remembered the gaff. The pole with a razor-sharp hook at the end. I'd used it to pull up the albacore on deck. I moved to the stern, quietly, feeling with my feet because I couldn't see now. And I tripped over something and fell on the deck. It was the gaff. I grabbed it and got up.
Evans? Evans! I know you're there. Evans!
I couldn't see him, and he couldn't see me. I moved silently around the deck in a crazy game of blind man's bluff. Just moving away from his voice and trying to think of a way out.
Evans! Can you hear me?
I heard him all right. His voice sounded muffled, as though the fog was a black hood closing off the world, like they drop over a guy's head on the gallows. Gallows? Rope. Rope. There was a coil of heavy rope on the forward deck. A coil of heavy rope on the forward deck.
All right, Evans, you can't get very far. You getting tired, Evans? Want to go around again? Hear the foghorn, Evans? Well, you better listen to it. You won't hear anything else for a long time. You still have that gaff, or do you drop it again? You can't see it, but I got a gun in my hand. Maybe we can make a deal, huh?
Keep away from me!
So Mr. Evans can talk.
You won't get away with this?
Oh, I think so. After all, is it my fault if a new deckhand I hire gets crazy drunk and shoots up the ship?
He'll tell. He'll tell.
Mutiny. Murder. No, he won't even remember it. Isn't it funny what liquor will do to a kid? The penalty for mutiny's a rough one. After all these years, the book still calls for hanging on the public dock. But maybe he can plead insanity, huh? And I'm sorry he had to kill you, Evans.
You won't get me! You won't get me!
Yes, he does. Did he?
He decided to swim for it. Well, that saved a lot of trouble.
Awful.
Yeah, $20,000 worth of awful. The only thing I'm sore about is the lousy jerk won't be able to watch us enjoy it.
I lay there quietly on the deck. I didn't breathe any more than I had to. I was about as safe as a turkey in November. If Moran should notice that missing coil of rope, it wouldn't take him long to figure out exactly what had made that splash in the water. He couldn't see any better than I could, but as soon as it got light, there I'd be out in the open without a prayer. And the only thing I'd gain was a few hours at the most. So I huddled against the rail and hung onto the fishing gaff, feeling like David might have if he'd have broken his slingshot just before he met Goliath. It gets cold out on the ocean, and the fog can soak through summer denims in a hurry. I started to shit. I had to clamp my jaws together tight to keep my teeth from chattering. But the cold did one thing. It seemed to freeze some of the fear out of me, and I started to think. I had it pretty well figured out. All except one thing. When I heard Claire and Moran coming out on deck.
Can't miss if you don't louse it up. Those cops are smart. One little angle where our stories don't match it. Well, just keep your head.
Don't worry about me.
This is important now, once more.
Not again.
Once more. Now, who heard the shot?
I did.
And?
I rushed on deck to see Ignacio struggling with Marty.
Ignacio had a gun.
Ignacio had a gun. He and Marty fought. He hit the side. Marty went overboard.
And our engine's dead. He just disappeared in the darkness, right?
Can't we start back?
Well, I gotta change some parts first. Make it look like the engine really was out. See?
Every little angle counts.
I wish it was over.
And for Pete's sake, remember my name is Moran, and you never saw me until you got on board the Pelican.
There's no way they can check. I don't even have the locket anymore.
Good. I'm going to fix the engine. As soon as it gets light, we'll head back to port.
I had forgotten all about Claire's locket, but when she mentioned it, the last chunk of this puzzle dropped into the slot. And I wondered why I hadn't thought of it before. That crummy little locket, heart-shaped, with Claire's picture on one side and Lou Barris's on the other. The one she wanted to keep for sentiment's sake. Her first husband, Lou Barris, the guy I remembered from the picture, Captain Moran, that's who he was, it all figured. Lou scores a triple play. Gets his wife back with $20,000 in a purse and pays off Martin Evans with a one-way trip to the bottom of the ocean. And I couldn't think of any way to stop him. It must have been hours later, or minutes, when I thought of the dinghy. She was swinging from the stern about 25 feet off. Somehow in the dark, I found a line and was about to pull on it when I saw Claire come on deck. I didn't move. Claire, if you make a sound, I'll hook this gaff right through your throat.
Marty.
Yeah, return from the dead. And I haven't anything to lose. Pull on the rope. Pull on it. You and me are getting into the dinghy.
All right.
You had it all figured out, didn't you? But you forgot one thing. Lou has to marry you again to collect the dough. And if you're not alive...
Marty, please. I'm sorry, I am.
Give me that rope and don't move.
I've been wrong. I know it.
Sure?
I'm glad you're all right. I've been wrong about us.
Don't worry, I won't kill you unless I have to. You're my new insurance policy. Now, get over into the boat. Sure, it's little and the ocean's big and we're going just the same. Not a sound. Get in.
There. He's ready to go.
Smooth and neat. As long as I had a gaff at Claire's neck, Lou couldn't do a thing. His one bullet would cost him Claire $20,000 and maybe his life. We drifted off a bit and I reached for the oars. But there weren't any oars. When I looked up, I saw Moran standing in the stern of the Pelican.
Evans, I can see you. There aren't any oars, are there?
That's right. But you try to shoot me and I'll kill Claire.
You won't get away. Claire?
She can't help you.
Claire? I'm going to put him out. Don't worry.
Why don't you answer him, honey?
Don't you understand? I'm sorry. I don't want you to die. I want to be with you. I was wrong.
You bet you were wrong. You're going to find out. We're going to paddle. Paddle with our hands. If we can lose him in the fog, we'll be all right. Just remember, if he finds me, it's too bad for you. Now paddle. Get over on the side. Look out. Look out. Now, she's tipping. Look out.
You lost it. The gaff.
Yeah. I lost it.
Now maybe you'll believe me. I want to help you get away from him.
Sure, I believe you. But if he finds us, as soon as I see the boat, I'm going to knock you out and throw you overboard. That's how I believe you. Now, paddle. Stop paddling. Be quiet.
Listen to me. Please. I love you. I'm on your side. I won't let him hurt you.
Shut up.
Evans! Evans!
Patch of fog dissolved for a second, and in the darkness I saw a darker shape. It was the Pelican. I knew that Lou had seen us. I reached for Claire. I felt her shoulder, then her neck.
Claire! Are you all right?
Yes.
I wanted to hit her. Now. But I felt her neck. It was warm, and there was a little pulse under my fingers.
He's lost the gaff.
She was telling him to shoot me, and suddenly it didn't matter anymore. The Pelican loomed over us, and then Claire twisted away from me, and I didn't care. I was tired.
All right, come on, Evans. Get up here. I want you found on deck. Give me a hand, Claire. Come on. All right, Evans. Get out of there.
Get it over with. I'm staying.
Give me the gun, Lou. Let me do it.
Are you kidding?
No. Give it to me. I hate him.
No, baby, I'll do it.
Well, you better tie the dinghy on, then I can't hold it.
Yeah, hold the gun.
Thanks, Lou.
What are you telling at?
Give me the rope, Marty. I don't want you to drift away now.
I got out of the dinghy and stood on the deck looking down at what used to be Lou Barris. Claire handed me the gun and just stared at me. We didn't say anything for a long time. Fog's lifting.
Yeah.
It's getting lighter. I guess the sun will be breaking through soon.
Do you believe what I told you before?
Yeah, I believe you now. I'm sorry.
I'll try to make it up to you.
Sure. We better get going.
We're going back to San Pedro?
Yeah. I guess I can figure out how this thing runs.
Marty, what about me?
I've got to tell the police.
Oh.
Maybe you won't be too tough. I don't know.
It's all right. It's better. Marty.
Yeah?
Do you still care? I mean...
I was going to kill you back there, and I didn't. You figure it out.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Dan Daly.
Harlow's quite an angler. In fishing, he's real bright. But what he's really best at is talking Autolite.
Thanks, Hap. You're right. I'm inspired by Autolite. Autolite makes more than 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in its 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and electric windshield wipers. All engineered to work together perfectly as part of the Autolite team. All engineered to give you unexcelled Autolite service. Don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite.
Next week on Suspense, Mr. Dana Andrews as star of The Crowd. And here is Mr. Andrews to tell you about it.
Have you ever noticed when a person dies on a city street how quickly the crowd gathers? As a police lieutenant, I knew that one person in that quickly gathering crowd was responsible for the death of the man lying on the busy street.
Yes, next week, Mr. Dana Andrews as star of The Crowd. And in the weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Joseph Cotton, Miriam Hopkins, and Milton Berle, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense.
Tonight's suspense play was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Gluskin. Parts of this program were transcribed. Over the Bounding Main is an original play written for suspense by Gloria Elmore and Jimmy Barnett. Dan Daly may soon be seen in the 20th Century Fox production My Blue Heaven with Betty Grable.
And remember next week on Suspense, Mr. Dana Andrews in The Crowd.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard-type spark plugs, Autolite stay-full batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Autolite and its 96,000 dealers present Suspense. Tonight, Autolite brings you The Crowd, a suspense play starring Mr. Dana Andrews.
All right, stand back. Keep moving. You got other places to go. Go to them. Yeah, now you know. So keep moving. Lieutenant. Gee, Lieutenant, I didn't see you. I didn't mean to poke you in the tummy with my billy.
What happened, officer?
Lieutenant, the way it happened,
Officer, we got the right to know what it's all about. What's going on up there? I can't see.
Get somebody to hoist you up on their shoulders, citizen, then you'll see. Sometimes I don't understand this kind of thing, Lieutenant. A couple of minutes ago, this was an empty street. Now this crowd...
You still haven't told me what happened.
Well, I was directing traffic up the street. A woman screamed, and I thought it was just, well, you know. But no, it was this guy laying on the sidewalk with a knife in him. Dead, murdered. The people running around him, this crowd.
He's dead? Get out of my way. I want to see.
Dead, huh? Dead.
In just a moment, Mr. Dana Andrews in the first act of The Crowd. Hi, Hap, new suit?
Yeah, Wilcox, you like it?
Love it. Reminds me of Autolite ignition engineered spark plugs. Custom made and a perfect fit for your car.
It's real hand tailoring, too.
You said it. Autolite engineers tailor spark plugs just as they tailor the complete ignition system used as original factory equipment on many leading makes of America's finest cars. That's why ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs are world famous for quality and dependability.
Ought to give me a lot of wear.
Thousands of miles. Why, when you replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs, you get smoother performance, quick starts, gas savings.
Hey, Wilcox, everybody knows about Autolite spark plugs. How about my full suit?
Ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs will suit your car in every season, Hap. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with world-famous ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you can be sure money can't buy better spark plugs because you're always right with Autolite.
And now, with The Crowd and the performance of Mr. Dana Andrews, Autolite hopes once again to keep you in suspense.
The call had come in from the police call box 12 minutes before. I come to headquarters, been transferred to me, Johnny Stilano, because I'm a lieutenant, New York Police. Things like this are my job. It had taken me maybe 5 minutes to get there, and already the crowd was there. The crowd. A ring of shifting, compressing, changing faces looking down at the dead man, watching the shape of death in his face.
Stand back! Stand back!
Officer?
Yeah, Lieutenant.
Have you gone to this man's pockets? Do you know who he is?
No, sir, I haven't had time.
I'll do it.
Here comes the ambulance, Lieutenant. All right, you people. Why don't you move on? Give them room. Give them room.
Hi, Johnny.
Hello, Di.
You through them?
Uh-huh.
All right, boys. Let them through. Come on through. Out of the way, you.
Here and there, on the fringes of the crowd, a man detached himself from it, bit his lip, and left. Even the spectacle of death can't compete with a time clock. Get back to work and tell your friends about it. Then the sound of death fading away. And then the crowd grew. And in a little while, the only thing left of it was an unconvinced passerby who looked over his shoulder at the spot and hurried on. Then the leavings of the crowd. A dead man, identified from a worn leather wallet as Edgar Dale, West 32nd Street. Name and address. Go there. Dig into a life that was done. That's why. At Edgar Dale's rooming house, a woman opened the door only halfway, touched her cotton wraparound high on her throat. Shook her head to most of my questions. Edgar Dale had no family, lived alone. And a shrug to... what friends? He worked, that's all. At the Becker Sign Painting Company on First Avenue. Maybe there, mister. I went.
Something I can do for you?
I'm a police officer, Johnny Stellano.
Oh, how do you do? My name is Becker, Elliot Becker.
A man worked for you.
Edgar Dale?
Edgar Dale.
I just put the phone down on the police a minute ago. They called and told me what happened.
Then you know why I'm here.
I believe so. You'll want to know all about Edgar. I'll help all I can.
Tell me about him.
Edgar was like anybody. Looked like anybody. Talked like anybody. Kept to himself. He did his job. A man who sat in the supply room and back and read science fiction magazines when he didn't go outside to have lunch.
What else?
I don't know. You can only judge a solitary man by the things he did to give you that impression. He listened to jokes but never told one. He clipped pictures of movie stars in bathing suits and pasted them over his workbench, crossword puzzles, contests the newspapers ran, those things.
Friends? Girlfriend?
I don't know, Mr. Stellano. I've wondered sometimes who might enjoy Edgar as a friend, but I don't know. Where was he killed?
2 blocks from here.
This morning. I saw the people running. I couldn't get away.
That's too bad.
How was he killed, Lieutenant? What did he look like?
Hello, Johnny. Been waiting for you.
What's up, Reardon?
We even get phone calls. 5 altogether.
From whom?
I don't know. I tried to wheedle it out of him, but the man just wouldn't say. He said he'd keep trying, though. He has to talk to you personally.
What else?
This envelope came addressed to your special delivery. It's marked personal.
Open it.
It says personal.
Open it. What is it?
A picture, Johnny. Clip from this afternoon's extra in the news. I saw it there myself. The picture of the man who was stabbed to death on the street with the crowd around him.
I see it.
But look what's written under it, Johnny.
Yeah. I did well, didn't I, police? Next time it will be even better. Johnny Stellano speaking.
Oh, I finally got you in, Lieutenant. I read in the papers you were assigned to the case. The man found dead on the sidewalk.
Yes.
I just called to ask you if you got the clipping I sent you. The one of the dead man lying on the street. I sent it special.
Oh? Well, I just got in. I haven't had a chance to look at the mail. Will you hold on just a minute while I check?
Take this call, quick.
Right, Johnny.
Oh, yes, I have it here. The words written underneath. Did you write them?
Oh, yes. And I meant them. Every word. There will be a next time, Lieutenant. There will be another murder.
I believe you. I won't be so foolish as to think you're some kind of a crank who
I can see you're a very intelligent man.
It was very clever how you committed the murder. Broad daylight on the street.
Oh, the next one will be even more spectacular. Far more.
Well, tell me about it.
Oh, there's no need. There'll be a crowd. You'll read about it. I'll send you a picture.
Reardon.
I got it, Johnny. Gilbert Shoe Repair. It's right around the corner from here. I got the blotter on my desk. Gilbert Shoe Repair.
Gilbert. Hey, Gilbert. Turn off that machine. I want to talk to you.
Huh?
Turn off that machine.
Oh, sure, Johnny. Huh? Oh, you want your shoes, Johnny. You've been in here so long, I was going to put them in the window with a for sale under them.
I don't want to talk to you about shoes.
Not about shoes? There's something else we can talk about?
About a man. He just made a phone call from here.
What man?
Listen to me, Gilbert. Just a couple of minutes ago, a man came in here. I don't know what man. He made a phone call.
From here? Use my phone? Yeah, maybe he did. All right, so he did.
You don't understand, do you? This man was a murderer. 2 minutes ago, he was in here using your phone.
Oh, so what am I supposed to do about it? I'm a shoemaker. Look out through the window, Johnny. You see all those people? Every now and then one of them breaks off, comes in, wants his shoes fixed, wants to use the phone. Yep. Oh, yeah. A few minutes ago, one of them did come in. Let me ask to use my phone. Well, I didn't notice anything about it. I never noticed anything about any of them. They're all alike. Some are men, some are women. This one was a man.
Then back into the street again and into the swarm of the crowd. Into the wash of anonymous faces, the blob. And somewhere in it, a murderer. Then back into the office. Sit down again. Stare at Reardon again. Reardon stares back. And then, get up, walk to the window, stare at the crowd.
Phone's ringing, Johnny.
Uh-huh. Johnny Solano speaking.
You don't run so fast, Lieutenant. You know, you almost knocked me down when you ran across the street into that shoemaker's shop.
Yeah.
I'm close by, Lieutenant, in the payphone on the subway, 34th Street. Run fast, Lieutenant.
Hello? Hello? Never mind, Reardon.
Come again?
Him again. He even told me where he was. So I'd go there and close my eyes and point a finger at the 5 o'clock subway crowd and say, you're the killer. I almost knock him down. I talk to him. We chat on the phone. I can give you a category for this murderer. His phone calls, the boasting of his killing.
I'm not a doctor, and I know he's crazy.
Sure you do, Reardon. I don't know where to start. Where do I start, Reardon?
Take it easy, John.
A lonely little man is stabbed to death on a street in New York City. For all I know, this killer is standing right beside me, looking down at the dead man. The killer sends me a picture. The killer calls me on the phone. The killer tells me he's in a subway at 34th Street Station. The killer...
Lieutenant.
Yeah?
Call box report just came in. Man was pushed in front of a subway, 34th Street Station.
And the pattern repeated itself, but with variation now. The body of a man, broken, crushed, without form, like a child's drawing of death, lay on a bier of railroad ties and glistening steel rails. Over him, the shroud of a subway car. And deep in the cavern, the lament of hurtling steel, the crowd. The crowd watching on the platform. No variation here. Same crowd that gathers and watches at all deaf public performances. The crowd.
Let me look. Get out of my way. I want to see.
Dead, huh? Dead.
Hey, is he really dead?
Autolite is bringing you Mr. Dana Andrews in The Crowd, tonight's production in radio's outstanding theater of thrills, Suspense.
Say, Wilcox, do you have a good tailor?
Sure. Sam is a suit stitcher supreme now. He never makes the pants too long since his car worries stopped.
Well, what was his trouble?
Why, Sam's sedan used a tank of gas just to get out of the garage.
That's ridiculous.
That's what I said. I told him to stop blowing his top and have his spark plugs checked by his friendly Autolite spark plug dealer.
Did he do it?
Yep. Now this pleased pantaloon producer is getting a real run for his money. He replaced the spark plugs that were not functioning properly with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. And now he gets smoother performance, quick starts, gas saving.
I'll bet he thanked you, Wilcox.
He did, Hap, he did. And he couldn't have bought better spark plugs for his car than ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. So, friends, see your friendly Autolite spark plug dealer and have him replace worn-out spark plugs with ignition-engineered Autolite spark plugs. Whether you choose the resistor type or the standard type, you'll know why you're always right with Autolite.
And now Autolite brings back to our Hollywood soundstage Mr. Dana Andrews in Elliott Lewis's production of The Crowd, a tale well calculated to keep you in suspense.
push him away for you. One side. One side. Out of the way. Police, out of the way. I guess we'll have to go through the car, Johnny, and out through the end to get to him.
Yeah, come on.
Hey, is there a Solano here? A Lieutenant Johnny Solano?
Wait, Reardon.
Yeah.
Solano! Somebody on a phone booth here wants a Lieutenant Solano. Lieutenant Solano on a phone. He's wanted. Sure he's wanted. By the draft board.
Yeah, I'm here. Don't hang up. I'm here.
What's the matter, Lieutenant? You're out of uniform. Former PMC presents you with a phone.
Johnny Solano speaking.
Oh, I'm glad they reached you, Lieutenant. You see, there was another dead man. Crowd much better than the first. Much, don't you think?
Much better, the man said. Much better. How good does death have to be? This time, the murderer had chosen to push a man under a subway train. The crowd seemed to like this one better, too. They stayed longer after we got the body out from under the train. Legwork. Questions. The dead man? Adam Treppel, the Bronx. Inquiries. He's married, 3 children, managed a supermarket. More inquiries. No motive for his murder. No one wanted him dead. Everybody said so.
Johnny, I brought you a thermos of coffee.
Thanks.
And this envelope just came for you.
Special delivery, marked personal?
Mm-hmm.
Give it to me.
Like the last time?
Like the last time. Newspaper picture. This is a Treppel under the subway train, with the crowd around.
Uh-huh.
Look at him. And look at this one. The first one I got when Edgar Dale was stabbed. The crowd. Why do people always hang around other people's hurt?
I'll pour you some coffee. You want coffee, Johnny?
Yeah. Here.
Here. Here you are, Johnny. Johnny?
What? Huh? This man standing here in the picture, right up front of the crowd, around Edgar Dale. This man here.
Not very clear. So?
The other picture, the one on the subway. This man, also in the front row of the crowd.
Also not very clear. So?
Look at him, will you?
I'm looking. Hey.
The same man, Reardon. The same man in both pictures.
I won't say no.
Me neither. Because it's the same. It could have been a coincidence. It could have just happened that way. One chance in 50,000, in 100,000, 1,000,000. But it could have happened. One man, a part of a crowd, having his picture taken as a spectator of violent death on a crowded street in a subway. One man pushing his way to the front of the crowd to have his picture taken just because it happened to him twice in the same day. By some sly smile of fortune, it was arranged for 2 people to die just where he happened to be. Just where there was a man with a camera to take a picture, too. A picture that would give him a name in his neighborhood, make people look up to him. Don't tell me how it was. He was there, twice. Then there was the other chance. That he was the murderer. That's the one a policeman had to put his money on. He could do that by talking to a man he knew in a newspaper office. A man in charge of the morgue. A man named Marty Powell.
You slumming, Lieutenant?
Don't you ever open a window in here, Marty?
Who wants fresh air? Fresh air is for the birds. You don't like it here? Go away.
Still sour, huh, Marty?
You come from out there. Anything happening with out there just before you came in?
No.
I didn't think so. When it does, when it dries up and blows away out there, I might sweeten up. If I feel like it. What can I do for you, Lieutenant?
I want to look at some pictures.
Don't we all?
Pictures where people were killed, where...
Look, Lieutenant, I got files and files of those to the ceiling, see? Be more explicit. How were they killed? Accident? War? By a wife? A jealous lover? Suicide? Stop me anytime you like. I tire easy. Unloaded revolver?
Well, it's hard to explain, Marty, but pictures like these. Local.
Let me see. Mm-hmm. Pictures like Unsolved Murders, huh, Lieutenant? Where the killing was violent. Too violent for you boys to solve? I'll get some for you. Hard to explain. How far back, Lieutenant?
2, 3 years, maybe.
I was afraid of that. Here, I made a selection for you. The most artistic, the most captivating. Several of these won prizes. We are very proud of this one, for example. To your taste?
Let's see some more.
This one.
Pull that one out, Marty.
Not the one with the guy who fell out of the window or the other one?
The window. Now, let's see some more.
You've been here for 2 hours, Lieutenant. I told you I tire easy.
More.
Okay.
That one. I think these two. Goodbye, Marty. You ready on that projector, Reardon?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, pull the screen down. Okay, turn out the lights. That's how the first one. This is a picture of a man pulled out of the river. He was shot. This picture was taken in December 1948. Notice the crowd. Notice this spectator, the one in the front row, not wearing a hat. Let's have number 2. A picture of a man who was pushed or fell out of a window from a 10-story building, June this year. Again, notice the crowd. And the man in the right-hand corner of the crowd being pushed back by a policeman. Now run the slides of the ones we had made from the newspaper clippings. The crowd around Edgar Dale. Notice that man up front, on the end. Okay. The crowd around Adam Treppel. Notice the fourth man down in the front row. What do you think, Reardon?
They're all the same man.
You sure?
The same man.
It took an hour for the newspapers to hit the streets with a front-page picture of a man wanted for murder. A man in the crowd who, for 2 or 3 years, had quietly committed murder. 4 killings, to our knowledge. Now we knew what he looked like, what went on inside his mind. He liked to kill. He liked to stand with the crowd over his kill. With the crowd, liked to see death up close.
That man is my husband.
Where's your husband now?
He's in bed. He pretends he's an invalid. Been lying there for 5 years, but I know he sneaks out at night when I'm asleep. Been waiting on him hand and foot for 5 years, and I know he's only pretending.
We checked it. The man was an invalid, paralyzed. Then?
I'm the man. I'm the man you want. I did all those killings.
This picture of you we have. You don't look the same. You've changed.
That's right. I've changed. I change all the time. Don't you think that's clever of me?
Yes, it is. Will you wait here a moment? Reardon.
Yeah, what is it, Johnny?
There's a man in my office. Take him to the psycho ward for observation. Johnny Solano speaking.
Please, can you come here quickly?
Who is this?
I'm Mrs. James Shirley. I have a rooming house at 1216 East 38th.
Well, what is it you want, Mrs. Shirley?
The man who's pictured in the paper. The man you're looking for. He has a room in my house.
Is he there now?
No, but I expect him home any minute. Please, will you come quickly?
Right away.
His name is Charles Turner, Mr. Solano. At least that's what he told me it was. He's been living here for the past 7 years. I don't know much more about him than that. He comes and he goes.
Take me to his room, Mrs. Shirley.
Yeah, right down the hall. Yeah, I'll turn on the light. Well, this is his room.
These pictures on the wall. A man in a subway, on a street corner. A man who fell out of a building.
Yes, they all belong to Mr. Turner. He hung them on the wall. I never asked him. What'll happen now?
Do you have a room near the front of the house?
My room?
We'll wait for Mr. Turner there. Don't worry about a thing. I'll get it.
Johnny? Were you looking at me like that for?
I told you to wait in the squad car.
Well, a call just come through. A guy's holding our killer.
What?
Yeah, a Greasy Spoon lunchroom down the corner.
Now, Mr. Turner always eats right down the corner.
The guy who runs the joint phoned in that our man is eating his supper there right now.
Let's go.
There's a crowd. That's funny. The street was deserted less than a minute ago.
Let's go.
All right, let us through here. Police officers, let us through.
What happened to you?
You police?
That's right.
I own this place. He saw me making the phone call. Ran out. I ran after him. He had a knife, and...
He's dead, Reardon.
Huh? Johnny, he's naughty. He just fainted.
I said he's dead. Will one of you people in the crowd go in this store and call an ambulance? This man's dead.
Let's be through.
Now, Reardon.
That's him, Johnny.
This man. Is he dead? What happened to him? Anybody know what happened?
Would you like to see him, mister? Would you like to see him up close?
Why,
The photographers will be here in a few minutes. Why don't you stick around and have your picture taken, Mr. Turner?
Well, you're wrong. My name is not Turner. I just wanted to know whether the man was dead. That's all. I want to get out of here.
Come back here, Turner.
Once I said...
Come back here.
Johnny?
Yep. Let's go there.
Dead. Johnny, look at him. Look at him.
Yeah. Here comes the crowd.
Is he dead? What is he? Get out of my way. I want to see.
Dead, huh?
Get out of the way. Will you? I want to see. Did he really die? Huh? I want to see him.
Suspense, presented by Autolite. Tonight's star, Dana Andrews.
Say, Wilcox, your tailor has a lot of satisfied customers, huh?
Yes, Hap, but nowhere near the hundreds of thousands Autolite satisfies each year, because Autolite makes over 400 products for cars, trucks, planes, and boats in its 28 plants from coast to coast. These include complete electrical systems used as original equipment on many of America's finest cars. Generators, coils, distributors, voltage regulators, wire and cable, starting motors, and electric windshield wipers. All engineered to work together perfectly as part of the Autolite team. All engineered to give you unexcelled Autolite service. Don't accept electrical parts supposed to be as good. Ask for and insist on Autolite original factory parts at your neighborhood service station, car dealer, garage, or repair shop. Remember, you're always right with Autolite. Next week on Suspense, Mr. Joseph Cotton as star of Fly By Night. And in the weeks to come, you will hear such famous stars as Miriam Hopkins, Milton Berle, and Howard Duff, all appearing in tales well calculated to keep you in suspense. Tonight's suspense play was produced and directed by Elliott Lewis, with music composed by Lucien Morawek and conducted by Lud Bluskin. Parts of this program were transcribed. The Crowd by Ray Bradbury was adapted for suspense by Morton Fine and David Friedkin.
Dana Andrews appeared through the courtesy of Samuel Goldwyn. He may currently be seen in the Goldwyn production Edge of Doom.
And remember, next week on Suspense, Mr. Joseph Cotton in Fly By Night.
You can buy world-famous Autolite resistor or standard spark plugs, Autolite Stateful batteries, Autolite electrical parts at your neighborhood Autolite dealers. Switch to Autolite. Good night.
This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.